Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today is public test realm for Diablo IV Season 9. We're going to be getting into the sins of the Haradrim, or whatever. Why am I so far off the camera? Like, what the hell is even going on right now? I must have smacked it in the middle of the night or something. Um, Anyway, let's get started. I'm going to hit that intro button. I'm going to show you guys how to download the game for the PTR public test round if you want to come out and test stuff. And we're going to figure out what we want to test. I'll go over some of the changes with you guys because we still got about an hour till launch. Well, like 57 minutes or so. All right. So, hop into voice chat. Check. First thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you guys how to download the public test realm. So if you guys want to join me or like just test out stuff yourself, that you can do that. Otherwise, how do you do it? As far as I know, public test realm is not available for console. So before you ask, I don't think it is. So if you are on PC and you're downloading it via this launcher, I'm not sure how you would do it on Steam. I don't even know if Steam has access. You just click on your Diablo 4 here, and then what you want to do is right here where it says Game Version, you're going to click this drop-down button, and you're going to change it to Public Test Realm, and that's pretty much it. And then you're going to install the game somewhere. I'm trying to see if I have enough space for the game. We're going to have to download it. Let me check my drives and see what I have available for space. I am running low on space everywhere. Everywhere I'm running low on space. I got no space. No space. No space. I got no space. It's a whole lot of no space. I need to delete some games. That's what I need to do. So first thing I need to do is boot up Steam and let's get rid of some of the titles that we're not playing anymore. Right off the bat, we're not going to be playing Doom Dark Ages anymore, so we can probably get rid of that one. We beat it. We already played it on stream and everything. We beat it, so let's go ahead and uninstall Doom Dark Ages. Manage, uninstall. Alright, and what else can we uninstall? We beat Children of the Clay. We can uninstall that one. And do I still have the Quarry installed? I must be on a different computer. Witchfire, Atomfall. I don't think I'm going to be playing that anytime soon. I already pretty much beat that game too, so that's done. And let's see how much space that gave us. So we now have 95 gigs free on my Crucial P1 solid state. 91 gigs is not enough, or 95 gigs is not enough, but still something. Let's take a look and see what's installed on the Crucial hard drive real quick. Steam library. Oh, there's the Epic installer too. Xbox games, Back for Blood. Yeah, we don't need that on there anymore. Oh my god, do this for all items and skip already. Like, I don't need my notification for every single one. Let's see what's installed on here. Something that we can uninstall. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 had an update, and we probably want to check that out at some point anyway. I couldn't care like 2 bits about Phasmophobia. It is not my style of game. I do not like it. Overlord, I'm pretty sure I beat that a long time ago, and Overlord 2, I beat that a long time ago as well. I don't know why there's a Path of Exile installation on here, because I have Path of Exile installed via a different launcher. I always play Shovel Knight on not on my PC, so that can go as well. I play Shovel Knight on my Nintendo Switch. It's way more fun there. Night of the Rabbit can go. We already beat that. Last Remnant, I don't even know why that's installed on my computer. That's some gigabytes there. I know for a fact that's some gigabytes. Star Trek, pretty sure I beat that ages ago. Sometimes I just, don't like get into the habit of uninstalling the games after I beat them, which is probably something I should probably do because I doubt I'm coming back for the games most of the time. I'm pretty sure I'm not coming back. I'm like, I'm not, am I ever gonna play this again? I already beat it. Like, I don't think I'm coming back to this ever. Alright, so we got 178 on the crucial drive. Alright, glad we started an hour early since it's like 175 gigabytes of data. It's basically a full installation of the game, like it's so. Hey, 26 months, Derelict. Hell yeah, buddy. Revenge of the Nerfs. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on with this patch. We're gonna find out. I'm pretty sure they nerfed the crap out of Bloodwave, though, and Overpower in general. Just me coming up with stupid poll options and giggling to myself. Don't mind me, guys. Hmm. There you go. Pulls up. What's up, Scott? How did I decide which rune words were added into the list and which rune words were not for the video that I made? I mean, let's take a quick look at some of the rune words. So, let's just go to a website and let's just pull up some of the rune words, right? So, Ancient's Pledge. Ancient's Pledge is a very useful rune word. Very good early on. Easy to get your resistances capped out as you're moving toward hell difficulty. Eventually gets replaced, right? But Ancient's Pledge is definitely something that would be added into the list because, well, it's an amazing early starter rune word that can help you out on your journey. However, take something like Venom. Venom is Tal Dol Mal, so it has a relatively high mid rune in there, or rather low mid rune, or a high mid rune. I'd say high mid rune. It has a high mid rune in it. It has no enhanced damage. It has basically the worst stats for a melee character, which is hits causes monster to flee. It's designed awfully. It's just one of the worst rune words in the game, pretty much. The poison damage is basically useless. Like, it doesn't have any physical damage. The charges are basically useless. Like, the mana leech is useless because it has no physical damage. The prevent monster heal and the poison might be useful to stop regeneration, but that's about it. And honestly, you could get that from an edge bow if you wanted to. Like, so Venom did not make it into like any kind of consideration. So Tal Dol Mal, which is the runes that it uses in, like none of those were counted when it came to like the list. There's other rune words like I don't consider Zephyr to be a very good rune word either, so that didn't make it into the list. And things like Wrath didn't make it into the list, which is Pull Lumber Mal. Just not a good rune word in general, not something that you generally want to make pretty much ever because it has no physical damage and essentially doesn't really do much of anything to any targets that you shoot at it. The demon damage is essentially useless on the weapon. It's not about like point scale. So yes, while certain rune words can be relatively useful, the problem is that it's how many things can I use this on? Like, let me give you an example. If I gave you a can of gasoline in the 21st century, you know, you could use that on stuff. You could use it in a motor. You know, you could use it in a lawnmower. You could use it in a car. You could use it in a riding lawnmower. You could use it in a go-kart. You could use it in various things, right? However, if I gave you a can of gasoline when you were in like a caveman era, what are you going to use the gasoline for? You're going to make a fire with it, and that's about it. And if you even know that it's ignitable, the point of the exercise was to show off how many things you could do with the objects, not the importance of each object individually. In other words, if I have 18 useful things that I can do with a Ral rune, but I only have 6 useful things that I can do with an Ohm rune, then the Ral rune by definition is just more useful in general. It's more versatile. I can use it in something important, or I can use it in something easy, or I can craft an item with it, but the Ohm rune doesn't have those considerations. It has nothing you can craft with it. Most of the items that you can make, you can't make because you don't actually have any of those objects. It's just like giving gasoline to a caveman. The Ohm rune is a very powerful item, just like gasoline is a very powerful thing. But if you give gasoline to a level 1 character, or an Ohm rune to a level 1 character, what is the person going to do with this Ohm rune? It's out of his reach. He can't do anything with it. It's useless to him. The Ral rune, on the other hand, if you give it to a level 1 character, has tons of uses. You could use it to craft items. You could use it to just put in a bow. You could put 3 Ral runes in a bow, and you could make a relatively effective low-level weapon. Do each of the Helm rune words count? No. I removed Ground. I removed Hearth. I removed quite a few of the rune words. I did, however, count Cure and Bulwark, because Cure and Bulwark are basically the 2 best ones. The resistance problem for Amazons is a pretty like common one. Amazons just tend to have very poor resistances because of course they don't have access to a shield, and the majority of the resistances that you get come from your shield for the most part. So a lot of the times when it comes to the Amazon, like you're lacking in resistances. Honestly, the best way to get your resistances on an Amazon, in my opinion, has always been Chains of Honor. Chains of Honor is a large amount of resistance. It's like 65 res or something like that. And it helps out tremendously to cap out your reses when you're using a bow. It also gives you a huge amount of physical damage as well, in the form of undead and demon damage, although it doesn't apply to beasts. It's a very, very good option. But let's go to Diablo2.io and let's use an example, right? So let's take a example of a rune and apply the logic that I've basically applied in that video, which is the usefulness of a rune, right? So let's assume that you're playing through the game on a solo self-found character, and you find yourself for the first time a Ohm rune, okay? So you find an Ohm rune. What do you use it on? Knee-jerk reaction, a CTA, right? But a CTA requires EST and Malrune. And the chances of you having an EST and a Malrune on a solo self-found run is basically 0. If you happen to come across an Ohm, a Mal, and an EST, sure, you could make that item. But the chances of you actually having that, pretty much useless, right? Pretty much 0. But let's assume you did. Let's assume that you killed a monster, and out of that monster's butthole popped an Ohm, a Mal, and an EST, just like that. Oh, and an Am and a Ral, in order, right? On the ground, just like makes it out, literally spells it, and like a little voice in your ear says, "Call to arms." Okay, let's assume that you get it. When you're leveling up a low-level character that has relatively no plus to skills, CTA is a useless item. People ride the penis of this item so hard that they forget the fact that it is basically junk unless you actually have a fully built and fully made character with a large amount of plus to skills to actually make these plus to skills useful. Level 2 battle command and the level 1 battle orders last for like a whole 30 seconds. And unless you want to just be like, swap, huh, 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 swap, huh, 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 every 30 seconds, you need a significant amount of plus to skills to make CTA actually be worthwhile. And when I say a significant amount of plus to skills, I don't mean +2 Barbarian or +2 Sorceress or +2 Paladin. No, because CTA is an O skill. O skills require generic plus skills. This means that the plus to skill has to be something that is extremely generic. It has to be plus to all skills, like Mara's Kaleidoscope, or a Soj, or a Bulkathos Ring. Things that give you, like, class plus to skills or tab skills do not affect call to arms, right? So even if you did, like, even if the gods blessed you and came down and were like, oh, Malis Umralem, you probably still don't actually have the plus to skills or the equipment that you need to actually effectively use a call to arms in your build. You're probably just going to be going, huh, 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 every 30 seconds. And then when you're in combat and you're actually fighting something and your battle orders falls off and you die because your HP goes from like 3,000 down to like 800 or whatever your real HP is, and it falls off in combat as it does all the time if you don't have enough plus to skills, you're just going to die. And it's basically, again, useless, right? So when you think about a rune and its versatility within the game, it's more than just a single rune word. And also, a lot of you guys are putting way too much weight on rune words that are basically useless in early game, in mid game, and even in late game. Like, call to arms is an end game rune word. It's something that you get once you have your character like fully established, built, everything that you could possibly get, all the plus to skills that you can possibly use, huge amounts of resistances, all sorts of other things that you can use. And when you get your CTA and you have your character built properly, it's amazing. But most of the time, it's not. And for most characters, CTA is not even that good. Because if you're not a character that builds large amounts of plus to skills, you've got like level 2 battle orders and level 2 battle command. Like, if that. And good luck getting an actual good roll, so it's like a 6/6. And then look at the other things that Ohm is used for. Faith, you're not making that. Chaos, you ain't making that either. Bramble, you're not making that. Exile, you're definitely not making that. Doom, you ain't gonna make that either. And Famine, you're definitely not making that because it sucks, right? So if I was playing a new character, right, and an Ohm rune falls, like around level 50 or something, right? Chances of me actually being able to make any of these rune words is 0. However, let's look at something like the lowly IO, which people besmirk. If the IO drops, I actually have a chance to make most of these items. Black is eminently makeable. Delirium is about just as makeable as a CTA, and honestly probably more useful. Bulwark, eminently makeable. Memory, eminently makeable. Metamorphosis has a cham rune in it, so not really as easy to make. White, eminently makeable. Hearth, eminently makeable. Obsession, can't make that, it's got a Zod rune in it. Ground, you could definitely make that, and that's actually really useful if you're doing Ubers. Really good for fighting Uber Mephisto early on. Cure Helmet, absolutely amazing. Everybody loves it. Pride weapon, I think it sucks balls, but you ain't making that anyway. Temper sucks. Unbending Will, actually a really good early weapon, but it does have a foul rune in it, so you're going to have to find one of those as well. The point is that when an IO falls as you're leveling up a character, you're going to get excited. That's a Bulwark for your Mercenary. That's a Black for your Uber run. That's a Cure Helmet for your Energy Shield Sorceress. When a Ohm rune falls, you might get excited, but you're not going to use that thing until much later in the game. Like, you probably don't even have the runes that you need to utilize it. So it's going to sit in your inventory and it's going to rot until you can actually use it. If you're online and you happen to be lucky enough to have a friend who's got a Mal and a Ist around and somebody else who happens to have a 5-socket flail on hand and you can put it all together instantaneously, then sure. But even then, I still doubt that a call to arms is more valuable than, at least early on, more valuable than something like a Bulwark that actually keeps your Mercenary alive, which could potentially mean infinite meditation so that you don't have to worry about mana anymore. Because if your Mercenary stays alive because he has physical resistance and life leech in combination with his insight polearm, which you threw on him, and he was dead in town until you finally got him his Bulwark, and the Bulwark was the thing that actually kept him alive, you start to realize that the IO has a lot more like versatility and usefulness than you realize. You can create a helmet for your Mercenary or for yourself. You can get a cure rune to help cure poisons. You can grab yourself like a black rune for early Uber runs. Like, the IO rune has like infinite almost versatility versus the Ohm rune in any kind of like early or mid or even late game setup. And it's not until like end game setup where the Ohm rune really starts to outperform the IO. And by then you've got like 10 or 20 IOs and you've already made like freaking 10 or 20 Bulwarks. I'm hungry. I should have eaten before I came up here. I got some of these little pita chips, a little Parmesan garlic. Yeah, but people argue with me and they're like, yeah, well, when I play online on ladder and an IO drops, like, it stays in the dirt. Nobody even touches that thing because it's trash. And I'm like, no, nobody touches it because they have 10 of them in their stash. There's a completely different mechanic there at play. Like, they don't pick it up because they have 10 in their stash, not because it's useless. And I guarantee you they've got 10 in their stash because they know how useful it is. And they probably re-rolled their Bulwark helmet like 4 times trying to get like a perfect percentage on the HP leech and another perfect percentage on the physical damage reduction. I mean, the only helmet that I would remove is the Hearth helmet. That's pretty much it. The ground helmet is actually useful in Ubers when you're going to do Uber Mephisto because it absorbs the lightning res. I want to get some music playing. Oh, finally it starts playing. I hit the button and I was like, why isn't it playing? And I just like went to the tab, and then all of a sudden when I went to the tab, it just magically started playing. Hey, what's up, Leon?
What's it?
You ready for the do jank?
Oh yeah.
You never played Elden Ring? Have you ever played any of the Dark Souls games, John? Like, have you played any of the From Software products? Like, I could just type in, like, From Software games. Like, have you played any of these games in the From Software category? Like... Well, let me explain From Software games in the easiest way that I possibly can for you, so that you don't get frustrated. Okay. The From Software developers have one particular ideology for making their games. Okay, their ideology is basically this: kill the player in any way they possibly can, no matter how dirty, rotten, or disgusting the trick. That's basically From Software's ideology. To give you an example of kind of like how they did things, or how they like kind of like did me dirty in previous versions of the game, they basically would do things like this. You walk into a room, there's a monster directly in the corner, like hiding in the corner. You walk out, he hits you in the back of the head, kills you, right? Then you're like, okay, that was a dirty trick. And you walk in, you turn around, you stab that guy in the chest, and like you take care of him. Out of the other corner, on the other side of the door, a second monster pops out, hits you in the back of the head, and kills you. And you're like, okay, that was another dirty trick. You know, I'm not falling for it this time. You walk in, you turn to the left, you stab the first guy, you turn to the right, you stab the second guy, you walk forward, a boulder comes down and hits you in the head. You're like, okay, that was another dirty, rotten trick, okay, but I'm not going to fall for that again. Okay, then you walk in, you stab the first guy in the corner, you turn around, you stab the second guy in the corner, you take a step forward, you know the boulder's coming, so you jump forward, and then you fall into a spike trap. At this point, you start to get the picture, right? They love dirty, rotten tricks. They kill you on a regular basis. Dying in this game means nothing. Like dying in basically From Software titles means absolutely nothing. They go out of their way to kill you. Like they go out of their way to kill you with things that once you learn of their existence, they no longer are a threat, right? Like if you put a giant cannon like on the other side of a door, and I open the door and it's like a cannon fires at my face like a Looney Tunes character, and I die, like. And then I come back to life, and the same door is there. You know, like the next time I open it, I'm gonna open it and like stand to the side, and then the cannon's gonna fire, and it's not gonna hit me, right? But like, From Software loves to do this stuff, and it makes some people frustrated because they die all the time, and some people equate dying in video games to doing poorly. But when you're playing a From Software title, expect to die. Expect to die hundreds, if not thousands of times, like literally. Expect to die over and over and over again just to learn a tiny little bit of information which will help you on your next run. When you're fighting the bosses, it's the same way. They got like 2 and 3 phase bosses, which piss me off in no end. Where literally you fight the boss, you learn all the mechanics, and then they go into phase 2, and then you're like, oh, okay, so I don't know any of the mechanics in this phase, and then the boss just does some like wombo combo and like wipes you off the face of the planet. And it takes you like another like 10 or 15 tries before you actually learn the mechanics of like the second phase, and then like you finally get the mechanics of the second phase down, and you're like, all right, we did it, okay, all right. And then as soon as you get the second phase down, oh wait, there's a surprise third phase. The boss is become enraged. HP bar refills completely. You're like, damn it. But that's basically From Software games in a nutshell. Like it's really nothing more to it. The only other thing I would point out is that like in Elden Ring and in Dark Souls games, your equipment really doesn't matter. A lot of people will argue with me on this, and they're like, yes, it does. Your equipment totally matters, and if you put your equipment on and you don't pick the right equipment, you're gonna get smashed. And then people literally do like naked playthroughs of the entire game and like prove them wrong, where literally they just play the game naked. So your equipment really doesn't matter in like most Dark Souls games. You can choose heavy equipment, and it makes a minor difference at best, and you can choose light equipment, and it makes a minor difference at best. There's a reason why people actually coined the term fashion souls, because literally the games were to the point where you pretty much just picked the armor that looked the prettiest, and it didn't have any like actual like bearing on your playthrough. You just picked a pretty armor and just put it on and shut up. Now your weapon matters a lot. So this is that actually does matter. So your weapon is huge. It is a huge choice. What weapon you want? Like every weapon is essentially like a different class. Like that's basically how I would put it. So like every weapon equals a different class. So what you want to do is you kind of want to like play around with different weapons. Find a weapon that you actually like. Once you find a weapon, that's it. Like, you no longer need to look at any other weapons in the game once you found a weapon that you really like and you really enjoy. You do not need to upgrade that weapon. Ever. You don't need to do anything with that weapon. Once you get the weapon that you really want, all you do is upgrade that weapon, and that's it. You upgrade it to its maximum potential, and you're set for the whole game, essentially, with that one weapon that you really enjoy. Now, if it's your first time playing an Elden Ring game or a Dark Souls game in general, you're going to have to play around with all the weapons and figure out which weapon you really like. And that's something that you're going to have fun with. You'll be playing around with all the weapons, trying to figure out which one you actually want to play with. They do have, like, stats. So, like, they have scaling stats. So each weapon scales based on a stat, like strength or dex or whatever. And so, like, you get various, like, different stats that you want for those weapons. So when you pick a weapon, you're going to be building that particular, like, stat pool. So, like, if you pick a strength weapon, you're going to be building strength. If you pick a dex weapon, you'll be building dex, and so forth and so on. It's really not too complicated. You're just going to take some time to actually learn how to play the game. It's getting used to From Software's dirty tricks, what they like to do in the game, their dirty, rotten tricks, is something that's going to take a little bit of effort. It took me a while. I had to like become a cynic basically when I was playing Elden Ring games. I'm like, oh look, there's a doorway. Looks completely safe. Looks safe. Tiptoe in the doorway. Check left, check right. Always check your corners. Look up, see if there's like a spike trap up there. Look down, see if there's like a trap on the floor. Squint and look really far ahead and see if there's like some sort of trap at the end of the hallway. And then walk forward, only to get like some monster jumps down at you that you didn't see, that was like hidden very carefully behind some sort of fixture or something. I'm like, damn it. Oh, and the people in the game will troll you with messages constantly. So you can leave messages for other people, John, and the messages that they leave you will either be A, helpful, B, completely unhelpful, or C, just a direct troll, like safe here or something, and like you stand there and like you get murdered, or like secret hidden here, and like like you start trying to hit the wall or something, trying to like break open the secret, and there's nothing there. um, it's a whole thing. It's a whole vibe going into some Elden Ring games, I swear. This one in particular is a co-op adventure. As far as I understand, it's like a 3-player co-op, so I don't know how that's going to work out. If anybody wants to come play with me, I mean, I'll be open to join, but obviously we need to have at least 2 other people to group up and join. I think it's either 1 player or 3 player. You're not allowed to do 2. Whatever that means. Alright, let's go over some Diablo 4 stuff and talk about some of the stuff I actually kind of want to change or test out. So what was I excited from the Campfire chat? Or excited for from the Campfire chat? I was excited for, number 1, these boots. I really want to test these boots. The Hooves of the Mountain God. These are really interesting for like basic builds, and I think that there's going to be a lot of fun stuff that you can have with these. Like, you could potentially do Flay Barbarian, Lunging Strike Barbarian. Heck, any of the Barbarian basics would probably work really well with this. So we'll definitely be testing that out. They also had this Sorceress item, the Hydra item, which looks pretty OP this season. The one that gives you like a big giant Hydra. I'm not really sure about that whole multiplier thing, because that seems insane. I don't know what the maximum number of Hydra heads you can get is, but I think I was working it out to like some crazy number. And it also gives you 2 Hydra heads too, which is insanity as well. So you could potentially have like, it says for every head, it instead gets 100 times multiplier. So like if you had, for instance, like 12 extra Hydra heads, that's a 1,200% multiplier on your Hydras, which is just freaking insane. Like and it also gives 2 itself, so it gives 2 Hydras itself. You can also get a huge amount of like Hydra heads from other sources. There's also other ways that you can get Hydra heads through skills and other abilities and stuff like that. So like, I'm not exactly sure like the exact maximum number. But obviously, with something like this, it gives you 100% times multiplier for every Hydra head. You're going to want every Hydra head that you can get. So you're going to stack as many Hydra heads as you can get. In before they cap the amount of multiplier to a specific value, because they realize how stupid they were when making this amulet. Yeah, let's just leave it uncapped. It should be no problem, right? And then people just get like triple greater masterworked Hydra head, like weapon and shield, or weapon and focus, or like 2-handed, and then just like, and then grab Hydra heads everywhere they possibly can, and before you know it, they're getting like 1,800% like freaking multiplier. I also thought these were interesting. I haven't played a Spiritborn in well, since season 6, yeah, it's been a while. I kind of burnt myself out on the Spiritborn, as I knew I would. But these do look interesting. Could be a fun, like, alternative setup to play around with another Thorns build. I did a couple Thorns characters in previous seasons, and this definitely seems like a very powerful Thorns item for a Thorns build. I really don't know how powerful Thorns is right now, to be perfectly honest. I haven't played around with Spiritborn in a while, so I don't even know like a benchmark for what to expect. I suppose we can test out the Nightmare dungeon changes, too, while we're at it. I wasn't really enthused for the Necromancer item. I wasn't really enthused for the Druid item. The Rogue item looks, I don't even know. Like, it looks like a horrible choice over, like, Harlequin Crest or, like, some of the other items. I don't know. It doesn't look like the most amazing piece of equipment. It gives you, like, 50% increased attack speed. I guess that's nice. Not that you can't cap out your attack speed with other options, but I guess it makes it easier to cap out your attack speed. The only thing that I was really thinking about for the Necromancer item is essentially setting up like maximum number of skeletal mages. Apparently the whole thing about this is you can sacrifice all your other mages to get a huge number of skeletal mages, which they did a really poor job in the Campfire of showing this off too. They like pulled up a clip of some guy with like
The basic.
like the basic number of skeletal mages. It was like the poorest attempt I've ever seen in my life to like showcase an item. It's like, look at this, it's amazing. You could have like 700 Hydra heads, and then they show a Hydra with like 3 heads, and you're like, but I thought you said you could have like 700 Hydra heads. Why are you showing 3? Like, so maybe there's something to this item. I mean, I wasn't really impressed with it in the Campfire, but there could be something to the item if you actually build it correctly. It all comes down, honestly, to this line right here, in my opinion. Like, this is the line that makes or break the item. It says, sacrificing both skeletal warriors and golems grants an additional skeletal mage for each minion sacrificed. But the problem is that it doesn't necessarily state that you're getting the equivalent number of mages for sacrificing the equivalent number of warriors. So, like, if you summon the warriors, I believe you get 3 or 4 warriors, like, guaranteed, essentially, as soon as you summon them. Am I getting 1 mage when I sacrifice the warriors, or am I getting 4 mages when I sacrifice the warriors? And I think this is where, like, the item is either made or broken. Because if you're only getting 1 extra mage for sacrificing the skeletal warriors, then that's basically garbage. If you're getting 4 extra mages for sacrificing the skeletal warriors, then that's a hell of a lot better. The golem obviously is 1 no matter what, because the golem is only 1 monster, right? But like, take into account like the current maximum number, right? So if I had what was it, 3 base mages plus I think it's like 4 base skeleton warriors, plus the golem, and then I get like an additional, what is it, like I think it's like 3. How high does a Cult Dominion go up to? I can't remember. A Cult Dominion, I think when you put it on like a 2-hander or something, or was it 2 normally? So it's 3 on the amulet. 3 on the amulet, right? So, what is that? 3, 6. So you would have plus 6 here, right? So here, this is basically what I'm saying. So if you're not getting 14 skeletal mages, specifically 14 skeletal mages, and like that's the important thing. If you're not getting 14 of them, then this item isn't working right. And it's something that we'll be testing. Like we'll test it, we'll pull it out, we'll see. You know, we'll whip it out. You know, try not to laugh. But we'll whip it out, and we'll check it, and we'll see if it actually gives us 14 mages or not. That's one of the things that we're going to be testing. And if it doesn't give us 14 mages, then we're going to contact Blizzard and be like, hey, why isn't this giving us 14 mages? Like, this is stupid. Because if it doesn't give you the right number for the skeleton warriors, like if it doesn't give you 4 and it only gives you 1, then it's only going to give you like 11 skeletal mages, which is a pretty big difference. Actually, it's actually less than that, isn't it? I don't even know, because like a Cult Dominion applies to the warriors, right? So this is a whole thing too. Like thinking about it now that I'm thinking about it. So let's assume that you put a Cult Dominion on your amulet. So let's actually math this out real quick, right? I can't remember what the base number of skeletons is. I remember they're different than each other. Like, it's been a little while since I played a minion build. So the maximum number of minions is 1 golem, 7 warriors, and 6 mages, for a total of, what is that, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 total, right? Well, the problem is that a Cult Dominion applies the extra bonus to the warriors. And the Occult Dominion applies the extra bonus also to the mages, right? So if you nix the warriors from the equation and you lose 7 warriors, how many mages are you getting for losing 7 warriors? Are you getting 7 mages? Or are you getting the base number of warriors, which I believe is 4? 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. The base number is 4. Or are you only getting 1? Like, and these are the questions. Are you getting 7 for Occult Dominion being counted? Or because you sacrifice them, does Occult Dominion not count, and then therefore only give you the original 4 value? Or does none of it count, and it only gives you 1? We'll see how many mages we can get, and if we can get 14 mages, then this item might be really worthwhile. If we only get, like, 7 mages, well, then that's stupid, and they need to rework the item. Flay Barb adaptability on Amulet and Max Resource seems very strong. I mean, now that they've nerfed Moonrise, adaptability on the Amulet probably is a good choice. Yeah, they nerfed the crap out of Moonrise. It's nowhere near as good as it was before. I think I was talking about with Leon with this the other day. I was saying that now that they nerfed Moonrise the way they did, Moonrise is probably better off on like a ring or something, or gloves. Like, it's probably not something that you're going to put on your amulet anymore. Maybe on the amulet if you have whatever's on the amulet on like a two-handed weapon, but...
That's what they're bringing down to 60%, so it'd be 90% on the amulet. That's still a large multiplier.
Adaptability's higher, I think, now. I think with the change they made, adaptability is more. I want to take a look real quick at the notes.
I mean, it would make sense because Moonrise gives attack speed as well, so it never made sense that Moonrise was better in that case.
I mean, it was just way more, damage. That's what it was. That's the main thing. Let me pull it up here. Adaptability was changed. Oh yeah. So adaptability is way better now. So they changed adaptability from 100 times multiplier to 0.6 times increased damage for each point of primary resource you have. Which basically just turns it into an entirely new item. Like, it's essentially scaling with like Romuladni's Magnum Opus and other really powerful items. I mean, I definitely see that as like a huge win for like the Romuladni's. But then the other question comes into play, Joshua, is that like, is it actually going to scale? Like, not everything scales when you put it on an amulet. So does the 0.6 actually scale? And if the 0.6 does, then yeah, it's probably going to be really good on an amulet. In fact, it might even be so good it might be worthy of a two-hander slot on a Barbarian, if it scales. Because then you're talking about a 1.2% times multiplier for each point of primary resource instead of a 0.6.
Will it let you though? Because it's primarily been a ring. Like,
oh yeah, that's right. You can't. That's right. You can't put it on a weapon because it's a ring slot. That's right. It's I think it's ring only actually. So it's ring only or amulet.
Yep.
Which means it can only be increased by what is that? 0.75.
Yeah. So Moonrise might still wind up going on a two-hander for 120%.
So 0.6 times, what is that, 1.75? So it would end up being 1.5, 1.05, or something like that. It's definitely a good one. The way that they changed it, it's really worthwhile for basic builds now. The only problem is that, like, are you actually going to be scaling resource? That's the main issue. If you're a Barbarian and you're using Romuladni's, then yes, you're going to be scaling resource. That's like a perfect combo that just mixes in beautifully. But if you're like a druid or something that has no way to scale resource, then it might not necessarily be a good option. It's hard. Like, not every class has the ability to scale resource. Some do, some don't. Didn't Sorceress get a scaling resource thing this season?
Yeah, the Hydra. The Hydra literally is a scaling resource, and it's overpowered. It's going to get adjusted. It's 2.5%.
Yeah, and all you have to do is just have lots of mana when you cast it, And then you still only get one Hydra now, the way they set it up with the item. So like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like it's super overpowered. I think I remember looking at that and I was like, oh okay, that looks broken.
It's gonna be a lot of damage. Hydra's gonna get adjusted. There's no way it survives a PTR. It's gonna be so strong.
I'm looking at it right now and I'm seeing like one of the most overpowered freaking like things in existence. Like I don't even understand.
And it also depends if that amulet, the exploding things, are really good. Because right now Hydra is a little annoying. It's not very good at AoE. Like it clears slow. It has very high single target, but the exploding bolts or fireballs might actually make the AoE way better.
I mean, that's a big thing. Like, it's actually something I talked about in Diablo 2. So in Diablo 2, it's the same thing. Hydra is really good at single target, but it sucks at AoE. And as soon as you have more than like 2 or 3 monsters, like the shots all spread out, and then it doesn't do very good damage.
That's the problem with it.
So like that's one of the things that I suggested was that they adjust the damage of Hydra and like change it to fireballs instead of firebolts, so that it has an explosion on impact. And that's basically what they did here. They basically just turned it from firebolts to fireballs. And then that way it's going to explode when it hits the target, which means that it's going to do pretty good AoE damage as well as single target. So it should be both. Like they basically just turned Hydra into like the end all be all of the next season. Like it's going to be broken. I foresee a couple things. Like first off, they're probably going to cap that multiplier. I don't see them not capping it. I don't know exactly where they're going to cap it at because I understand why they put the multiplier there. Because obviously, if you can have, what was the maximum number of Hydras before? It was like 7 or something, or 5.
The heads, the amount of heads.
No, not the heads. The Hydras themselves.
You can only have up to 3 Hydras casted, not counting the enchantment. 3 manual Hydras casted with the aspect.
So you could have 4 total, essentially.
No. With the aspect, it's 3. It's 2 and then 3. The aspect is gone, so it's 2 again.
Okay.
It's 2 only.
All right, so, well, the thing is that I understand the multiplier because they're taking away your ability to cast multiple Hydras. So having it there accounts for losing the other Hydras, which is what you want, right? So, like, if you could cast 2 Hydras, and they're both dealing damage, but if you restrict them to only 1 Hydra, then that single Hydra has to do the same damage or more as the 2 Hydras before if you're restricting them, right? So the multiplier makes sense from that point. But the problem is that, well, they have a lot of ways that you can spam Hydra heads, and the number of heads that you can get, it far exceeds, I think, the amount of damage that you would have gotten otherwise. Like, I don't know exactly how that calculation works or if they even thought about it properly, but, I mean, even if you did have 3 Hydras with, like, 12 heads apiece, I mean, like, say you had 3 Hydras with 12 heads apiece, at 36 total heads, and even if each head was doing, you know, like a decent amount of damage, like, I don't know, let's say they were doing like 1 million a shot or something, that's still only 36 million damage. I have a feeling that this one Hydra is doing like times 10 that, which is like 360 million damage a shot, which is far more than what it's going to be before.
And I would guarantee you, because I already had Hydras hitting on the live server for 100 billion. I guarantee you that's going up to 1 trillion on the PTR. Someone's going to hit 1 trillion.
I mean, Hydras is going to be really overpowered this season. It's guaranteed. That and if you combine it together with that thing that they added, like what was the thing they added that made it so when you cast the Hydra, because it's not on the item itself. The one where you cast the Hydra with like your maximum mana, and it like increases the damage based on the amount of mana you had when you cast it.
So that's the aspect that they changed. So the aspect used to give you 1 additional Hydra minion, and now you can't have the minion. Now it has the scaler. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up for people to see that too, because that's another big part of this, is that they changed the aspect so that it gives you another multiplier. See if I can find it. Here it is. Okay, so legendary aspects, serpentine aspects. So this is the one that used to give you 1 additional Hydra active, and the Hydra's duration is increased by 10 to 30%. They changed it to casting a Hydra consumes all of your mana to increase its damage by 0.5 to 2.5% per mana spent. So basically, this is a mana scaler. This is just the same as like Ramalani's Magnum Opus or or other similar items. So what this does is it makes it so that if you stack your mana really high, so let's say you were to stack your mana up to like 300 maximum mana or whatever, right? Well, then that's 300 times 0.25 or 2.5, so times 2.5, which gives you a 750% damage increase on your Hydra just for casting it at maximum mana, which is something that sorceresses can do really easily because there's a lot of ways they can restore mana. And it's actually pretty easy to stack mana on the sorceress too. There's just not a lot of really good reasons to do it. So this represents another huge multiplier, which is going to add on to the Hydras, which is probably going to make the Hydras even more ridiculous, like even more powerful than they were before.
I think the neck is 1,500% because it's 15 heads total, and then that's 750. So those two combined is what, 2,250 or something? It's crazy percentage.
It doesn't say whether this is a multiplier or not, though. Like I'm assuming it's a multiplier.
It would have to be to consume the whole mana pool in one cast.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a multiplier, but they didn't actually put like the X there, which, it's just yeah.
Yeah, actual conduit with a greater affix is like 100% more resource. It's actually insane.
Yeah, so you just actual conduit, get a bunch of extra resource here and there. There's a couple other places you can stack resource. And then like you're basically just gonna stack resource, get full mana, cast one Hydra. That one Hydra is gonna like annihilate everything. And then like when it runs out, by the time it runs out, you should be back at full mana, and then you just cast one more Hydra again. I hate to say it, but what they've created here is a monster because it's literally a build that is not even going to be like engaged in the game. Like this is the kind of build that literally your minion is so powerful that your minion has become the main character and you're just the support character.
Yep, pretty much you're a Barb. The ancients call you. You don't call the ancients.
I mean, this one, I don't know what to make of this one. I saw you guys were posting some stuff in here about, like, the Shadow Mages, and the Shadow Mages having, like, a multiplier for shadow damage for each active Shadow Mage. So you go, like, a Shadow build with them and just stack, like, 14 Mages. It's not really a lot of multiplier, though. In the grand scheme of things, even if, let's assume that you could get the 14 mages, which we don't even know if that's the case, that's 14 times 3, which is a 42 times multiplier for shadow damage. Or it's actually just increased the damage overall, isn't it? It's just total increased damage. Huh. Skeletal warriors, skeletal mages take 90% less damage and deal 200% times increased damage. I see Khan's working on his summoning build.
Yeah. And battle license.
Oh, is it up now? Let's go.
I don't know. It's at 1 o'clock.
Let's go. I just hit the button.
Got the guy talking to me, the accessibility guy.
You don't like the accessibility guy talking to you?
He reads every line.
Unable to find valid license. Chungball hops. Okay.
I actually feel bad for the Sorc players.
The Sorc players?
Well, because they literally had this happen with the Frozen Orb thing. They had a PTR Frozen Orb build that was like way overpowered, and then it got nerfed basically, and it became a Conjuration amulet instead of a Frozen Orb amulet in the end. And now I think Hydra amulets, the same thing's gonna happen. Hydra's gonna be so strong on the PTR.
It's getting nerfed into the dirt.
Yep.
Like it's gonna be super powerful in the PTR. If you guys want to play the super powerful broken version, you might want to hop onto the PTR.
Yep. Have fun on the PTR, because it ain't happening in the season.
I just completely missed my mouth with a pita chip, and it just fell on the ground. Cody, clean up on aisle 7. Cody, I dropped a snack 'em.
So the funniest thing is Hydra's was already viable. Any Sorc build was already viable in this current season because of Enlightenment and how strong that key passive is. And all they did was create an amulet that gives Hydra's a multiplier, and then they nerfed like Enlightenment, so then all the other builds are essentially nerfed, but not Hydra. It's like they just keep tiptoeing around the fact that these skills don't do enough damage. Because this Hydra's is already viable. Where they're making an amulet to make it do all the damage. It just, I don't know, they're lost.
They are. They're lost in the sauce completely. They have absolutely no clue what they're doing. They're just applying like D3 logic. Like let's just make this item like super duper powerful.
That's what it is. It's a D3 set item. It's like here's 2000% damage, essentially. That's exactly what's going on. I just did a patch update, so maybe it's live now. That was.
I'm gonna reboot BattleNet. I told you to exit completely. I didn't say like. The hell? It says install. What the hell? It's already installed. It's already installed. What a... Oh my god.
Maybe you didn't find the folder. You have to
I'm downloading a 1.28 gigabyte for the live version. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a patch coming out today. It's a small patch. It like adjusts levels 1 to 4 master working is the main highlight of it. They make the materials cost like less materials. The main part of that patch.
Update. It wants me to update the PTR. Okay. The hell was that about? Come on, let's go. PTR time. Unable to find valid license.
Get your license out.
Has anybody gotten in yet?
Let me check. Check some streams out. No.
I'm checking the forums. See if they got any kind of message up. Blizz track off.
They're probably just late because they rolled out the live patch at the same time, which was really weird choice, but
It almost made me think they applied the PTR update to the live version. Why is there nothing in the PTR section? They just like delete the entire PTR section in like in anticipation of the new PTR.
PTR feedback. Yeah, all the topics are gone.
There's nothing in there.
They probably just empty it out, I guess, every PTR. You're late. PTR is late. I just wanted to be a jerk. Ha 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 ha.
Says there's a maintenance tomorrow.
I see that.
It's an odd time to put a maintenance right in the middle of a public test realm, but whatever. I think I'm just going to enjoy me a Nutty Buddy bar. Let's try again. Invalid license boots you right to the curb. I love how it just straight up boots you too. Like it's like invalid license. Get out of here.
Rejection.
Rejected. Get out of my face.
Let's read some forum posts while we wait. That's always entertaining.
Entertaining? You mean horrifically, like, infuriating? Some of these people are so... Ugh.
What's this guy saying? Vendors drop. They're not doing the vendor thing again. Like there's no leveling changes this season, so why would they need us to test that? They better put the vendors in right away. It's not like you need 2 days to test leveling again. They didn't change anything.
Yeah, all the dot bands builds should be good. Which means the Flay build is probably insane this season. I might even put the Flay build up against the Hydra build. Some of the changes they made, actually all of the changes they made, benefit the Flay Barbarian. Let's look at it, right? So the Tyrant thing that they added that scales 0.33% times or whatever, like per time you hit the enemy with a dot, like that benefits Flay. Right?
I think Flay is number one. I would actually rate Lunge and Strike as number two, because you can also do bleed on Lunge and Strike.
Yeah. So the adaptability change, which gives you like 0.6 multiplier per resource, that also benefits Flay. They also have that power that makes it so that you just like randomly deal like your dot damage, like 100% of your dot damage, like to a target. I can't remember what that one was called right off the top of my head, but I know it was in there. It was in one of the Herodric powers or whatever. That one also benefits the dot damage. The new Barb boots, the Barb unique boots, highly multiply the damage of the dot damage for Flay. which is going to be huge. And then, what was the other thing? There's one more thing. I know I'm missing something. Was the Tyrant, the adaptability, the Barb unique, obviously Ramalodnes, but that's old. So a good Ramalodnes, huge, because it synergizes with the new adaptability, which makes it even more powerful. And then, I think there was one more thing in the powers, if I remember correctly. I was looking at the, like, the powers, and I think I remember seeing something else in there for, like, dot damage or something.
Well, don't forget the base damage increase on Flay was to the dot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and that's right. The base damage increase on Flay was huge. It was a huge increase, too.
Yeah.
It was, like, massive compared to the others. Like, I was looking at some of the others, they got, like, maybe, like, 30 or 40%. They bumped Flay's, like, base bleed damage up by, like, some 100-some-odd% or something. It was nuts. Like, if I take a look at the, let's go down here. We gotta open up the, Bink. And you type in Flay. Flay got a damage over time increase from 48% to 115, which is, what is that like actual? Let's see. So 115 minus 48. So that's a 67% increase to the damage over time, which is huge. Huge. That's huge. Tyrant Bane, that's the one that we're talking about that gives you the multiplier for each time you do damage over time to a target. But there's also another one. Where is the... did they write it DOT instead of dot? Or... it was in the Herodric powers. Let's just go up to the Herodric powers. I don't know if it was on the Herodric Jewels. I think it was in the Herodric powers, but... Or Herodric spells. I think it was down here. In here is like corrosive vapor. No. These are all the ones that change the element type. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, that one's really good for Thorns builds, the Jagged Bramble. Ah, here we go, right here. Siphoning Gizmo. Lucky hit, damage from your catalyst has up to a 40% chance to consume damage over time effects and deal 100% of their damage instantly, plus 8% each rank. So that one also, the Siphoning Gizmo, that one also is probably going to be absolutely insane for the Flay build. I think Flay build's going to be off the chart this season. I think it's going to be between the Flay build and the Hydra build. Those two are going to be absolutely insane. I don't know about the rest. Like, I'm not really 100% sure. I know enough about the Flay build, though, to tell you that, like, they buffed it way too much. Like, the Tyrant and the adaptability and the Ramalodnes together combined with the new Barb unique and that randomly deal 100% of your dot damage and being able to cleave with Flay, like, it's all just way too much. Like, Flay is going to be insane. I'm actually kind of hesitant to put together my Flay Barbarian because I feel like if I put together the Flay Barbarian to the height of its ability, that the Eye of Sauron will see my stream and be like, nerf.
It's going down.
How much you want to bet it's another one of those time zone difference things? Thought he just knocked over my whole green screen. That jank just hit me in the back of the head. It's a good thing it's light. Apparently we're just not getting in. Like, this is... It's a giant. No, you can't blame these guys. Okay, this is a small company. They've only got a couple people working there. Okay, they're trying their best. Some guys in the back right now punching the server.
They got one server guy. They got like 2 developers. I mean, it's hard for them.
It's hard. They only got like one guy. Don't post PTR related threads in the PC general discussion.
I'm gonna go get mine there.
I'm gonna post in the PTR section. Bug. PTR is not up. Why am I not logged in? It's logging me out randomly. I can't even log in. When I try to log in, it says error 404.
Alright, Blizzard, if you're listening, swap the seasons. Give us this Chaos season right now with the Chaos powers and redo the Horizon season for a cube. Thank you. Put a cube in.
Let's check Twitter and see if Adam is still alive. He may or may not be. Nothing. Nothing from Adam. Apparently Adam's on vacation or something. Apparently he's just on vacation. The whole entire building is like collapsing. He's on a beach somewhere, like sipping some Mai Tais. Check out the Diablo main page. And there's like nothing. Ain't nobody posting nothing. Cody, you're gonna knock over the trash can. Why do you gotta get so close to stuff? Lay down. Stop pushing into stuff with your big old booty cheeks. That's right, I said booty cheeks. I'm not sure if grandfather is the right choice, because I'd be giving up a huge amount of play duration. I'm already going to be giving up a huge amount of play duration for like Remelanes and maybe Shard of Verithiel. I'm not sure how that's going to work.
I think you only go grandfather and Barb builds if you don't use uniques. And the reason I say that is because they basically freed up all temper slots. So if you go Grandpapa, you get the most use out of it if you do all temper crit damage everywhere. So that's like the synchronization of it. They basically just made the game easier for some reason as far as tempering is concerned. You don't have to think about it anymore. None of them do anything.
None of them do anything?
Well, they got rid of all those things that they put in where it was like, oh, damage while Berserk gives you a multiplier, damage versus close gives you a multiplier.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Got rid of that. So.
Yeah.
So you don't need it anymore. So now you just choose one thing to lean into.
Their simplification, honestly, is just going to have a backfiring effect to make all the characters more powerful.
Right.
They don't realize. Yeah, they don't realize that like us stacking crit damage was to get that multiplier. Or berserk damage was to get the multiplier. Now that we don't have to do that, like he's saying, they basically freed our hands, made it so we could build whatever we want to build. So we can just stack whatever we want to the moon now. Watch it be 2 o'clock. How much you want to bet? They probably got like the time zone wrong or something, or it's like daylight saving time or something stupid like that. And they set the timer for like 1 o'clock, and it ends up being 2.
I was trying to check the news article to see. I mean, someone said it was 10 a.m. EDT, but
yeah, it was in the news article. That's why I scheduled the stream for it. Like it was straight up in the news article, 10 a.m. PDT.
So that would be 1 o'clock Eastern. It's now 1:24, so they're just the classic. It's the one guy. He's in the back room. He just deployed the update to live, and he's like, guys, I can't do both at the same time. Leave me alone.
Yeah, he's right here. Look, to May 27th, 10 a.m. PDT.
Sorry. Someone go get that guy in the back a drink in the server room.
We were early, and they're late. Reminds me of this time I went to a job interview. They wanted me to come for a job interview dinner. That's what they called it. Right? They told me the time. I believe it was like 12 o'clock or whatever. I was excited. It was a good job, and I wanted to make a good impression. I got there early. I was there at 10 o'clock. Dumbest thing in the world to do, but whatever. I was sitting outside for like 2 hours. I ended up going in early at like, instead of 12, I went in early at like 11:45 or something. Like I was like 15 minutes early. Because of course I was waiting out in the car for like an hour and a half. First thing when I walk into the door, the guy says that I'm late. I'm like, I pull up my phone and I check, and it says 12 o'clock. And I'm like, the email said 12 o'clock. I'm here at 11:45. I'm 15 minutes early. They said, no, you're an hour and a half late. At which point I pulled up the email and showed them the email where they told me to be here at 12 o'clock. At which point I also knew that I was not getting the job. Because as soon as I corrected the boss and made him look like an idiot in front of his people, basically, like they won't know way I was getting the job at that point. What's up, Adana? Welcome to the club, the Ginger Gaming Mentee Club. Now you get access to all the videos that are currently in the members only section. There's a bunch of them in there. A whole bunch of them, actually. Somebody asked me, they said, why are these videos on, why can't I access these videos? Why are they member only? Like, what is that? I'm like, well, they're not released yet. I was like, if you want to have access to them, you can like become a member to the channel, and then you can have access to them early. That's how it works.
Foolish mortal.
I love how we're 27 minutes in and the public test room's still not up, and Blizzard hasn't even like made a comment like on the forums or anything. It's like we understand, like you know, not even just like one of those bullcrap ones. We're like, yeah, the server's not up. We know. We're working on it as fast as we can. We're gonna get to it. Don't worry about it. We had a slight problem in the back end. The computer sharded itself, and we had to change its diaper. But it'll be back up within 30 minutes. As soon as we get the wet ones from the store and clean it up before we put the new diaper on, and we need some talc, you know, and then once the talc goes on, then we're gonna be set. So, like, we didn't even get one of those bullcrap messages. Like, there's just complete dead silence.
Where's that guy that was like replacing Adam on the Campfire chats? Can he make a post? Like, he has a full-time job as a community manager, right? They have.
What even is the guy's name? I don't even remember.
I don't know.
I don't even know his name. He probably has his own Twitter and everything, and he's probably like tweeting. He's probably tweeting on his Twitter, and like it's not going anywhere because nobody knows who he is.
I have to go look him up on the Campfire chat.
He's doing the twits on the Twitter.
I like how when the stream starts, his mic is muted. And he's talking and no one can hear it. Marcus Kretz is his name.
Apparently there's a custom system shock controller for freaking... Oh, man.
There you go, Ginger. Check out the Discord.
Marcus Kretz. Okay, so let me look on here and see if I can find Marcus Kretz.
I mean, this is his job, right? If there's any point where he should be communicating with the community, it's now.
Well, there's nothing on this page right now, so... No, that's a dud. I'm gonna enter for this controller, though. Let's go. I love me some System Shock 2, man. I can't wait till System Shock 2 comes out. They're doing like a remaster. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's already on my wish list, baby. It's already on my wish list, sucker. Dude, we're gonna be playing the crap out of this when it comes out. The full playthrough, all the way to the end, full playthrough. We do 100%. Full playthrough, I don't even care. I don't care if I get one viewer, full playthrough. That's it. Zero viewers, full playthrough. I don't even care. Y'all don't even have to show up. I'm just going to be playing it, and I'm going to be giggling to myself the whole time while I'm playing it. This is, like, one of my favorite games of all time. Like, it's literally up there, like, in the top 5 for me. Like, I'd put it somewhere around, like, number 2, maybe even number 1. It's, like, a perfect blend of, like, an RPG game combined together with a first-person shooter and combined together with a horror game. It's got, like, all the elements to it. These little bastards right here, these little effing effers, will literally just, like, call out to you and, like, tease you and stuff while you're running around. So you just be, like, running around the place, and they'll be like, silence the Discord! And they'll be like, I hear you. And then they hear you, too, and they legit come and hunt you down and try and shoot you in the back of the head with a shotgun. It's always a rusty shotgun, too. And these things, they're like alien eggs. And I don't, you know, these are just like, I don't even know. They're like, apparently they're wet nurses or something. Like they're women that got turned into like some sort of wet nurse androids. They're awful as all get out too. And these things, oh, let me see if I can find them. There was a picture. Yeah, these things right here. These are helper robots that exist within the game. Well, the AI hacked into the helper robots and basically makes them like automatically explode if they get close to you. But didn't change anything about their AI whatsoever. So they're constantly walking around and they're like, "Can I help you? How may I help you? Like, there you are. Do you need any assistance?" And then they're walking towards you really slowly, or like, and they're trying to like follow you down and like, "Please, sir, wait. I just want to help you." And then when they get close to you, they literally just explode. They're like freaking dolls. They're like Diablo II explodey dolls, basically. And you're like, "No, I don't want any help. Go away." If you guys want to get access to this giveaway, you should do this giveaway too, guys. And plus, you'll give me more entries if you guys do the giveaway. That controller is a fly, by the way. That thing is amazing looking. I want a System Shock 2 remaster controller. Boom. There you go. Boom. Is the server up yet? Because I'm lazy and I haven't checked habitually for like the past couple times.
Trying right this second.
I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna post this on my YouTube page too. Let's do it. Boom, 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 boom. There. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Watch it be up at 2 p.m. exactly. How much you want to bet? I bet you they didn't even look at the time, and it's probably like some sort of like Eastern Standard, like daylight savings bull crap, and it was like an hour off. They did it one time before, remember? It was one of the betas or something like that, where like they said the beta was going to be at a certain time, and it turned out to be a complete hour later. And they were like, "Oops, sorry, you know, like we didn't, you know, like daylight savings time, you know, 1 hour difference, big whoop." And then they made us feel like idiots for it too. They were like, "It's not that big of a deal. It's just an hour." It took them like an hour or two to respond. So, no PTR? So, I guess we just don't get PTR. No PTR, no PT, no PTTR, no PTTTR, no PPPTR. At 2.3 PTR, where are you? Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? We got no Valley license. We didn't even know what we had because we need a license. We thought the demons and the undead and the goblins were real bad. Oh my lord. But what we really needed was a license cause we's a cad. That's a fact. No license for you for PTR, and you cannot get in. No license for you, you get none. None of all the testing. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-mm. Almost 40 minutes and still no news later. PTR Silent Hill.
Trying to look up the benchmarks for Passion.
The benchmarks for what?
Passion was asking what graphics card you should get.
Oh. Honestly, none of them. They're all super expensive.
I think the AMD one you can actually, if you target search, you can find it for MSRP.
I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, like, and I'm gonna try and be like as 100% accurate as I can. If you're not rich and you ain't got like freaking ridiculous amounts of money to spend, your best bet is honestly just grabbing like a 1080 Ti or like a 2080. Like a 1080 or a 2080 is still a really good card and will play most games at 1080p with no problem. And they're only like $100 to $300. Whereas like all the new cards are ridiculously expensive or hard to get, or both. Or both. I mean, if you've got the money and the time to try and get one, I guess it doesn't really matter. At that point, it's just get whatever's within your budget. But if you want one right now, you want an easy card that you could put in your system and actually make the rig work, probably like a 2080 or like a 3090 or something. Like, probably a lot easier to get your hands on. I wonder how much 3090s are going for on eBay right now. Let's see, let's hit sold, items and completed items. So it looks like they are going for around $800 right now. $800 to $900. 3090 is a very solid card too. It beats out most of the newer models. Like, people have been running tests, like trying to figure out like which cards are the best in like the new series, like the 5000 series versus like the 4000 series versus like the 3000 series. And the 3090 is still very comparable to a lot of the newer cards, especially if you're not getting a top end card. So like if you're comparing a 3090 to like a 5090, then yeah, it's not going to be a good card by that comparison. But if you're comparing a 3090 to like a 5070, chances are you're probably still within the same ballpark. Like 3090 versus 5070, let's see. There's usually some benchmark websites that provide like a side-by-side comparison. So the 5070 is roughly 27% average score better than the 3090 for a lot. I don't even know. Like, where is the how much is the 5070? I don't even know how much it is.
Well, there's two versions of it too. There's the 5070 and the 5070 Ti, and I think he was talking about the lower version, which is 550 MSRP.
Can you actually get one?
Yeah, that's can you get anything?
I mean, the low end 570 is 549 MSRP, but I mean that doesn't necessarily mean you could buy it for that price. I'm seeing the 5070s for 730 plus for the most part on every single website, if not higher. Some of them as high as 800 or 900. The TIs are going as high as 1,200 depending on the website. I mean, if you can pick up a 5070 for cheap, it looks like the 5070 is better than a 3090, for instance. But if you can't pick up a 5070 for cheap, it looks like the 3090 is a better deal overall. Boom, 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 boom. The 9070 XT.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 100 MSRP, but sometimes those those after party ones charge $100 minimum more, especially if they have an OC. Like if it's an overclock, it's probably worth an extra $100 if it's an overclock. That's actually a good price. Microsoft usually doesn't upcharge that much, if at all.
I did this one time before when they delayed things. I just started Yo Mama fat jokes in the forums until literally everybody just like died from fat jokes, and they were like, "Shut up with the fat jokes!" And like 7 other people joined in with the fat jokes. I said, "Your mama's so fat she blocked the public test realm from launching while sitting on her couch at home sipping soda and watching Gilmore Girls." I'm gonna get banned from the forums, guys. Speed running, getting banned from the forums. Speed running, let's go. Speed running, banned from the forums, yo. Speed running, let's get banned, yo. Speed, speed, speed.
Essentially wasted an hour of our lives. Well, you're streaming. But daylight savings strikes again. Because they don't adjust their servers, I guess.
How many digits are in a phone number? 10. So, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's put the dashes and everything. Boop. Oh my god, it worked. It's up. I think. It's up. I think. It's up.
You got the character select.
It's up. Can I join? Can I go in? Or did I launch? Hold on. Did I actually launch the game? I might have launched the wrong game. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I launched the wrong game. There's no PTR stuff there. Hold on.
I said seasonal.
That's terrible. They didn't do it right. They tried to troll me. I trolled myself, actually, because I launched it wrong. Well, you have to take into account that the new, the new graphics cards have texture compression. From what I understand of the texture compression, the AI texture compression stuff, texture size isn't really, or the texture memory isn't really going to matter all that much, like, in the future. It seems like they're able to turn, like, 16 gigabytes of RAM into essentially, like, 128 gigabytes of RAM using their AI texture compression bullcrap, which apparently works really good. So even the low, like, VRAM cards are probably still good if you're getting one of the new cards that has the texture, the AI texture compression. I mean, that's another thing that you get when, like, you buy, like, the 3090, though, because 3090 has, what, like, 24 gigs of VRAM, if I remember correctly? I'm pretty sure the 3090, yeah, it's 24 gigabytes of GDDR x6x, so it's a ridiculous amount of VRAM. But, random access neural compression of material textures. This is apparently one of the new technologies that's in the 5000 series cards. So apparently it has the ability to compress textures on the fly, making essentially like a normal texture that would take up, say, look, see this one right here at 4096 by 4096 at 256 megabytes. This texture, it only takes up 3.8 megabytes with texture compression. So we're basically looking at, like, I don't even know what that is, like reduction wise. Like, what the hell even is that? 256 minus like 95%. That's even more. So 256 minus 98%. A little bit more. 256 minus 99%. Yeah, that's a little bit less than that. So 256 minus 98.5%. There you go. So the texture compression that they have, the AI texture compression stuff, can basically increase your texture volume by 98.5%, which essentially means that if you had, like, let's say you had an average card with an 8 gigabyte like VRAM, then you basically add 98.5% to that, which means you've basically doubled your VRAM to like 15.8 gigabytes or something like that. I don't know the exact numbers, but I was looking into it, and it does seem really promising. So one of the new cards, if you get the 5000 series cards, I don't think the VRAM matters as much, especially when it has this ridiculous like random access compression crap in it. Where do I find my toe tapping music? This is my app. It's called Pretzel Rocks. Pretzel Rocks. That's what I use.
Pretzel Rockies.
So here's the lowdown on it. So RTX neural texture compression uses AI to compress thousands of textures in less than a minute. Their neural representations are stored and accessed in real time or loaded directly into memory without further modification. The neurally compressed textures save up to 7 times more RAM or system memory than traditional block compression textures at the same visual quality. They say 7 times, so that's ridiculous. 7 times more VRAM than traditional compression methods, so I'm not sure what traditional compression methods are capable of. Now, that's only an NVIDIA technology. I don't know if that'll work with like AMD and stuff. So, like, if we're talking about AMD specifically, I don't know if they have any kind of AI compression technology, which means you may want to go with a larger VRAM on the AMD cards because they may not have that compression technology built in, and so you probably want the higher VRAM for those instead. But the NVIDIA cards, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. The VRAM just doesn't seem to matter. I'm not really sure like how that stuff works or how good it is at the moment. Maybe you could do some research
I think it's
into
bad
it.
at the moment because the 8 gig 5060 is getting a lot of flack from all the reviewers. Like, it's garbage. It like has tons of texture popping and crashing. And I don't think the technology is there yet, especially for the 8 gig version.
Well, I mean the 5070, or did you say the 5060?
5060.
Well, the 5060 is usually the last gen tech. Like the 5070 barely is better than the 3090. So what's the 5060 comparatively to?
Well, there's like 4 different versions of the 5060. They're doing some shenanigans with their stuff.
Well, I usually don't ever go with the bottom end card. I don't ever recommend it. Like the bottom end card is usually just a piece of crap by comparison to like most like models from previous like seasons or tiers. I mean, as you can see, the 3090 is better than the 5060 by 22%, and that's just by the benchmark numbers. So, like, you're talking about a card that's 3 generations back. So, the 50 series is 1 generation, the 40 series is 2 generations, the 30 series is 3 generations back, and it's still better than the 5060 because the 5060 is probably just old tech repackaged. That's usually what this brand is. Like when you have the numbers, if you pay attention to the numbers, like, so like the 5090 is usually the top end card. The 5080 is, or let's take away the 50. So the 90 is the top end card. The 80 is the like middle of the road card. The 70 is the bottom end card. So like a lot of people don't realize this. The 70 is the bottom end card. That's the bottom of that generation. Okay, then you get to the 60. The 60 is below the 70, but it's not the bottom of that generation. It's the top of the previous generation or the top of one of the previous generations. So basically how this works is they take one of the previous generation chips, they repackage it and repurpose it, and then they rebrand it into like a 5060. And for all intents and purposes, the 5060 is nothing more than like a bad 4070 or something, or like a 3090 for all you know, like repurposed into a new chip housing. Which could explain why the 3090 and the 5060 seem to be so close together. But the problem with the 60 series is that the 60 series often ends up being very bad, like mechanically. It's like a low-end card with low-end chips, and they didn't really put a lot of effort into making this thing. It's leftover tech, essentially. So whenever you see the 60 series is usually just leftover tech. Now, to confuse things, in previous generations, it used to be the 50 series was the leftover tech. And what they did is they shifted everything up one. So the 90 is the new top end, whereas the 80 used to be the new top end. Or the old top end. And the 60 used to be the bottom end of the generation, but they moved that up to the 70. And then the 50 was the old repurposed tech, and they moved that up to the 60 to confuse the crap out of everybody. They're just trying to confuse the crap out of you by changing the names all the time. But just remember, the 50 series from the old cards is basically just repurposed tech, and the 60 series from the old cards, or the new cards, is repurposed tech. Is the server up yet? It's 1:56. Watch it launch almost exactly at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
I didn't pull up my forum post again. That's not my forum post. Is it? That's not my forum post either. Still nothing on the Blizz tracker. somebody replied, the PTR goes up at 12 p.m. PDT. And I'm like, where does it say that? And I literally copied and pasted literally the message from their own website that says, on May 22nd, we held a campfire chat that showed what to expect from the 2.30 PTR, which begins on May 27th at 10 a.m. PDT. It's almost as if...
I don't even know why they put like this release thing on the PTR. Like I understand for a season launch or something, but it's a PTR. You can do it in the middle of the night. Like get your guys. Like who cares?
Just launch the PTR and just move on. Like what's the big deal? Did I hear about the sensitive burglar? He takes things personally. Yeah, he takes things personally. Can't take them in third person. I can't pay somebody else to do it. Gotta steal that stuff with your own hands. Dude, if this jank ain't up at like 2 o'clock, I don't even know. Like, I'm just gonna take a nap on stream. Somebody can play John Cena in like the Twitch chat to wake me up. I got work tonight too. I was banking on this actually being like up at like 1 o'clock so that I could get, you know, like 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9. You know, like 5, 6, 7, 8, like 8 solid hours of testing in. But like, nah. They're like, nah, fam. We ain't launching this. We're gonna launch it whenever we feel like it.
Let's go on the D2R forums while we wait. And delete Mosaic Rune.
No, delete Enigma. That'll get you some more. That'll get you more responses. You better not touch my Enigma. You delete Enigma from the game. I ain't never coming back. I don't know why it's a. I don't know why I use that voice, but that's pretty much what you get. Like if you put delete Enigma up there. I should just make a video named delete Enigma. I'd get tons of responses. They'd be hate mail, but I'd get tons of responses.
I keep messing up WASD because I don't know why they keep messing it up. I need to fix that. I got so used to it, I play it in every game now. Oh, it's working. I'm getting in.
And what do you know? It was exactly an hour late because they messed up the time. What do you know? Almost as if we knew that they messed up the time.
Alright, here we go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. And it would have been so bad if they hadn't actually put the time on the thing in the first place. Like, I still don't understand. Yeah, copy over my characters.
And just, like, crash my game? What?
It told me I needed to reboot for my character copy to take effect.
Okay. I didn't turn off the guy's voice. He's talking to me.
Ha. Well, that's interesting. The hell is this? The hell even was that?
Oh.
We set up a Flay Barbarian. Oh my god, so much lag. I was just trying to move through the area and I'm lagging up like crazy. Okay, where's the cheat vendor? He's usually in Kyovashad, right? Let's just go set up a Flay Barbarian right away. Let's just do it. I might not have the best equipment that I can possibly get, but we should be able to set up a Flay Barbarian. Alright, so let's see here. We'll keep my Paragon points at 287. That's fine. Equipment. Grant all uniques. Three greater affix, freaking like mythic chest armor just popped out of the first chest. Let's just put mythics away for the time being. There's a grandfather, there's a Doombringer. Oops, wrong buttons. Oh my god, what is the correct button doohickey to shove that in the stash? A Varion, Shattered Vow. A 3 greater affix Shroud of False Death. A triple greater affix Melted Heart of Salig. Okay. Okay, here we go. We got one of every uber unique in there. There's a Shard of Verithiel. Oh, interesting. The Shard of Verithiel is capped. It's just capped at 80%, and it doesn't have a variable anymore. That's interesting. So now you don't have to worry about it like going between like, what was it, like 20% and like 200 or whatever, making it like impossible for you to actually do anything. I don't think there's anything else in here that I really am interested in. I need the new boots though. 100,000 steps, Penitent Greaves, Yens, Rakanoths. I don't see the new boots in here. So I gotta go farm the new boots? Or are they still on the ground? They might still be on the ground. There they are, Hooves of the Mountain God. Okay, let's put these away for a second. Put those next to the Romuladnis, we need those. We also need a Shard of Verithiel. I'm not entirely sure if Shard of Verithiel is worth using, because the Hooves of the Mountain God are already going to be draining all my resource. Like, it has like a thing where it drains resource. I don't think Shard of Verithiel is going to be worth it. Because it's just another drain on top of like everything else. And you don't want any drain, honestly, not if freaking They basically said that like the drains now are unaffected by things like resource cost reduction and like other things. They kind of like isolated those. Oh, I know what's going on. Hold on a second. That's right. Because every single time you go in here, it changes everything. And you have to go back in and turn on Advanced Tooltip Compare and Advanced Tooltip Information. And you've got to like rebind all your buttons and do all sorts of other stupid stuff. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's like, I had forgotten about this, but it's really kind of poopy.
Got a bad version of the new neck, but I'll take it.
You doing the Hydra first?
Yep. I don't want any of this stuff.
I don't like my frame rate fluctuating because I click off the screen. It's a pain in the butt. Whatever, that's good enough for right now. Alright, so if we want to switch over to this Flay build, could be pretty easy to do.
Can't see my inventory.
Let's just take my equipment and I'm just going to shove it into the stash. just make a new character for this Flay build. It shouldn't be that difficult. Ramalani's I think is a must. The boots are a must. Harlequin Crest is probably going to be really good with the maximum resource. Maybe I should re-roll until I get like a maximum resource Harlequin Crest. It's probably a good idea. I can just like open the box a couple times. Check and see if I can get the best version of these boots too. I got a 97% though. That's pretty good. And I got a greater affix on the basic skills attack speed, which is excellent. I forgot about that with Shard of Erethiel though. Shard of Erethiel does have that amazing basic attack speed bonus on it. Was that resource? Okay. We got a maximum resource version. That's good. That's pretty much all we were looking for. I don't know about Shattered Valve for the builds. I think Flay duration is more important. I think they're similar. They're so very similar. But you
depends if you want to source on berserking, but then you're missing an aspect. I don't know.
I think the
Flay, I
think the Flay duration wins. I think so. Okay, so that's pretty much just all trash.
I mean, it's good attack speed. It's crazy attack speed.
Yeah, it is. I'm not entirely sure attack speed will be an issue, but I don't know. There's another Ramalani's. That one is max resource, but it's only a 0.39. Getting a good Ramalani's is kind of important. Oh yeah, the Shard of Erethiel does have max resource on it. Forgot about that. I mean, a lot of these items have max resource, and they scale very well with each other. Like, Ramalani's has maximum resource, so getting a good max resource Ramalani's would be amazing. Shard of Erethiel has max resource on it. Harlequin Crest has max resource on it. So, like, if we scale max resource, which seems like a really good option for Flay this season, like 100%. I mean, that's if I can pull it off, I mean, that seems like it would be good. Unfortunately, like, having the basic skill cost 25 primary resource might end up like causing some problems. Quad greater affix mythic just fell down. I don't know, is it Tyraels? It was a quad Tyraels. Okay. Alright, let's put that in the stash. There you go, guys. I got a quad Tyraels. Who doesn't want a quad Tyraels, guys? I mean, come on. Alright, there we go. There's a Ramalani's. It's a 0.5. It doesn't have the maximum resource maxed out, but it's got strength. I mean, that's perfectly acceptable. I mean, ideally, I would want a 0.5 with the max resource. But, I mean, we don't want 100% ideal builds anyway, because that's just silly. Because you're never going to get, like, 100% ideal build, like, on live. Especially not with how rare they've made everything. It's not going to happen. And we gotta get some legendaries and actually work out the aspects and whatnot. +4 to Belligerence. Belligerence is really good. A really good pair of these boots, like, would be amazing. Like, the Fury per second is amazing. The attack speed is amazing. The Belligerence ranks is amazing. Like, the whole thing is amazing. Like, if you had a quad, like, Hooves of the Mountain God, honestly, that would be insane. Like, I think very, very good, honestly. There's a halfway decent Rage of Haragoth. Let's put that on. It might not necessarily be what we use in the long run, but that's a really good item. Okay, so now we need legendaries, so let's grab a bunch of legendary equipment. Grant random legendaries.
The sound effects are so loud. Hold on.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn down the game. My volume settings for some reason though were like intact. Like I checked my volume settings and they were actually correct. It's really weird. Like sometimes it's okay and sometimes it's not. Like some of the things like reassigned and some of them didn't. No, I got some +4 Flay pants. Yeah, those will be nice. Okay. So what do we? I'm not sure if we actually go. Like, do we go into gushing wounds or do I just like avoid gushing wounds? I'm always like torn on gushing wounds. I don't know whether I should like build into it or not. I need a mace and I need a sword. Okay, that's a good mace. Oh, that's not a mace. That's a polearm. It's a really good polearm, though. Strength, maximum life, and damage over time bonus. Okay. Just take it. That's an okay mace. It's not super amazing, but it's better than nothing. We need some rings and amulets. Oh, that's a poopy amulet. Poopy. These are all poopy. Poopy, 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 poopy.
Yep. Pants. Pants.
That's a decent ring. We need some gloves. That's a decent pair of gloves. Okay, all the rest of this stuff is kind of trash. This is like okay if I reroll the cold off of there. Let's just destroy all this, pick up the other stuff, and see if there's anything else good. Alright. Garbage. Strength and meh. It's not any better or worse than what I was already using. +3 to all basic skills. Let's hang on to that just in case I want to test something else out later. Alright, that's a bunch of garbage. I need an amulet, and I need preferably a good one. Hit more random legendaries. See if we can find some better other items too. I guess I'll try Gushing Wounds first, which means I probably need to put a sword in that slot for the critical strike damage. It really doesn't matter though, to be honest. Like, either I get the critical strike damage or I get the vulnerable damage. The vulnerable damage... Actually, you don't need the vulnerable damage for Hemorrhage anymore, do you?
No. They made it so easy.
So yeah, okay, well never mind then. So then it's so critical strike damage if you're running Gushing Wounds, and if not, then I don't know what else.
They're all generic now. You can't make use out of them, and it's just like whatever you choose.
Okay. 20, yeah. Strength bonus. Exactly what we want. Cut to the bone. Other amulet. That one's got life and movement speed. That one's better. I think that's pretty much it. Like, I think we're equipped enough to do some testing. So I think we are good. We just need to start rolling some aspects and various other things onto these pieces of equipment. And if we fail, I guess we'll have to like get something else and put it in its place. But like, there's an amulet with 24 maximum resource on it, but it doesn't have the strength, which is what you would want. You would kind of want strength and maximum resource together. Just taking a look and see if any of this stuff is better than what I was using, but nothing really. boom, boom, boom. Alright, so let's see how we would set this up. I think we go with legendary 2-1 sword and legendary mace because we want the 2 tempers. I think that's the most important thing. So let's handle the tempers first, since the tempers are gonna like determine whether or not we keep the weapon or not. So we need did they take away the Flay duration? I don't think they took away the Flay duration, did they?
Did they move it to...
Yeah, they moved it to the Furious Augments. That's where they moved it. Furious Augments. Alright, there's a crappy Flay duration bonus on my weapon there. And then we go with crits, because since they took away all the things that are multipliers now, like, it's pretty much just crit, so... I need temper scrolls. I don't like the Flay duration is like tied together with a bunch of other crap. Kind of pisses me off. They got it in there with like all those other various things. Dude, what the hell? It won't let me temper. Oh, I see what's going on. It says it has 1 out of 7 tempers for some reason. I don't understand what's going on. Why does it have 1 out of 7 tempers? And then when I try and roll it, it like puts it back in my equipment slot or something. Like, what the hell is that about? That is really weird and bugged. Okay. It won't let me re-roll it either because it still technically has 1 temper left. Cannot be used until all temper charges have been used, and it won't let me use any more of the temper charges. It just puts it back into my inventory. We might have to grab another weapon. It won't let me use the scroll on it either, so it's basically just garbage at this point.
Oh, I only hit the maximum resource twice. It's only 80% more. That's good enough. Good enough for testing.
Okay, so I got a 70% increased Flay duration, and then I've got the, what, 58% on the other weapon? I need to re-roll that weapon. I need another sword. I'm gonna be testing out the Flay Barbarian first, John. It's gonna be lit this season. I already know. Like I can already tell. It's gonna be crazy. I think between the Hydra Sorceress and the Flay Barbarian, those are the 2 builds that are gonna be dominating. I mean, the Flay Barbarian basically has infinite scaling now, right? With that Tyrant thing.
Yes, I mean, until they nerf it, every dot build has infinite damage. I don't understand what the thought was.
Play a dot build. Didn't you hear them? They said from Diablo 3. Don't you want Diablo 3 items? Diablo 3. That's what they said. Diablo 3. They were like, look, it's the Tyrant Gem from Diablo 3. And they like held up their hands and they did like jazz hands when they said it. They went 3. Okay, maybe they didn't do the jazz hands. Actually, I think they did do the jazz hands. Roll back the tapes. Dude, what the hell? I'm trying to get these. Did they take away the crit multiplier from the actual Gushing Wounds passive too? I need to change the frickin' teleport button off of T. This is... I don't like you. No. I don't like you being
I mean,
T.
They nerfed it into the ground is what they did. I think it all's still there. It just doesn't work as well anymore. Change it from like a multiplier to additive or something.
I have to check it.
Yeah, I don't think these pants are worth it. Until I solve the resource issue.
Okay, let's respec. Refund the all. Boom, 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 boom. I'm pretty sure Warpath still is really good for me, right? Because I get all the free overpowers from Rend. And then I also want Tempered Fury. And we probably also want Endless Fury for this build too, since the boots are going to be draining our Doojanks away. 3 points into Belligerence, assured. At that point, not entirely sure what we do from here. We definitely grab Rupture. Not Rend, Rupture. We grab Rupture. And then, we're definitely grabbing Cut to the Bone. 3 points into Cut to the Bone. Hamstring is... They nerfed that ability into the dirt, unfortunately. It's so bad at this point. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so that leaves us with 31 points. Not sure where we go from there. I think maybe we could do like spamming Wrath of the Berserker, but we don't have any way to spend resource. Because we are using Shard of Aethiel right now, so we do have a way to spam resource. So yeah, so that works just fine. Then we can go 3 in Aggressive Resistance and 3 in Prolific Fury for the increased amount of resource generation. We should be able to spam the other like crap out of Wrath of the Berserker with Rage of Heragroth on. Should be absolutely no problem whatsoever. We could go Invigorating Fury for spent heals. And then we probably also want to go Imposing Presence and Martial Vigor, which leaves us with 9 points left for skills, besides Rupture. So, like, let's take a look here. So, Rupture, or Flay goes there. Rupture most likely just goes on right-click at that point, because we're just going to spam it. Wrath of the Berserker goes on 4, and at that point we still have 1, 2, and 3 left, which we can potentially use. I really do like Iron Skin. I think Iron Skin would go good as a defensive. I don't think we need Kick to spend resource, so that's pretty much out. Ground Stomp would be a good way to stun targets. It also generates Fury. I mean, there's a couple good uses for Ground Stomp. Definitely don't hate Ground Stomp being in the mix. Although we might be a little squishy, so we could use another like defensive ability. I don't know. Not really sure how I want to play this for the other 2 abilities. Let's just hang on to it for right now, and we'll play with it. Could be any number of things we use. Maybe we just dump points into Rupture, max that thing out. Still gives us 5 points left. Grab Iron Skin, grab the, do we want strategic, or do we want tactical Iron Skin? Let's do strategic for the fortification amount. We might be able to use Iron Skin as like our main way to fortify. I don't know. It's a possibility. And then from here, we pretty much just get like 1 or 2 other like sub abilities that we can spam. Still haven't gotten a sword from what's his face, did we? No, we did not. I need another red legendary sword so I can roll the Flay duration again. I got really bad Flay duration on that stupid, on that first sword that I got. It's just awful. Dude, did the items just all disappear? You remember that thing that problem we had when we decided to just like trash our items outside the instance and then they started disappearing? They're disappearing again. I'm assuming it's because there's so many people in town. The items just all went poof. Days gone. All the items went poofity poof. Bye bye item. We not need item. Bye bye. I think I need to go somewhere else to destroy to open my boxes. I think that's what I need to do. I gotta like walk away and go somewhere else and open my boxes in a different place. Oh my god, the guy's bugging out and I can't like click on him for anything. Ah, okay, let me go somewhere else and come back. Maybe he'll fix himself. Or maybe we crash the server with too many items on the ground. I don't know why they didn't put the cheat vendor in multiple places. Like, why just put him in Kyovashad? Why focus everybody in one spot to lag the crap out of the server in that one location? Why not have the, you know, like the cheat vendor in like a couple spots? Alright, so let's run away, because apparently we can't really, like, open these boxes, like, over there, because they just, all the items just disappear. Alright, let's see if there's anything good. The mace has strength and damage over time, which is better than what I'm currently using. Although I did already roll on mine, so maybe we just hold on to that. The two-handed sword, that one's got maximum life. Any two-handed sword is better than no two-handed sword. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the gushing wound, says it still have the critical strike damage on it. Yes, so the gushing wound still scales based on critical strike damage. Dumbest thing in the world, I swear. Like, let's make the person build a damage type that they don't want to build, that doesn't affect their damage output in any way, shape, or form, just to get damage increase. It'd be better if it was something else, like DOT damage. I think they should just switch it. Okay, let's try and roll this sword real quick, see if we can get our Flay percentage on here. There you go, 68% Flay, that's not bad. And then we look for the crit. And then as soon as it gets to the last one, it just doesn't want to roll anymore. And it says 1 out of 7 tempers, and it won't roll. That's definitely a bug that needs to be addressed. Sounds to me like something that might even follow into the base game. I don't know if that's any better than the one I'm currently holding on to. It does have strength, I think is, yeah. Okay. Alright, so we've got some weapons. What the hell did I just do? Why is it still in there? Dude, I literally like moved it around in my inventory and everything. Okay, so that's good. We're probably gonna need resource generation. That would be my guess. So our primary stat would be not resource cost reduction, but resource generation. So we want to generate as much resource as we can. I mean, there's also the lucky hit chance to generate resource, which also could come in handy. Man, I'm not going to get mad at that. I'll take that. Let's grab some more crits. This is the one with crit, right? It just rolled vulnerable like 5 times in a row. 6 times in a row. Overpower damage. overpower damage. And now that one is bricked. With 2 out of 9 tempers for some reason, it will no longer roll. Are you having this problem too, or is it just me? Like, are you, where like it just stops rolling the tempers and it just won't go any further?
Oh, I haven't even tempered anything yet because I'm using an existing character.
Yeah, there's some problems with the tempers where like you go to temper an item, and if you temper it more than a certain number of times, like it just stops tempering.
Okay.
Like it just won't temper anymore. Then it goes back into your inventory. It won't let you reset the tempers because it still has tempers on it, but won't let you use the last 1 or 2 tempers that are on the item. It seems to be based around the extra tempers from the the greater affix. So like if it has an extra temper granted by the greater affix, it won't let you re-roll that temper. It won't let you use it at all, and because it doesn't let you use it, you can't get any effect from it. Okay, so this one is what? Offensive. Actually, I don't know what you do for this one. We got resource, mobility, utility. I mean, we could go with rupture explosion size, which would probably be pretty good. We get 2 of them, so we probably end up going with crit. There's no resource on the amulet that you can roll, right? That's just an enchantment, but you can't temper it on there. Pretty
You can't
fair.
temper a resource. You can get a roll of resource, greater graphics and stuff, but you can't temper. Okay, time to create a new character. Oh, Barbie?
Barbie, come on, baby, Barbie.
Sorc for now.
What's the verdict so far? I haven't even got my first character created. I'm working on it.
Takes a while to set everything up.
Yeah, I gotta set everything up. Give me a minute or 2 or a couple minutes or 3 or 7 or 5. Working on it. I think enhanced rupture explosion size would be good. I can put that on the pants too. Same thing, enhanced rupture explosion size.
So where do I go for the season stuff?
I don't know. Okay, I finally got all that set up. Now we need to get the aspects. Let's put all the sockets in the equipment. Make sure I got maximum socketized. Socketize me, Captain. Socketize me, Captain. Give me some topazes. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 topazes. And then I need, what is that, like 1, 2 rubies. And then the rest will be rune words. Out of that, or I just go full strength. For the time being, like instead of actually like min-maxing everything, let's just take some diamonds. Actually, no, we don't. Actually, no, we don't even use diamonds, right? Because we're using the new gems, right? Because that's the whole thing, is the new gems. So we're going to be using the new gems. We're not even going to use like equipment there. And then runes. Do I have like all the runes in here? It's like I've got most of them. Where's the crit one? We probably just want crit percentage so we can just be lazy and not have to worry about like stacking crit. And just activate that with like the seer rune or something. And then for the other one we can use where the hell are all my runes? feel like I'm missing a large number of runes for some reason. Okay, so we can just use Igni. Sounds good. And then what do we put in the other socket? Suck in, maybe? I don't have a suck in right now, so maybe we just use, for the time being, we can just use the Cry rune. I should have a bunch of Cry runes in here.
Oh, so what the heck?
Do I not have any Cry? Where are all my runes at? Like, I don't even understand. Oh, here they are. Like, all in like a different, like, freaking tab. I was about to say.
Yeah, you might have to do all that all over again. We'll find out in a second.
What did you do?
I created a new character and boosted it, and it gave me the seasonal powers. I want to see if I can get the seasonal powers on my other characters, because it says seasonal. All my others say eternal. So you might have to do what you did over again for seasonal testing. I mean, your test will be fine, there just won't be any seasonal power.
Oh, so I can't get the seasonal powers unless I create a new character and redo everything.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, that sucks. What's the point of copying over the characters then? I don't understand. I don't get what the point was of copying over the characters if we're not if we're not allowed to have access to any of the seasonal powers. And then they take all the characters and just that's stupid. Alright. I'm kind of tempted to just like abandon this right now and just make another character. Where is the seasonal stuff at? Like, I mean,
So I had to do the full boost is what I had to do.
Oh.
And then I just tested it on a non-seasonal, and it doesn't work. Yeah, so you have to create a seasonal character.
You have to do a full boost on a new seasonal character. Okay.
Yep.
Alright, well, might as well just hop out of here then, because we spent all this time doing this for nothing then. Let's just
I gotta create a Barb.
I gotta delete some of these characters. I don't have any slots. I don't understand what the point of letting us copy out characters if we're not going to be able to test everything on the characters that we copied over. That's so stupid.
Yes. Yes. It's also good in a way if you want to test with no powers, but yes.
Pick Generico Barbarian. Seasonal. I don't even know if I spelled that correctly. So you gotta do the full boost.
Yeah, I did seasonal, then I did full boost, apply all boosts, and then you get everything, including the seasonal powers. Yep. Now we have to probably, like, actually make a character.
That's a lot of crap in my inventory. That's a lot of crap. Okay, so get rid of this and this. We don't need those. Mace is okay. Sword's meh. Ring's okay. This ring's garbage. Amulet's fine. That can stay. Boots need to go. Obviously, we're using the new boots. Pants need to go. We're using the... Actually, those are fine. Unless we get a better pair of pants, then fine. Gloves are fine. Armor needs to go. We're going to use Rage of Paragoth. Helmet needs to go. We need a Harlequin Crest. Okay. Let's go through these, see if there's anything better in them. Strength is better than greater affix on strength is good. Pretty much identical, doesn't matter. That ring's better than the one I was wearing. Bow, 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 bow. Sword is resource cost reduction. Mine is also, well, I mean, resource cost reduction is better than what I currently have, I guess. Neither one of them's all that great. That axe is pretty good, but it's not a sword. Get rid of everything. Bing, 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 bing. That sword's way better. Good. All these suck. Everything sucks. 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 Okay, get rid of it. It doesn't have to be a perfect character, and I'm not going to make it a perfect character, because I just don't really think that that's worthwhile. I think testing out perfect characters on public test realm is like wiping your butt with like 100% 24 karat gold leaf toilet paper or something. Like, sure, it could potentially happen, but like if you were a billionaire or something, but you know, like be more realistic. Like grab some 2-ply. Because you know that's what you're gonna be wiping your butt with is some 2-ply, alright? You ain't gonna have access to all that fancy doojanks. Oh, so that's a bunch of Herodric stuff. Alright, so I got a bunch of Herodric jewels and Herodric compasses and like, okay. Layer keys, just a whole bunch of boss mats. They're getting slowly better at this PTR thing. Like, past couple PTRs have been pretty bad, but like, they seem to be doing better now. It's a little less trash than it was previous seasons. Oh, yeah, I forgot, like, you never have enough room for any of the,
yeah, the
for all the
runes
runes.
with
Like,
the
yeah.
jewels, it's really bad.
Mm-hmm. Just put all the runes inside here. Jewels can stay in my inventory because I need to check them all out and stuff and look at all the stats and play with them. Rub them against my wiener. I'm just kidding. I'm going to do that in private when you guys aren't looking. Don't watch me. It's going to be off stream. Don't be creepy. Oh man, that was only half the runes. No. Those are there too. Alright, I still haven't even opened up the unique boxes yet. Like, this takes a while.
It takes a while to get going, even with all the boosted stuff.
Alright, well, there's all the manuals. I forget. This is not like my character or my account, so this is like baby. This is a baby character, so I gotta have all the manuals and everything. It's crazy seeing like the number of manuals like when you actually need. Like going through and actually opening up all the manuals. It fills up your whole inventory and then some. Like, it's crazy. Oh yeah, they gave a bunch of gamble bags. That's kind of cool. For like obols. Obly bobblies.
You got a bubbly? There's so much.
Alright, there's the new boots. Fury per second instead of attack speed. Sad. There's a Harlequin crest. There's a crappy Ramalades. Nothing too fancy there. It's a bad shard of Erethiel. Let me put some of these mythics up for the time being. Just sit them in the stash, doesn't matter. Just one of every mythic. I'm not like, I don't really care about the multi-starred mythics. It doesn't. Good luck finding one of those. If I get one, I'll be excited. I'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe I got one. This is so great. But you know, meanwhile, I'm gonna be over in the corner, like realizing the reality of the thing, which is I'm probably barely even gonna get the mythics I need. This season, I like it. I'm not complaining. So don't take it as a complaint. Okay? I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. This is the reality is that you can't rely, you know, reliably have every single mythic anymore, right? Like, you're not going to get every single mythic. You're going to get some of them, and you're going to get, like, maybe, you know, by the end of the season, you'll have, like, 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever. A lot of them being duplicates for some reason. But, like, you're not going to have every single mythic, one of every type, and, like, quad greater affixes of every single, like, you know, one that you're actually interested in because you re-rolled them, like, 17 times. Like, it's just not possible anymore, and that's a good thing. Like, the mythics should have been rare in the first place, but they never should have been as rare as they were when they were first introduced, and they definitely never should have been as common as they were when they got introduced, when they got, like freaking changed the second time. Oh my god, they went like full 180 on it. Like, they made it the most rarest thing in the entire universe, where literally it would take, like, an act of God to get you a mythic. And then they just handed them to everybody. They were like, oh, well, everybody gets a mythic now. You guys complained, so you know what? Everybody gets a mythic. You get a mythic. You get a mythic. You get a mythic. You get a mythic. Your mom gets a mythic. She didn't even know what a mythic is. She's got a mythic. All right, that's how great this is. And now they're only just now finally starting to fix the problem where, like, the mythics aren't so ridiculously common that everybody and their grandma has one. Like, you finally find a mythic and you run outside and you scream to the world. You're like, finally got my first mythic! Yeah, grandfather! And then, like, the neighbor next door, like, holds up his, like, 7 grandfathers. One of them is a quad greater affix and looks at you like you're an idiot. Like, what is he screaming for? Like, it's not even a good roll. He got, like what did he even get on it? He got, like, the turd roll. Like, what is it? What the hell even is this? You got the turd roll. Stop being grandpa, like grandma on the crust. It's like, stop being excited. You didn't even get a good roll. I'm trying to get, like, an ancestral shard of Erethiel right now. Like, that's what I'm trying to do, and it's not happening. It is not happening. I think the game just told me to F off, because, like, every single item that dropped out of that chest was a non-ancestral item. What we got? That's the basic attack speed one. That's pretty good. I think that's better than the one I'm using. We'll have to, like, test out and see, like, because obviously getting, like, multiple greater affixes isn't always an option, but I'm kind of, like, torn on these boots. I don't know about you, Leon, but I'm looking at these boots and they got, like,
Yeah.
attack speed, fear per second, I want all, they got some good, got all the good stuff on there. I need all that. Give me everything. I need it all. Need it all. I need everything. I need everything. I need it all. I need it all. I'm trying to get a Shaco with the greater on the resource, and it's just not happening.
Two-hand mace.
You gotta, like, hump the demon, otherwise he doesn't work. Like, you gotta, like, stand inside of him. He's got, like, some sort of, like, range problem or something. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. All the generic uniques are all non-ancestral. That's awful. I'm just trying to get him to talk to me. He won't even talk to me half the time.
The heck is this? Flay pants?
Yeah, you're right. Every single generic unique is just dropping as a non-ancestral. That's weird, though, because I was just on the other character, and I did this, and I got a shard of Erethiel that was ancestral, so I don't know. But there's a 140. At least, or something, I guess. Keep trying to get a better Ramalotnes, too, while I'm at it. That 37.5% increased attack speed is amazing. Like, you realize that could almost, like, completely fix your, like, second tier attack rating without even... like, you know, who cares? Like, you pretty much got, like, your whole second tier attack rating there if you throw a couple greater affixes on it and just hit it, like, multiple times. You're like, done. Like, what the hell would that even be? Like, triple greater affix? I mean, triple masterworked. Seems like that would be insane. Alright, so we got our Shaco. I got a 140 regular shard of Erethiel. I can't seem to get a good one, no matter how hard I try. It doesn't want to drop me the shard. And I can't. This vendor is such a pain in the butt sometimes. Learning how to even use the vendor the first time I got here, like to the PTR, was such a pain in the butt. Basically, how the vendor works is you walk up to the vendor and you click on it and you choose a menu option. Then you click on him again, and then he has a new menu. Then you click on the menu option that you want for the second time. And sometimes you have to click on him a third time to actually get it to work, like depending on like what you're trying to get. Like, it doesn't always work. Like, some things have like 3 menu props that you have to go through before you get what you're looking for. Yeah, the generic box seems to be broken. It's only dropping regular uniques. It's not dropping any ancestrals. I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense either, because I'm pretty sure that the one on the non-seasonal was dropping ancestrals, but I can't get the generic box to drop anything other than regular, like, non-ancestral items. Movement speed, probably the least favorable greater affix on the Hooves of the Mountain God. I mean, granted, I would love some quad greater affix Hooves of the Mountain God, but if I'm choosy, you know, choosy moms choose GIF. If I'm choosing, it would be basic attack speed, belligerence, and then fury per second. And then eventually it would be movement speed. 0.35. Okay, looks like I'm just going to have to go ahead with a 0.44 and a non-ancestral shard of Erethiel, because I'm not getting any shards of Erethiel. Alright, so... Tyrant Bane is a no-brainer, so that just goes into the amulet right away. After you deal damage over time, they take 0.33 times more damage from you. Blah, 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 blah. After you cast your catalytic skill, if it is an ultimate, gain 30% bonus attack speed for 10 seconds. That sounds amazing. Like, that sounds just glorious. I will tie it to the ultimate all day long. I can spam my ultimate. Your catalytic skill gains a 25% cooldown reduction. Okay. Catalytic skill deals 33% weapon damage of your infusion's element over 3 seconds. Dealing damage of your infusion's element has a 33% chance to trigger its secondary effect. That sounds like fun. Let's take a look at the Herodric spell crafting. So we've got, is there a physical one that just does physical damage? I didn't even think about that during the PTR, but like, they've got fire, they've got shadow, cold, poison, lightning, but I don't know if they have like one specifically for damage over times. I guess I'll go with poison for right now. Oh, wait, no. Let's do burning, because it's actually damage over time. Well, yeah. I guess they're both damage over time. We'll do poison instead, since they don't have a physical version. Let's do the Blitz Reality, the Disintegrate Beam. Let's play around with that. Where is the one? It's a rare catalyst, isn't it? It's the one that gives me a chance to do my damage over time onto the target. Yeah, here it is. This one. So, Siphoning Gizmo. You know, like, let's just do some vulnerable. Alright. Gotta go back into the tree and redo the build.
Is there a physical element here?
That's what I was just talking about.
The heck?
I was just saying there's no physical element, so. It does basically say, though, that, like, your whatever the element is basically just gains whatever, like, whatever it is that you want. Like, it doesn't matter. So you're going to get the full effect of the element even if you don't build that element, which is kind of weird, but, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Alright, is that pretty much it? Have we gotten everything? Pit Fighter, No Mercy, Slaying Strike, let's cap out Rupture as well. Alright, almost got this character set up. Let's get all of our sockets. Our sockets, we need sockets. Sockets is precious. Gotta retemper all my equipment, gotta do everything. Blah, 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 blah. How many people are gonna make the same mistake I made where they're gonna set up their whole character, realize they can't mess around with the seasonal powers, and then have to remake their whole character? At least you caught me before I started, like, actually putting everything together and doing, like, testing and whatnot. Alright, so now we need crit. Okay, critical strike damage. Got it. Alright, same thing. We need crit and we need flame. Okay, furious augments. Flay duration. Got it on the first try. Moving on. Alright, next is resource. World stability. We want resource generation. And maybe even the resource, like lucky hit resource would also work. Either one, doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and just grab total armor. Just so that we have it, and some more crits. Alright, over here, some more crits. And then we grab bleed innovation, enhanced rupture explosion size. Okay, pants, same thing, enhanced rupture explosion size.
What the heck is this? When you re-roll, it just gives you the same stat over and over again?
Dude, it's been happening to me a lot.
It just gives me the same stat when I... That's hilarious. Okay, I can't even engage with that.
Welcome.
As you said, they were getting better. There's so many bugs. They're just...
Welcome.
They never miss.
Welcome.
Give me all diamonds, because diamonds are forever.
What the hell just happened? I just masterworked this to 4. That's all I did. I just masterworked it to 4, and look what happened. What the hell did they do to this game? It's like broken. You see this? I got a double masterwork when I masterworked an item to 4.
Oh no.
What happens if we bring it to 8? Do we get like... Now I got a triple masterwork. And a double, and a double. Now I've got a triple double bubble. I got a double bubble toil and trouble on there now. Look at this.
Alright, so you're saying not to master.
What the hell? Let's do it again. Let's go up to tier 12. What am I looking at now? 2 triples and a double. Oh boy. Oh baby. 2 triples and a double. A double bubble, triple bubble, double, triple bubble special there. 133% flay duration, my friend. Okay, we're about to go like Ham Wallace on this world, my friends. Ham Wallace. I now have 111% flay duration combined with 133% flay duration. My flay is now currently at 17.2 seconds. 17.2 second flay, boys. I'm about to go wreck shop. You see that crazy thing I posted in Discord? What did they do to the game? What did they do? Like, what did they do to the game? They broke it. They're like, you know what? We can just, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna have to reset that masterworking to actually get real numbers, but I'm still gonna go like take a look at it and see how hilarious it is. Okay, let's go get some like rune words and put them in here. So, ay. Okay, let's do an Igni and let's do a Seer, I think. I think that's like my best bet. Same as before, let's just do a Gar rune, and I don't think we need the pull-in anymore now that I think about it, so with the Wrath of the Berserker pull-in, I don't think we even need it anymore. So let's go with... what do we put in place instead? Maybe let's do Dark Shroud just for some survivability. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna die horribly and painfully. I can't even make another Topaz. It's hilarious. Like, I just can't make one. Like, they gave me just enough for 5. 5 exactly is how much they gave me. I'm curious. I got no Paragon put in, but I do have the appropriate items with like appropriate like masterworks and stuff on them, and that masterwork is insane. A double triple, like that's just not even in the realm of. That's so stupid. Let's just go to the thing without even putting in any Paragon points, and let's just see what damage we're looking at with no Paragon points. I'm so curious. We just do the whole no Paragon point thing. So no Paragon points at all. I'm already seeing 550,000, 570,000. It just kind of keeps going up, actually. Like, and boy, that was a really big, really quick drain on my resource there when the boots triggered. Like, what the hell was that? 700k, 800k. It's going up and 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 up. I don't even have any aspects or anything either. That's another thing I didn't do. I didn't put any aspects on my equipment. Okay, let's actually go get set up so we actually have the gear and stuff that we need. Aspects, multipliers, 7 to 800k bleed damage for having none of the aspects that I need set up except for the unique items. I put the unique items on, but I didn't like put in any Paragon points. I didn't put in anything. This is just gonna be broken. I can already tell you it's broken. Like 700k with no Paragon points and no aspects, it's broken. it's straight up broken. Why is there 4 options on my list right now for re-rolling items? What the hell? Why can I re-roll critical strike damage?
I don't know what's happening.
What is wrong with the PTR? Like, what is going on? What did they do to the PTR? What is going on? I don't even understand. Like, apparently you're just not allowed to reroll items. Like, okay. Dude, there's literally just 4 options on there. What the hell even is this? Can you actually reroll it? Anything, or is it just off limits? Just dodge chance. Dodge chance. Dodge chance, dodge chance, dodge chance, dodge chance, dodge chance, dodge chance. This is what you were talking about? It just goes dodge chance over and over. What is wrong with this server? It's broken!
It's a Sunday afternoon, not even.
Dude, this PTR is hilarious. Double, triple greater affixed items, like just you know, it's no big deal. Like, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. You know what? It's no big deal. Let's just get our let's just go imbue our aspects onto our items and let's move on. So Moonrise, I guess. Moonrise. Moonrise on there, and I think we put adaptability on the amulet. We're actually gonna see, like, and check this. So adaptability is 0.60, and on the amulet it does go up to 0.90, so that's really good. So that is a really good choice. The other weapon, what do we want for the other two-handed weapon? Conceited, maybe? I don't know if I have like a way to permanently keep uptime on barrier though. I mean, basic skill bonus would probably be pretty insane. Creeping Death might also be okay. I don't really like Creeping Death. Something wrong with it. I don't know. It might work, it might multiply interestingly with that new Tyrant gem, though. I bet you it probably does. Let's do Intercom. I like Intercom. Okay, and then for the... We still got a bunch of other options. So for the pants... Let's do the Bleed Iron Blood aspect for the time being. Get some damage reduction in there. I don't know if Edge Masters would even work with those builds since I'm constantly draining all the time. I guess technically it would give me some benefit. The Vehement Brawlers aspect is really good, so just casting an ultimate. We're going to be casting ultimates all the time, so that's good. We might need another resource aspect. I just don't know exactly which one we could use. Something to like curb the overwhelming drain that's constantly coming in. Aspect to Berserk Rage, which gives 8 fury per second while berserking. I mean, that could potentially be nice. Let's put that one in there. Well, actually, there's also the Slaking aspect, which gives more resource, but I don't think the Slaking aspect works with, that one doesn't work with, like, basic skills, does it? Chance to gain 20 fury when a core skill deals direct damage to at least one bleeding enemy. Your maximum fury is increased by 25%. Rupture doesn't count as a core skill, right? And it would only count as a core if I was using the weapon.
So you get the fury no matter what. The lucky hits only if you're using the core part. But the fury you get no matter what if you want the fury.
Oh, so you just get 25 fury no matter what?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that is good. Maybe we just use that and get the 25 fury. Just bring our damage up, because that's 25 times 0.9, which is, what is that, like 20 or something? Like 25 times 0.9. That's still a 22.5 multiplier. And then it also multiplies through Ramalani's too, a second time. So, like, we get essentially 2 multipliers there. That's not bad. I can't re-roll any of the equipment. Okay. Let me put a crit gem in that last spot just so I have something fill in the spot. What was that, emerald? Just shove it in there, it doesn't matter. Like, just shove it in, shove it. Alright, let's get the Paragon board set up so we can actually see how much damage this bad boy does. So much of our damage comes from the Paragon board, and for us to already be hitting like 700k without even... Yeah. Okay, so definitely Warbringer, because Warbringer has our maximum fury nodes on it, which we definitely want. We're going to need all those maximum life, those beautiful maximum life nodes too. Let's go ahead and grab the resistance nodes, because I know we're going to be low on reses. Might as well just come up here and grab this section as well. There's maximum life tied in with that, so you know what? Let's grab the maximum life bonuses. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Alright, then we come over here, grab this node cluster. Let's go ahead and just grab the basic stuff. Alright, and then we can also move over here to this one. Warbringer basically just becomes a cluster node, so we're definitely grabbing Hemorrhage. I mean, Blood Rage just gives you a multiplier now and doesn't even require anything for it. It's ridiculous. Other than those two, I don't know. Actually, hold on. I usually like going up this way. It's better. Because we can grab the all res and stuff while we're at it. And then just move down. Alright, and then the same thing for this one. We usually come over here. I don't really need that frickin' berserking damage anymore. I usually came over here to get it specifically because I needed it to get the node capped out, but now I don't need it anymore. Why does it feel like they're just simplifying things and making it so much easier to... Oh, I don't even know. Like, I'm not mad that I don't have to build, like, berserk damage anymore or anything like that. I ain't mad at it.
But it's only back to season 2 where you just build critter vulnerable kind of thing. Like that, the philosophy is like they're just going backwards. Like it was actually a goal you had to achieve the other way, you know? You had to hit these like marks on all these items and you had to maybe masterwork it or temper an extra item. Like there's some thought process there. Now it's just none of the tempering really makes a difference anymore. All might as well just say generic damage, right? It's like the same. It's the same difference. There's very few cases now, and so Grandpapa got a buff, and because now you can just temper everything with it. Right?
So what am I looking at? Decimator, and then probably Carnage for the attack speed bonus. I guess. So Decimator. No, Decimator is the last one I can do. So do I do Decimator or do I do Carnage for the attack speed bonus? I mean, Decimator is a 20 times multi for vulnerable targets. It does have an additional 20 times multi for overpower, but like...
Are you hitting your attack speed caps?
I don't know. I haven't really like planned it out that far. I mean, I am using Shard of the Verithiel, which has attack speed, and I'm also using the new boots, which has attack speed, and then like, I don't know, like maybe. Let's go with Carnage just cause. Like, let's just do Carnage. I'm gonna choose Carnage and see how good the attack speed bonus is. I mean, it's just an extra 15%. Some of these songs on the record are like a lot louder than others. Like this one's quiet, and the one before was like super loud.
Know what I'm doing right now?
Okay, so I got everything. Now we need to pick the, probably gonna come down here and grab this too, like I usually do. What's that? Airman reduction and dodge chance. Damage reduction from bleeding enemies. Yes, please. Alright, so let's just Challenger there and grab all the strength nodes. Not really much to think about here, just grab every single strength node. That's all of them? Okay. And then this one. I think we do ambidextrous because we're doing the one-handed weapons, so ambidextrous makes sense. Gives bonus to all magic nodes. So, I mean, there's no real reason to put that anywhere special anymore, right? Because it doesn't matter.
Well, depends if you're buffing, like, there's a Fury board, if you're buffing Fury or something.
Yeah. Does the, I don't think was that in the Decimator board that I didn't pick?
The Fury bars are Warbringer and the weapon swap one.
I don't see a Fury node in the thing next to the magic node enhancer. I guess that's what I'm saying.
It's the weapon swap one that has it.
Oh.
Weapons Master.
I think I'll just mess around without it. There's the crit one. That one's Raft.
I have no Master working right now, and I already have 7,000 crit damage without even trying.
That's insanity. Masterworking is forked at the moment, so
I didn't even. That's why I didn't touch it.
I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Like, I don't even know. Okay, so we got Raft. I need more resource too, so I think there's one in here that gives you like resource back when you. No, that's when you kill an enemy. We don't want that. That's poopy. That's poopy doops. We don't want the poopy doops. I guess let's just grab Blood Feeder, which I don't normally use, but I mean, I don't see anything necessarily wrong with it. Like, I ain't mad about it or nothing. It's one of those odd ones that, like, I don't know. I never used to use before because it wasn't really the greatest, but if I don't need to stack a bunch of things like normal, it's not really the biggest deal. I guess I'd go with Ire as well. Just stack out strength points here. Like, it's not really a big deal one way or the other. Just grab them. Alright, so that pretty much does it. Let's go test this boy out and see what kind of damage we're running with. I'm going to have to unmaster work those weapons, obviously. Double, triple, greater affix is not acceptable. Like, that's not acceptable. I'm at 2,376% critical strike damage. Are you using Grandfather with that setup?
I am.
That explains 7,000.
I just wanted to try it. I mean, the first thing that lit up in my head as soon as they made all those changes was, now you allowed me to stack crit damage. That's what you did. Like, you just freed up all of my slots. Thank you. Please come again.
Dude, this cleave is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm actually managing to maintain my damage output too. Dude, does this just scale infinitely? Like, if I just hold down the button infinitely, does it just scale infinitely? Is that basically how this works?
You have that dual setup? I haven't even tested that stuff yet.
I mean, what if I just hold down the button forever? Like,
3 billion rupture.
Yeah, I'm not even like min-maxed or nothing. Like this is insane. I'm already hitting like 3 billion ruptures. Resource is definitely something that like is hard to maintain. Whatever the drain is on this thing, you're like fighting against it. When attacking with a basic skill while at maximum fury, your fury will increasingly drain until you run out, while all your basic skills now cleave, dealing 96% times increased damage. So basically, it just randomly activates when you're at maximum fury, then starts to drain your fury, at which point you are just like sucking fury away. It definitely seems to increase as time goes on, to the point where you're literally just draining massive amounts of fury constantly. I mean, I currently have a bunch of fury generation. I'm running like the 3 in the fury generation and then the 3 in the berserking fury generation to get like maximum amount of fury generation, and it is just sucking it away. I mean, I'm easily hitting 3 billion right now, which is insane. And also, every single time I use my ultimate, that ability is sucking all the bleeds away and applying them as 100% damage. I wonder if I just like just held down the button here and just move, like put my phone on the thing. Does it scale infinitely, or like, or is there a cap on this tyrant gem? I can't get it to work. No, stop moving. Okay, there you go. Now I can just hold down the button forever. Not worry about it. So let's just see what happens. I'm not even gonna like do anything. I just want to see if it continually counts up or if it slowly starts to like equalize at some level. Like we're currently at 94 million, 96 million. It seems to be... Uh-oh, I lost it. Guess I'm just gonna have to hold down the button.
Interesting.
What does it say? Let me look at the tooltip real quick and let me see what the damage says. It says 18 million right now on my Flay. Like just looking at the damage number that's written on the ability.
There's a resource gen arcana too.
There is? Which one is that one?
It's Reactive Ooze. Invoking your catalyst grants 8% maximum resource generation per second for the next 10 seconds.
Reactive Ooze. Where are you at, Reactive Ooze? I don't see a Reactive Ooze. Oh, there it is.
Did a two-hand version and I'm close to 1 billion already.
12.3
I'm gonna do the
billion.
one-hand.
12. I just saw 12.3 billion. A billion what? Like individual hits or individual
Hits.
hits?
Like, I'm not doing
Oh, you're not doing the bleed?
Not yet.
What are you doing,
I'm
lunging?
Yeah, the first thing I tested was lunging.
I knew
straight.
you were all over that lunging strike. I knew you was going to be all over it. I mean, honestly, it is pretty powerful because you can just bounce around like a little bunny rabbit. Bing, 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 bing.
It's nice.
I mean, technically, with how generic this stuff is set up, it's not like you couldn't do a lunging strike slash like Flay build. Like, would it really even be that different now that they took away all the multipliers and stuff? Like, you would, instead of doing Gushing Wounds, you would just do the other version, or you could just stack crit and do the Gushing Wounds version. Like, it doesn't matter, either side. But like, if you're stacking the damage multipliers, you could potentially make both of them work together. That's not outside the realm of possibility. You could be flaying, you could be lunging and flaying. I'm hitting like 3 billions easy, like 12.3 billions on the rare side. Like, depending on if I really start stacking my damage numbers up, and like, this is silly, especially since I don't have any masterworks except for the weapons. I also feel like maybe if I went with a instead of resource generation, maybe if I re-rolled the rings to you know, the % lucky hit chance to like just generate resource. I think if one of those was the generate resource instead of the resource generation, I think that would make a big difference too. I'm gonna try and change it out for the lucky hit resource gen.
Good luck.
It's just giving me the same thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. Alright, so I got the lucky hit resource gen. What else could I potentially do to increase resource generation? I mean, the boots have 10 fury per second on them. And I do know for a fact that if they're greater, they're like 15 or something, or 17 or some crazy number like that. So like, that's one thing, is you could get a lot there. I could potentially masterwork the boots just to like upgrade the fury per second on them. Let's just roll with it. Let's just go. Now I have triple greater masterworked. Actually, they're not triple greater masterwork, surprisingly. They actually rolled normal. The weapons are the ones that rolled weird. The boots didn't roll bad at all. Interesting. I was going to try and get some +4 Flay on the pants, but I can't seem to reroll the pants because that's broken. So no plus Flay, so I'm missing one of the easiest ways to increase the damage of my ability, which is Flay. Which I can't do because I don't have the ability to actually access the Flay enchantment. I guess I could just keep getting legendary packs and see if I get a pair of pants that have Flay on them, or...
Yeah, well, you can't roll it on this PTR, that's for sure.
Didn't they give us a bunch of obly-bobly thingies, or...
They did.
So let me try and gamble some pants. Let's see what happens. Not a single ancestral pair of pants. Beautiful. Don't you just love it when you don't get what you want? Don't you just love it when you don't get nothing good? Dude, it's like the gambling system returned back to what it was in like season 7. Like, I'm basically getting no ancestrals, like almost at all, and honestly, like barely any legendaries. Like, I just gambled a full inventory right now, 2 legendaries, the entire, or 3 legendaries out of the entire inventory, no ancestrals. Mostly just blues and yellows. First ancestral out of like 5 or 6 gambles. +2 basic skills. I guess that could be good. That's better than like no basic skills at all, I suppose. It's not amazing. Oh, I got a unique item. I got temerities. They heard me complaining. Nothing yet again. Dude, this PTR is hilarious though. Like, how do you mess up like the masterworking system? How do you mess up something as simple as like the ability to reroll an item and enchantment? What did they do to the system? Like, this is my question. Like, nothing in the patch notes had anything to do with the enchantment or the masterworking systems. As far as I'm aware, there were no changes to either one of these systems. Yet for some reason or another, both of them are borked. So you have to beg the question, like, what did they change in the master working system, and what did they change in the enchantment system that broke them? And more importantly, what the hell even was the change that they didn't? You know, these are what they call what, stealth changes. They're stealth changes, where you don't actually know what the change is, right? Like they're hidden changes that were underneath the surface that they didn't want to tell you about. That's basically what we're looking at right now. Is they did some sort of stealth changes to master working in the enchantment system, and it broke both of the systems. We wouldn't even have known. You know, like, we wouldn't even have known they made changes to the master working system or anything if, you know, they had kept it all the same. But, or like if it had succeeded, I guess would be the correct term, if they succeeded. But since it didn't succeed, we're very well aware that they made changes, right? But we just don't know what the changes are. I mean, there's a lot of damage I'm missing with these Flay pans, and I'm trying to get a pair of Flay pans, and they're just not working. I'm having the biggest trouble, like, getting anything worthwhile out of this vendor. Watch me get, like, a freaking, like, mythic item before I get the item that I actually want. Because that's Blizzard logic for you.
Special.
That's the special Blizzard logic. Maybe they were trying to, like, update the RNG system on, like, the rolling to actually make it work properly, and they ended up breaking it entirely. That'd be hilarious. They'd be like, oops, sorry guys, we were trying to do a fix on, you know, like the re-rolling system, because you guys said it kept rolling the same things over and over again, and we accidentally borked it. It's, all we really did was change one line of code, and the whole thing just self-destructed. Gonna have to rebuild it from the ground up. Apparently it was using copied Diablo 3 code. Not even a joke at this point, it's actually reality. They told us it was using copied Diablo 3 code. We already know, you don't need to keep it a secret anymore. Apparently the stashes were using copied Diablo 3 code. That's why they're so bad. Apparently the stashes in Diablo 3 were bad too, and they decided, you know, hey, like, the stashes are so bad in Diablo 3 that we should copy these and bring them over. That way everybody can be frustrated in this game too. Womp 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 womp. I just ignore the trolls, Tomac. I just ignore him. He came in with some obvious bait. He didn't catch me. Little fish into the water, little ginger fish into the water. Like, that's your bait. Got a hook. Did not fall for it. Alright, well, I'm about to give up on these. I'm about to run out of obols, too. This is the suckiest, like... Can I actually sell things here? Like, I didn't know you could sell things at the gamble vendor. I am like... This is news to me. Is this new? I mean, you can't do, like, a sell all, but you can at least sell, like, individually. I was completely unaware you could even sell individually at the gamble vendor. Always went to a different vendor. Like... Not that this is really much faster than going over to another vendor and just, like, selling off items. Probably be faster that way. Alright, I'm gonna go take this character out, and we're actually gonna test out, like, in the real world real quick. I'm gonna hop over to a Necromancer and test out that thing we were talking about with, like, the number of minions, just to see how that looks. The whole Tyrant Gem thing with the shadow damage over time and like it could be very interesting with the mages. It's like stacking damage over time on the target, all the Shadow Blight key passives and all that stuff. Could be interesting. I don't know how much damage you can get out of it, but something. I got +4 to lunging strike. You want that?
Sure.
Alright, I'll put it in the guild stash.
Alright.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. How do I even do this? Oh, I'm not in a clan.
Also,
Not in a clan. No clans allowed. There you go. +4 lunging strike pants. I was trying to get some +4 flay pants, but I didn't get them. I did get +2. Oh, you got some flay pants? Oh, nice.
Yep.
I will take those. That's a lot of damage that you're leaving on the table if you don't use those. It's like, it's insanity. Because the +4 skills adds to the base, and then you end up with so much extra base damage on your ability just by putting those pants on. Like, if I take the pants off, I go to, what is it, 1,049,000 base bleed damage. And then if I put the pants on, I'm at 1,270,000. So that's like, that's 270,000 damage that you're leaving on the table if you don't have the +4 pants. I'm gonna go ahead and masterwork them too. Let's see if I can get the bonus on the Flay, because that's probably another like 2,000 or 3,000, 300,000 damage if I can get it. Oh, yeah, I have to actually put some mods on there. Where my resistance? My resistances are all. Oh, I don't know what my resistances are because I'm in baby mode. Alright, masterwork the panties, the pantaloons, pantalones. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, you could literally masterwork the item and all of a sudden it'll just like triple masterwork the item for nothing. Like, mine's at 4 of 12 right now and 3 of the effects are now blue. Now my poison resistance is 75.8% triple masterworked. Amazing. It's not what we wanted though, so let's reset that. I need the Flay masterworked. Thank you. Okay, the Flay is one of the chosen now. Let's see if it gets a triple. Well, no triple, but it's +6, which is fine. That's acceptable. Alright, so now I'm looking at... What is that? Is it bugged or something? What the hell? So 977,000 with the pants, 743,000 without the pants. I'm gonna go test out that new rune too, or the power we changed to the ooze thing that gives you like a regeneration over time. And also swapped out the other power as well. You know what? I didn't even check. I'm absolutely stupid. I should have checked to see the weapon that Flay is using. I bet you it's not even using... No, it's not even using the dual wield.
No.
So I was doing 13 billion damage with the two-hander.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
So I wasn't even using the one-hander with the Ramalodnes and getting the scaling multiplier. That's absolutely nuts. I think we're about to see some magic happen here. I think we're hitting the trillions at this point. You guys ready to hit the trillions, boys? Let's go. I already saw 4.8 billion. $5.8 billion, 10.2 billion. 300 million bleed on the target. 345. I'm just letting it stack. 370. I'm not even touching it, not rupturing it or anything. 10.1 billion cred. 17.9 billion. Dude, the freaking AoE damage is insane. Like, you actually do hit, like, all the targets, and you're literally cleaving with Flay. And there's, like, 500, 600 million damage bleeds, like, currently on, like, the other targets that are currently surrounding me. Like, there's a 750, 830, 900 million bleed. Dude, it's just, and it's just growing. Like, it's getting more and more ridiculous. 1 billion. 1 billion, 100 million. Yeah, this build is going to be absolutely, like, ridiculous for the new season. Assuming, of course, they don't nerf the ever-loving bejesus out of it before the patch. Like, Flay is going to be on point. I can definitely tell you, looking at these numbers and seeing how this is performing, especially considering I'm not fully geared out. I don't have perfect, you know, like, everything. I don't have, like, perfect masterworks. I'm using a frickin' regular shard of Verithiel, by the way. I don't even have a good shard of Verithiel. I'm using a baby one that has 750 item power, and I'm still already hitting for, like, 14 billion plus with, like, 1 billion per second. Or, like, no, it's like, that's like 2 billion per second bleeds, because it ticks twice per second. 18.2 billion. Dude, the cleave is amazing. We gotta go test this out, like, in the real world. We gotta go test this out. I wonder, should I switch Rupture to dual wield as well?
Depends if you need a weapon swap or not, I guess. It will attack faster.
Well, I wonder if it'll do more damage because I got Ramalanis and stuff on there. Like, because that's my pull, right? Or if it does more damage on the two-hander, I don't know. Dude, the monsters are just gonna, like, melt into oblivion. This is insanity. I didn't even set up my weapon technique. I don't even know if I have a vulnerable. Am I even making the enemy vulnerable at all? I don't think well, no, there you go. They're purple. So I must have some way to make the enemy vulnerable.
Doesn't Flay have it built in?
Oh yeah, that's right. Flay does have the, like, percent chance. 15. It's like a 15% chance to make the enemy vulnerable. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I put the axe expertise on. So we should be going a lot higher now because we got the vulnerable multiplier added in. I'm saying 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 billion, 1.7 billion, 1.7 billion. I've already seen 1.7 billion bleeds. Like, this is nuts. Do not cleave people in the real world? Why? Why? Why would we not cleave the real world people? We want to cleave. $1.8, 1.9. I'm approaching 2 billion bleeds at this point. 16.1 billion. I want to see what it's like to cleave that freaking 2 billion bleed. Let's do it. 51.6 billion. Is that what that said? That's ridiculous. Let's do that again. $17.6 billion trillion million. This is basically what Diablo has become. Trillion, billion, million, zillion, gazillion, tillion, kajabillion, badillion, zillion, kajillion, billions, kabillion, zillions, quadrillions. Alright, let's pull that 2 billion bleed and let's see what we get. 55.2 billion. That 2 billion bleed gave me a 55.2 billion and 47.1 billion. That's insanity. I'm using the tether thing, tether power right now. I should probably try one of the different powers. Let's play around with them. So right now we have the tether power up, which is the one that does like damage over time. Let's try the stars. The stars seemed kind of interesting with like the raining down on top of the monsters and stuff.
Yeah, that's funny.
Give you like a little bit more AoE damage. I'm gonna pull my ridiculous bleeds.
Oh, I forgot we're still in our group.
There's a
How's our guy down here?
there's a on the back left and the back right. There's like a 2 billion bleed on them. Oh no, they just got pulled. I don't know that one ability that can like pull bleeds and then like do the damage to the target. It's interesting. Like it doesn't seem to care. It goes automatically all the time. It's actually really good for this build. Just constantly pulling and damaging with the bleeds.
Are you using Shard of Veritil?
Yes, but I have a baby one. Sucks.
Probably have to gamble it.
Yeah, maybe. That's definitely a big upgrade in damage if I can get that, because I'm missing 50 weapon power. I mean, that's huge, and that's something you can easily remedy. Like, that's not even like a difficult thing. Not like triple masterworking and stuff like that, which is going to be actually difficult. Getting a decent, like even just an ancestral Shard of Erethiel isn't that difficult, but getting a really good one is usually pretty hard. That's what she said. Can you just get like the giant bags of obols from him, or does he only give it when you do the all boost?
Probably all of us, but you can make another character to get that.
Grant obols. Okay, yeah, just grant obols. You can just get a bunch of bags of obols from him. Not even a big deal. Alright, so let's see if I can gamble a, I mean, I'll get one eventually, I guess. There's only a couple swords you can get, right? Watch me get a Doombringer, it'd be hilarious.
You get a Ding Dong?
You know, I still can't comprehend why they made it so that you, because didn't you say at one time that like you can gamble any mythic like randomly? Like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to do it that way. Like, wouldn't you want to target a specific mythic? Like, isn't?
Well, they did that so you didn't feel bad. Like if you're gambling pants, like you can still get a mythic. It's like, oh, I'll never gamble pants because I can't get a mythic. That's why.
In that case, I can understand it. But like, if I'm gambling a sword, like I would want a chance to get a Doombringer. If I'm gambling a two-handed sword, I'd want a chance to get a Grandfather. Like I think that's how it should be.
So you're asking them to code better than they code. I see. Well, you've seen their coding on this PTR.
Code normally. Could just code normally. It's normal coding. Just don't copy it from Diablo 3. That's all I'm asking.
How did they mess this game up so much on the PTR here? Like, who's doing what?
Dude, the PTR is like, yeah. Did anybody test this thing? Like, did anybody come in at all?
You.
And like test anything? Because like nothing works. Like it's all broken. Like the masterworking is broken. The enchanting is broken. Like the box that's supposed to give you the uniques, that is supposed to give you like the basic uniques, doesn't give you any ancestral uniques at all for some reason. It only gives non-ancestral versions. Like every single time, it's always non-ancestral versions. Like I don't even understand like what's going on anymore. There's probably other stuff broken too. Like I don't even know. Like at this point, I'm unaware. Like I can't quantify how broken the game is.
Well, you can't enchant it. You can't re-roll any step. It just gives you the same step.
It also lets you re-roll things you shouldn't be able to re-roll. It lets you re-roll tempers.
My thing is like, oh, do you want lightning resist or do you want lightning resist?
But do you want lightning resist though? Because like we have like higher lightning resist. You could get like a lot of lightning resist.
It's like, do you want to keep your lightning resist or do you want lightning resist? Or do you want lightning resist?
Well, we have a 70% lightning resist, and then we also have a 72% lightning resist. And if you're really interested, we've got a 75% lightning resist, which is really hot. It's hot right now. You got to get it now, otherwise it's going to be gone. And then there's even an 80% lightning res. You know what the crazy thing about those individual reses on the equipment is? They are so bad. Like, I've never used them, like, on anything, pretty much. Like, they take the place of something that's actually useful, and on top of that, like, most of the time they're so high that they don't even need it. Like, you end up, like, so over-capped on your reses that you're just like, oh, okay, I'll just, never mind, you know, I'll be, like 80% over-capped on a single res, no big deal. 80% overcapped. Visit Alam the Jeweler. Who the hell is Alam? Oh yeah, I forgot to level up my powers. Okay, let's see. I did the damage over time one. I'm not really sure about the stars. I'll play around with some of these others. Let's try the Ancestral Pillar.
I like that one.
Let's level up the powers that we are using so that they actually have, well, like, usefulness. Can I level up these two? Oh, you can level up the corrosive vapor, and then. Oh, okay, so I can like level up everything. I mean, let's just test out the like maxed out versions of these powers, because. I think the Cosmic Anomaly one might be pretty fun. Let's try out the Cosmic Anomaly one next. I like the idea of like suiciding like little zombie monsters. Just suiciding into the depths of hell. My boy does not look good. I did not give him the makeover treatment. He needs a makeover treatment. Let's give him some dude. Oh, I got nothing in here? Like, what? Hey, we found another thing that's broken, Leon. The cosmetic system is broken. I have no cosmetics in here whatsoever. No pets. No anything. There's nothing in there. I cannot use the cosmetics. So the cosmetic system is broken. The enchantment system is broken. The masterworking system is broken. The tempering system is broken. Can we, like, just start a list here? So tempering system borked. Master working system borked. Cosmetic system borked. What else was it? What are we missing? It was something else. There's one other thing. Masterworking, tempering, cosmetic. Oh yeah, the box. Like no ancestrals from box. And then we had one other thing that was borked too. Like this is the one of the most borked PTRs I think I've ever participated in so far, and I haven't even like fully explored it yet. There could be more borkage. There could be an increased level of borkage higher than what I've currently seen that is just hiding behind the bork of the other things. Oh, did I forget the enchantment system? Oh yeah, the enchantment system. Enchant system. Borked. There you go. Borked. I'm in a baby frickin' run right now. This is hilarious. I'm just running around slapping everything right in the ding dong. Slap them, slap them, slap them, slap them, slap them in the ding dong. Slap them, slap them, slap them, slap them, slap them in the ping pong. I'm gonna like make a post on the PTR forums. Be like, is everything broken? Is what is not broken? That's the question. Like, what is currently not broken? Because the list of the things that are broken is getting very big. Unlike my winter. the hell is with these little things? They just like run around and they're kind of like, hey, honestly, they're kind of like little mages, like little skeleton mages, just running around like shooting at stuff, and then they explode. Sounds like a really good one for the Skelly Mage character that we'll play around with in a little bit. I'm doing like 329k like direct damage attacks on like targets with Flay. Like just running around in like this little baby area, just like smacking everything to death. Smack, 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 smack. And the cleave is amazing, by the way. Dude, like, one of my main issues with Flay was always that it was very single target, and you had to like run around hitting every target with your full Flays and like stack bleeds. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to do that anymore. Everything gets hit all the time. Like, dude, that was kind of funny. I had the boots active, and they were trying to drain my resource, and I had a channeling shrine on, and it was like fighting the channeling shrine. Like the channeling shrine kept bringing my HP, my fury back up, and the other one kept trying to bring it back down. I don't know what I'm doing here. I just wanted to like go into a run, but I don't have access to like the high pit tiers. I guess I actually gotta do some pit runs, or go do something else. I go fight a boss real quick in Torment 4. I think that would be more enlightening. The bosses seem to be more difficult than anything now. My resistances are probably trash, so I'm probably gonna get one-shot by the boss, and he's gonna laugh at me. And then I'll kill him afterward with my bleed proc. Broken PTR is a broken PTR. Broken. I'm actually going to make a post now. I'm going to be like, what is not broken at the moment? I'm doing it. Let's do it. I'm doing it. Hold on. So we're doing it. We're doing it. Doing it. I'm doing it. Do they have anything on the Blizz tracker? No, they do not. PTR feedback. New topic. What is currently not broken? Your topic is so similar. So I started testing on the PTR, and masterworking is triple masterworking items. The tempering system gets to the last temper and then locks the item. The enchantment system not only lets you enchant tempers, but also is not letting you re-roll anything. It just offers whatever the stat was in variables. The generic unique box gives only normal uniques, no ancestrals. What am I missing? Anything? The cosmetic system is completely off or broken. Triple master working items. The tempering system gets to the last temper and then locks the item. The enchantment system not only lets you enchant tempers, but is also not letting you reroll anything. It just offers whatever the stat was in variables. The generic unique box only gives normal uniques, no ancestrals. The cosmetic system is completely off or broken. The number of things currently not working or broken on the PTR seems to keep going up every time I engage with a new activity. What is everybody else's experience so far? I'm gonna keep that up. We'll check on it later. I'm dying over here. Hey, at least we can test stuff, right? At least we can test stuff. Alright. Boss just exploded. You know, I don't necessarily think that, like, the Flay duration is amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, and I love the Flay duration. But with the cleave and the way that I can spread bleeds and, like, I don't know, maybe Shattered Vow might even be better. Shattered Vow might be better. I don't know. Because Shattered Vow offers, you know, obviously the ability to get all the bleeds increased instead of just Flay. So I could have other bleeds as well, like the Rupture bleed going up. And then, also gives me the Berserking attack speed, the damage bonus for damage over time. I mean, I could spend a little bit of time trying to get like a good Shattered Vow. Just the attack speed bonus is really all you would want, just to get like maximum attack speed. Might end up being better. I don't know. Like, what do I go down by? Of course, this is, I got like the Borked triple masterwork Flay duration, but you can get triple masterwork Flay duration, so I mean that's not impossible. Let's take a look at it real quick. So let me go. Let's take the one that I currently have. Put that on. Okay, so I go from 10.53 to 15.18 with the Shattered Vow, and with the Inner Calm Sword I go from 10.53 to 17.2. So the duration is definitely higher, but I'm also getting a huge amount of attack speed from Shattered Vow. Let's play with it. You know what? Why not? Let me go back to what's his face, Cheat Vendor boy, and let's get some more unique packs or mythic unique packs. Let's see if we can get a better Shattered Vow with the attack speed bonus on it. Also pretty much makes us berserking 100% of the time uptime, like no matter what, which is also kind of crazy. And also executes monsters when their bleed like hits the total, which also could be nuts. Also got maximum life. Oh wait, no, that's not it. That's the one that I already had. Where's the new one? Oh, no, also got maximum life. Okay. Destroy. I want to try one with the Berserk speed. That's all I'm looking for. I want to see if I can get a Berserk speed Shattered Vow. Lucky hit, chance to become berserking. That's like the worst option. Don't want that. I didn't mean to open that. Let me destroy these real quick. I meant to drop the box. That's what I meant to do. Is that Ramalani's better than mine? No. No, it's not. Double greater affix with damage over time and life, but no speed. I guess that's better than the one that I was holding on to. I mean, if you can get a hold of a grandfather, I feel like with the changes that they've made, you're absolutely right. It's pretty much just stack as much crit as you possibly can, like, to the moon. To the moon, Alice, to the moon! Would it be better to use the two-handed sword expertise just for the extra bleed? I think we went over this before because of the problem with the two-handed sword expertise is it's direct damage, not damage over time, and so it doesn't really do anything with Flay, right? Because there's no direct damage to actually, like, multiply is the problem. I remember. Do you remember? Alright, so there we go. I managed to get a shattered valve that's not, like, absolute garbage. I need some more gems. Gold, obols, materials. Guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's take a look at some of these other things too, like the secondary effect thing. I don't know how good that is. So like the secondary effect of my power is what? Deactivate monsters' vampiric effects. I'm gonna try the ancient pillar next. See what else we got. After you cast your catalytic skill, gain 10 primary resource. Man. While you have 2 or more of the Arcana School of Control equipped, 45% times control and lucky hit chance. Power and movement speed, critical strike chance. Critical strike chance would probably be good. Let's try that one. Get that critical strike chance up to max. Oh yeah, what's the one that's like super duper powerful? The one that gives you like... where is it? It's the one from the Season of the Occult. The one that gives you like bonuses to your core stats and like a bunch of other stuff, but then also like summons... Yeah, here it is. Idle from Below. You gain 6% times primary core stat and 8% maximum life. There you go. I want to see what these little haunted things are. Let's check out the haunted things. We need to be haunted, guys. Haunted by the demons of the past. Demons. Oh, those numbers are pathetic. What happened to all my damage? Is it because I took off put Shattered Vow into the mix? Did it really make that big of a difference? Interesting. Put it back. Oh, I had it? Damage shoots through the roof. So Shattered Vow just like lowers the damage tremendously. I wonder why that is. Are they not increasing the Flay duration in the same way? wonder if Shard of Erythiel is even like worth it at this point. If it would be better off than I just take Shard of Erythiel out of the equation and just put in a like another bonus Flay damage. I don't even know if it really is worth it. Like let's just go get another like random modifier, just something. Doesn't matter what it is. We'll just grab a like a generic sword, put Flay duration on it, crit, and like see how that pushes the build. It seems like Flay duration is doing more than pretty much everything. I mean, obviously we're getting multipliers from other stuff too, but didn't I have like a halfway decent sword that I put in here? Or... No, I did not. Okay. He is giving out legendaries. Okay. Well, that's something, which is better than nothing. Not a very good something, but it's something. It's got strength, so that's a little bit better. Xylor has logged in. I see a Xylor. He's not in voice chat with us, but I heard him logging. I saw him logging. I seen the Xylor. Alright, so let's get another Flay duration on here, temper-wise. Just give me the same thing. There we go. 35% Flay duration. Nice. Now we need a crits. Alright, so there we go. Now we've got Flay and a crits. Then we need to put another multiplier on there. Nobody responded to my comment yet. Gambling is foobar too. Gambling, definitely something seems different about gambling. It's not working the same as it was before. That's for sure. Let's just do the basic skill attack speed thing. Let's just see. I haven't played around with rapid aspect yet. Let's throw rapid aspect into the mix. And then I mean, they don't really know how to build the characters, Joshua, so like you're asking for a lot there. Like I remember one season in Diablo 2, they like pre-built a bunch of characters for us, and I remember them being just like the worst things ever, and everybody complained. They were like, what the hell are these characters? They were like, who made these? Like, what is even going on right now? And they were just people just laughing like at how bad the characters were. And I mean, they're not wrong. Like they don't know how to make the characters. Like, so asking them to do it, they wouldn't even know what to put into the list for you to select. They literally wouldn't. They'd put in like the generic stuff that everybody would expect to be in there, but they wouldn't put in like anything like that any kind of advanced user would choose. Like it would be a list that would be the most generic list, and you would not have the capability of like full customization. You'd have to like figure it out on your own. Alright, so let's get the multiple training dummies again. Put them back to bosses, because I like to play with the big boys. Dude, that speed is insane. I love the rapid aspect. I forgot how good that aspect is. So I'm not seeing the same, like, 2 billion that I was seeing before. Which makes me think that there probably is a bug in that one power that I was using. So I was using a, which power was I using before I started with this one? I was using Disintegrate. I think that's what I was using. Yeah, I was using Disintegrate. And I think that was it. I think that was the only thing that really changed. I don't know what I did. I broke it. Or maybe it's just because I was on lower tier training dummies. Was I not in Torment 4 at that particular time? Does that even matter? Why would that matter? Surely that doesn't matter. Because that would just be silly, right? The training dummies are the training dummies are the training dummies. They should be the same no matter what you're in. But I'm pretty sure I was in like normal difficulty or like Torment or like the hard difficulty mode. And I hadn't changed to Torment 4 yet. I was still testing stuff in Torment 4. Surely that doesn't matter. Like, we're going to test it right now, but surely that doesn't matter. Alright, let's get the multiple. And let's get the boss. We'll try it again. I guess Shard of Erethiel does a lot more than it seems, because it definitely seems like I lost a lot switching off, like even just the crappy Shard of the Verithiel. So let's put the crappy Shard of the Verithiel back in, and let's see. If I had a good Shard of Verithiel. Yeah, so damage is all flowing back in now that I put the Shard of Erethiel back in place. Huh, so I guess Shard of Erethiel is part of the build no matter what. I wonder why it's so powerful. I guess technically I'm also losing the multiplier from the Wrath of the Berserker when I take out Shard of Erethiel, because then my basic skill is no longer consuming resource. They did say that they made it so that drain effects don't count as resource consumption, so I guess that could potentially be part of it as well. I don't know what to make of these powers. They seem boring. I can't even lie about it. They seem boring. I don't know what to think about them. They seem so basic, like... What the hell is this one called Propulsion? I don't know what that one even does. Gives me attack speed? Is that what it's doing? Like, generate a Mana Blast that delivers, knocks, and damage and knocks back all foes. Enemies that collide take damage. Knockback is gargantuan and enemies slammed into terrain. Okay, so it's just a giant knockback. I mean, I'd give it a try for a little while. We'll play with it. Let's go fight a boss. Let's go fight a Torment 4 boss or something. Let's go smack him around, see if we die horribly or whether we actually can do any damage. Let's take it easy on ourselves and we'll go to one that it probably won't kick our butts. Barshan. If we're pushing out enough damage, we should be able to tear through him. Next we'll test out the Necromancer. I'm kind of curious to like find some answers on this mage thing. Some of you guys have probably already been testing it. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Come and get some, sucker! Owie, it's hard. Bleed, 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 bleed. Ow, it hurts. The pain, the pain, the pain, the pain. I mean, you can definitely tell when I hit him for like 4 billion. Marshawn's definitely got some new mechanics, though. I've never seen him do that before. I definitely need more damage reduction on this build, which is understandable. Like, I'm just not set up 100% properly for this Torment 4 boss, but my damage was actually fine. I would have killed him relatively quickly, but not, like, at an impressively fast rate. That's definitely kind of a slow kill, a slow burn. He could just heal himself back to full. What the hell? I was like, I'm gonna slap around this little baby monster real quick, and then like he just healed himself back to full. He's like, look, I may be a baby monster, but you can't just slap me around. What else do we got in this list of powers? So I don't know about the mana wave thing. Let's try the disintegrate beam with this guy, and then we can like stand on the other side of him and like when it spawns, and then hit him with like the disintegrate beam at the same time. See how that rolls. How much HP do I got? 13k? That doesn't seem like a lot. You know, for doing billions of damage, it definitely doesn't feel like I'm doing billions of damage. It definitely does not feel like it. It's kind of an oversight for them not to have a physical rune. I don't know why they didn't think of that. Okay. I think my resistances are all poopy too. I'll check my reses. Oh, I have 0% shadow res. That would explain it. Hold on. Let me go temper some shadow res on my pants or something. 0.3 though, okay? Don't forget about that 0.3. That 0.3 shadow res on my pants is definitely amazing. You guys don't even hesitate. Okay, because that 0.3 is on point. Okay. That is an amazing level of resistance. And you guys know it. That 0.3 right there, that is what it's all about. I need some shadow, buddies. Come on. Oh, they just bunked out at poison res. Okay, never mind. Who needs resistances? I don't need resistances. That's for punks. Punks need resistances. I am punk. I need resistance, please. I need shadow res. Why do you insist on giving me poison? At this point, I'm 265% over on poison. Like, why do you keep giving me poison res? I don't need poison res. I don't need it. Stop it. I don't want any more poison res. Stop it. You know what? You know what? You know what? When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Let's go fight Duriel instead, because apparently we have like a trillion poison res for whatever reason. So let's go fight somebody who does poison damage. Maybe we'll live. I don't know. Let's just, life lemons poison brigade. I just want to kill one of these bosses, just play around with it, see how it functions. The Torment 4, it's feeling pretty, I don't know, weak. I don't know what happened. I changed something. I must have messed up some multiplier or something, and now it's just not quite as good as it was before. I mean, the bleeds are definitely strong. You can see the entire HP pool of monsters is filled with a bleed. And that's with DR. That's with a DR on. I got my Dujang. Alright, let's go fight Tyrael, I guess. Ow! Don't hit me in the face. It's rude. I got bleed damage and you got poison damage. I don't care. I'm gonna hit you with a 5.45 billion. Ow, that poison damage is atrocious. $2.2 billion. Stop trying to eat me and stuff. Man, these puddles are just ugh. It's been a while since I've actually fought Duriel with his new mechanics. I keep forgetting he actually has different mechanics now. He actually tries to fight you and doesn't run away all the time, every single 2 seconds. Now he has a burrow ability and he burrows instead, which I can't remember when that happens. Somewhere around here. Oh, there's the ancient little creatures that supposedly the Jewel Guardians. I killed them really fast. They were not impressive. Honestly, just an overall good thing, to be honest. Dude, what was even... Oh, Duriel was underneath of me. I wasn't even paying attention. Wow. Well, I can't set anything up properly, Josh. I can't enchant my equipment to get, the good modifiers. I can't enchant the passive that I would want, cut to the bone. I can't do any of the enchantment that I need to customize the pieces of equipment. I don't have an ancestral shard of Erethiel, which is a huge amount of damage being lost, especially if I get greater affix on the basic skill and greater affix on the resource. I'm already doing billions of damage and I'm nowhere near perfectly set up. Not even close. Because the systems are all broken. Everything's broken. The only thing good about the broken system is literally the additional, masterworking that I'm getting. But, even that isn't really all that silly. Because technically, I can triple masterwork any of those things. So getting, 2 triple masterworks just gives me a little bit of extra additive bonus or something. It's not as big of a bonus as it would seem. I think I'm probably better off with a different aspect instead of the standstill and the inner calm or whatever. There's another multiplier I could probably get instead. Conceded would probably be good if I had a way to have like permanent uptime on barrier.
You don't have that this season with the powers?
I didn't see any barrier thing in there. I have to check again. Maybe. Maybe there's a barrier one in there and I just wasn't paying attention. I mean, I'm not doing bad versus the bosses. I can totally kill them. It's just a matter of like playing the mechanics properly, and the fights take forever. Let me take a look at the powers and see if there is like a barrier mechanic in there, and then maybe swap out the inner calm for a different aspect. Because obviously I can't stand still when I'm fighting Duriel. It's just not possible.
Yeah, bottled wind.
Bottled wind. Invoking your catalyst grants a barrier equal to 34% of your maximum life for 4 seconds. After it dissipates, its essence is bottled back up. Huh. So a 50% barrier. Interesting. Let's do that, and let's put conceited in instead of inner calm, and then. What's up, Liam? I'm running a Flay build right now. I'm playing around with all the new dot mechanics and stuff that they added in, and like a bunch of the stuff that they changed. Just playing around with things. I can still get my resource higher too, which is also something that I don't have really capped out. I should probably grab a resource potion, which is like easy lowbrow stuff, which I don't have a resource potion on right now. So we'll do that. We'll craft up a bunch of resource potions because that's a huge amount of damage there as well. Let's grab Conceited Aspect instead, because that gives me like a 60 times multiplier there. And then let's grab a Resource Potions. That's not the right person. It's up here. Why did I instinctively go to the jeweler for some reason?
It's your buddy.
I'm gonna eat those gems. They're so tasty. Just go ahead and craft like freaking like 40 of these things, because we're probably gonna be using a large number of them. Not only do they give us more resource, which is equivalent of more damage, but they also give us resource cost reduction, which also means that we spend less resource, which helps us gain more of the cleave damage bonus, which should help us out tremendously. Alright, let's go give Duriel another try. I don't know, I easily see this build probably getting up to trillions. I don't know. I don't think like trillions is in like, you know, 100 trillion or anything, but like I could see it at 1 trillion. It's already hitting like 2 billion bleed ticks, which is nowhere near maxed out. I think it goes a lot higher than that.
I just tested against Blind. The main bag. Don't have to deal with all this.
No, because he just stands there and lets you wail on him.
Yeah.
There really is a bit of a pain in the butt now that they changed all his mechanics. Like he is kind of annoying. He puts puddles all around him too. Like I don't understand who decided to do this, like mechanically. Like who decided to have Duriel spray a bunch of like AoE effects and then also put puddles all over the place as area of a denial to prevent you from being able to avoid the AoE effects, but it's awful. Like he literally does like a frontal cone, and you move out of the way of the frontal cone into the poison puddles that he puts all over him, you know, like all over the place. So you're basically just dodging one mechanic to go into another mechanic because they keep putting a bunch of puddles all over the place. And there's almost like no way to avoid the puddles and also avoid his attacks at the same time. Like you always get hit by something. Cody's got to go Peppadoodles. Cody's giving me the I gotta go Peppadoodles whines. The Jewel Guardians are interesting. They pop up essentially like every now and then. And they're just like 3 elite monsters, which have random modifiers. And they're not like particularly very difficult to kill. Like they're not like overly difficult. I was able to kill a couple of them with like 1 shot basically. I mean, I guess they could come in handy for some things. I don't know. Dude, the way that Duriel follows you around in like the second phase is just wrong. Like, and then he just tries to like go underneath your feet the entire time while you're trying to kill the 3 monsters. Like, it's as a melee character, it's so poopy. Like, you don't get to stand there and fight the monster. I'm not gonna let you. Why would I let you fight the monster? It's probably easier with 2 or more people because you can have one person like run around and deal with Duriel burrowing under the ground while the other people destroy all the monsters, but... And he hurts too, like it ain't even a joke. If he's under your feet, it's ouchy. What do you mean? I can literally just like only run around and let him like have time to get to me before I get to the next monster. I can't even stack any damage up. Ow, poison puddle. Ow, Duriel's burrowing. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I don't know about this. This is rough. I need more survivability, definitely. I need other problems. There's other problems. Like, I don't have enough survivability. What did I put on these pants? Okay, so that's the wrong thing for the pants, definitely. I forgot I changed out the pants and also changed out the aspect. Let's see if I can add a little bit more survivability here so that I'm not dying all the time.
Aspect of might, 100% uptime.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That should make a huge difference. Let's put aspect of might. Alright, and so that's a nice 20% damage reduction. And then I never put anything on the gloves either. I totally forgot about the gloves. I did not put anything on the gloves. I just remembered that. So we could throw basic skills attack speed. Let's throw basic skills attack speed on the gloves. Let's get that rapid aspect bumping.
Is your Berserk up 100% of the time?
I mean, as far as I'm aware, yeah. Should be. What's up, Eric? I'm having fun playing around with the PTR. Testing out the Flay Barbarian right now. We're going to move on to one of the other characters soon here. I'm just trying to get, like, a feel for how this character functions. Trying to see if I could just take the hit. 4.7 billion there. I think maybe that one gem might actually be causing me more harm than good. The one that like randomly pulls my bleed and then just applies it to the target. I don't know if that's actually helping me or hurting me. It might be just causing my bleeds to be lower. Which means that when I go to like pull the bleed myself with Rupture, it's not like...
Yeah.
It's not like at its full power.
Yeah, you're constantly pulling the bleed off.
Yeah, I mean, so basically I'm just always pulling the bleed off whenever the effect is going off. Let me try taking that out to see if that ups the overall damage. So that's the which one is that one? Not that one.
It's
No,
on,
no. Oh, yeah, that's
on
right.
the power.
It's on the actual power list. That's right. It's on the power list. It's Siphoning Gizmo. Okay, so let's pull Siphoning Gizmo. We can put in something else instead. I'm not really sure about Disintegrate. I'm like playing around with these and like going back and forth between them. I don't really know what to think. Let's do the Cosmic Anomaly one again. Let's try that. Try that one. Let's play around with all these various little power things and stuff. This is an interesting one. The little, like, they run around and just, like, explode on the target whenever you use the appropriate ability. Alright, so attempting this without having the bleed pull to see if I can just hit a lot harder this way. So I'm currently stacking bleeds now on the target instead of the bleeds being constantly pulled the entire time. 340 million. Dude, why does he always like go to use that ability and then just turn as soon as you dodge away? 7.3 billion. $4.3 billion. I mean, it's not like I'm doing bad numbers. I'm doing really good numbers, actually. Like, bleed damage-wise and the pull damage, I'm doing like 10 billion, 8 billion, 12 billion. Like, I'm hitting pretty hard. How are the new powers? I don't really know. Kind of underwhelming. There's no physical thing yet, so like I haven't been able to test it with a like a character that's like natively in that particular category. Like I haven't had a chance to take like a Shadow Necromancer and like test the Shadow version together with like the Shadow skills and stuff. Although technically it shouldn't matter because apparently it takes your highest whatever and like applies it to the ability anyway. But like I haven't had a chance to actually test it on like a character that's actually using that element. There's no physical infusion, which I think was an oversight on their part. I don't think they understood that people would actually want to have like a physical infusion. Although maybe if you just don't put a infusion in there at all, maybe that's how you get physical. I didn't even think about that the first time. It could be that's how they designed it, was just physical infusion directly, just without an infusion gem. I don't know though. It's a guess. Did they up the HP of these monsters, or like is billions of damage just not enough to deal with Torment 4s anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, like reliably dealing like 8 to 10 billion like every single time I'm attacking, that's not enough?
Nope.
Huh. What the hell is with these, like... They're like part of the power and they keep just like disappearing. Just got instantly one shot because I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the fat boy. I'm tired of fighting Duriel anyway. He's a pain in my butt. He's got too many mechanics. He runs around. He does all sorts of dumb stuff. We got 75's lightning resistance. Let's go fight Grigore instead. Grigore could be more fun. He doesn't. Well, he does run around a lot actually. They all run around a lot now. Gone are the days where you could walk in and one-shot the bosses.
My game just stopped working. Game is just stuck again. Game is frozen. It's been happening a lot.
Frozen. It's not a power supply issue, is it? I had a similar issue with a game where it was like one specific game kept freezing all the time, and turned out it was like a power issue.
No, it's happening to everybody. Like complaining about it in town.
Oh, I haven't had it happen to me yet, so maybe I'm just a plebe. It's like when we were crashing all the time, and you were on your old PC, and you were like, "I haven't crashed yet."
Yep.
Like, it pays to have an old piece of dirt PC.
It was working.
It was working.
That PC was not crashing in any game. I think our servers are just having issues. It seems like server lag.
Oh, you knocked me right through the doohickey. Don't knock me through the doohickey. Don't do that. That's not nice. Just keep on swinging and do not stop. And Kubis monster don't got to drop a deuce outside. He said, if you don't take me, I'm gonna punch you in your winkums with a big old paw. Don't even tell me what's going on. I'm gonna punch him right in the wink. I'm gonna punch him.
I can only imagine Hydra with the powers.
I wonder how, because Hydra's also damage over time too, which means it technically gets like affected by like the Tyrant and whatnot, which is interesting.
Well, I copied my Sorc from the live server, so I had no powers, but it was one-shotting all the bosses still. So.
Oh, nice. With the new
and
amulet and everything?
Yeah, it didn't even have max Hydra heads. Like, I didn't have the max Tempers or Masterwork or anything. It was still just one-shotting everything. And that now with the powers and the right Masterworking, it's probably insane.
Yeah, I mean, but, like, you can't test Masterworking right now, because Masterworking boards. Masterworking borky borked. Got them borky dorky jorks. Come on down and get some shorts. Shorty, boardy, doorty, doorties. Come on, echo, dorko, rory. Come on, baby, come on down. Give me some of that fun frown. I'm gonna take it. We do some billions. I'm gonna hit them for a couple trillions. Okay, we'll go right down, no problem. I think I just gotta work on my damage reduction for real.
You should try a Shattered Vow just for fun.
Try a Shattered Vow version.
Yeah, just for fun. It's just a simple swap.
Yeah, I'll just swap in Shattered Vow. I already got it in my inventory. We'll swap it out and we'll see like if there's a difference. I don't even want these items. I don't even know why I picked them up. Put them right back in the dirt where they belong. Alright, I swapped in Shattered Vow. No other changes. Let's just see.
What aspect were you running?
Conceded.
Oh, okay. I can thread in the barrier requirement too.
I mean, attack speed's like way faster, which is insane. Like, you can definitely tell the attack speed is like way faster. Another thing with Shattered Vow is that earlier when I was killing a bunch of those like trash mobs and whatnot, like the trash mobs were, you know, filling up on bleed and they weren't dying, which Shattered Vow would completely fix that as well, since it executes monsters that are at full bleed. So I basically just execute everything if I was using Shattered Vow instead of the other way around. I'm kind of curious if I do take out the infusion, will it just do physical damage, or is it just not work without that? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe there's physicals and it's not a possibility. I don't know.
Oh no.
What's the matter?
Lost all my keybinds.
Yeah, it doesn't. It didn't keep like hardly anything, unfortunately.
No, like I redid it all and I lost it all by closing the game.
Yeah, because
I have to redo it again.
It's not saving. It won't save them. Like you can't close the game. I remember that from last PTR. You're just gonna have to play the game in the horrible non-keybind mode.
No.
I don't know why it does that, to be honest. Like, I don't know why PTR resets your settings at all. Why can't it just pull your settings from the, from like your base file or something? But it just doesn't, I don't know, just doesn't do anything. Maybe there's new settings and that's why they can't use your original settings. But then, like, it also seems to have some sort of trouble with, like, actually getting the, actually, I totally did that horrible. Actually getting the, like, settings to save as well. So there's some other problem. I don't know, I didn't notice much of a difference between Shattered Vow and, like, the other. It felt like it was kind of the same. Let's go kill a couple monsters and let's see how different it is, like, when I'm cleaving the monsters. I bet you they get, like, instant executed. Oh, yeah, it's so smooth. I'm just, like, running through and I just, like, swipe, 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 execute. Like, basically I just fill up their bar with bleed, like, almost instantly, and they're instant executed. You just see executed all over the screen. Nothing ever actually dies by the bleed damage. Shattered Vow definitely has that going for it. Like, it pretty much turns your bleed damage build into like a full execute build where everything is dying all the time. I mean, is Flay a good build for the next season? Yes, I think it's a good build. I think with the proper aspects, the proper, like, you know, like masterworking, and the proper actual effects on your items, I think you could easily push this very high. There's actually a couple ways you could do it, actually. One of them is the grandfather method, just stacking critical strike damage as far as possible and see how far that gets you. And then obviously running Gushing Wounds and having like 7,000 or 8,000% critical strike damage, which could be insane. There's the Flay duration method, which is the one that I'm currently using, and then there's also like another method. You could go no Gushing Wounds, and instead of stacking critical strike damage, you could stack other damage. I don't know exactly what benefit there would be to going non-critical, non-Gushing Wounds, but I don't know. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that the other options aren't better. I mean, there's a couple options at this point. Like, you could go with a bunch of different stuff. The cleave is absolutely amazing. Like, but to take away from the cleave, like, it's just absolutely amazing. You just run around and cleave everything and everything dies. Like, it turns your single target ability into an AoE cleave, which literally hits everything on the screen. It's kind of what I wanted from Painbringers, but Painbringer never really worked properly, is what the problem was. Like, it just never functioned the right way, because Painbringer unfortunately just copied the damage from your main attack, and it didn't actually like copy the bleed damage and a lot of the other effects from the ability. So you weren't actually hitting all of the monsters with the ability, it was just reflecting the damage onto them, which unfortunately was not good, because it just didn't really live up to the expectation of hitting all the monsters like that were marked or whatever. This is like the exact opposite, and it works surprisingly well. I wonder if you combine these together with Pain Gorgers, would you have some sort of like insanity going on? I mean, when you cleave with the attack, does it then copy the cleave to everything that was cleaved? Like, that's an interesting idea. So, like, say you're fighting a group of monsters and you mark everything, and you cleave, hitting all the monsters in front of you, and they're all marked, right? So every monster is marked and every monster is cleaved. Do those cleaves then multiply back onto the target, and the monster gets hit by like 5, 6, 10, 20 cleaves? like from the Painbringers, because that could also be rather interesting. I mean, as it is right now, the build has absolutely no problem with Torment 4, can kill Torment 4 bosses, and definitely has room to grow in the grand scheme of things. I've not min-maxed this to all hell and back. I'm still using a 750 Shard of Erethiel, which needs to be upgraded, obviously, to an 800 Shard of Erethiel. I'm missing a huge amount of damage there. I'm missing a huge amount of damage from not having the basic skill, Greater Affix, on here as well. It's also not a 150 times. It also could get even more damage by having maximum resource. So I'm scaling maximum resource damage in 2 ways, via adaptability and Romuladni's. So if I can scale my maximum resource higher via having a greater affix on Romuladni's, a greater affix of maximum resource on Shard of Erethiel, a greater affix of greater affix of resource on my amulet, all of that would lead in to a massive increase. In fact, you know what? Let's go have some fun with this real quick, and let's just see, because I can at least bring up the massive the greater affix on the Harlequin crest, which I haven't done yet because the masterwork system's all borked. But we can at least give it a try and see if I can get the masterworking to like fall on the maximum resource at the very least. And no, so reset it, do it again. Just rolled like the same thing twice in a row. Like, what is it even? I don't even understand what it's doing. Like, the rolls are so weird, and like half the time when you masterwork an item, it'll just masterwork the same thing multiple times, like across the board, but like on like 3 different items or something. I'm just gonna go ahead and masterwork everything. Like, why not? Let's just do it. I can't really customize my equipment, so we can at least have extra stats. And that's another thing, is I don't have all my gear masterworked either. So let's do this test one more time. Let's just go ahead and masterwork everything. Let's just see like what extra damage we can pull out of things. Most of this equipment is garbage, but at least we get something from it. Apparently I need to temper this ring. It's missing a temper. Is this one of the items that was borked? Doesn't seem to be borked. Okay, it needs a crit. Overpower, overpower, overpower. Hey, we got a crit. Okay, masterwork me. Masterwork me, baby. Masterwork me, baby. Give it to me, masterwork me, baby. Yeah. These masterworked items are so ridiculous looking. Like, I gotta take screenshots of these for like posterity, so we can think back on this PTR as like one of the most bugged PTRs that ever existed. Look at my triple double masterworked ring with a single masterwork on strength. Look at that bad boy. Oh yeah, baby. Triple double masterwork, come on down, we can twerk. Triple double masterwork, come on down, we can twerk. Don't tell me you don't wanna twerk with me. Don't tell me you don't wanna twerk with me. Double, triple, triple, double, double, triple. Come on, baby. Double, triple, baby. Triple, double, baby, yeah. Double, bubble, triple, huh? Triple, bipple. Triple, boople. Boople,
Definitely was
bapple.
gambling on the wrong character. I
What?
kept getting third blade. I kept getting third blade and Rama Ding Dongs. I was like, oh, let me go over to like a Sorc or something.
I would try and get the other one.
Shard.
How is your lunging strike build doing? Good?
I haven't really tested it. I went and cooked dinner and I'm back and I still haven't tested it.
Oh. Okay, well
I
I'm
did a
like
quick test and I was like,
masterworking everything, so I'm gonna like... Oh, that's right, because that's only a normal item. It only masterworks to 8. That's right, I forgot. boom, 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 boom. If I shaved, no one would know I was a ginger? Of course they would. I got freckles all over my entire body. And my skin is so lily white that you often have to shield your eyes in the sunlight to be able to look at me. I have legitimately been outside before, walked into the sunlight, and had somebody do this. What is that? Is somebody turn on a floodlight or something? Like, so no, I could shave bald. I could shave all the hair off my entire body so that there's no hair visible, and people would still be able to tell I'm a redhead. That's what happens when your body is covered with freckles and you're so white that literally the sunlight reflects off of you as if you are a mirror. Oh, damage went way up. I can already see the bleed. Look at that big boy bleed on there. Oh, baby. Let's pull off that chunky boy bleed. You ready? Boom. Yep, I just immediately forced a phase shift. It's pretty funny. You know, the bleed builds might actually be the way to kill these bosses through the penalties. So you know how like you can't like force phase shift the bosses anymore because they have these like moments of invulnerability. Well, if you had like a whole bunch of Flay Barbarians and you were all stacking bleed on the target and you just made sure that you didn't pull anything, you don't want to pull any bleeds, nothing, and then just wait until the boss is completely filled with all bleed, and then rupture at that moment that he's filled completely with bleeds, you probably could bypass all of the stupid mechanics that they programmed into the bosses. All the silly things going on. You just build the bleed and then just stack it. Stack it until it's all the way filled their entire bar, and then just pull it at the same exact moment. And I bet you that would probably do it. I just did it with this guy, and I completely skipped one of his phases. Let's go test this on Duriel again, who was giving us trouble before. I bet you all of the masterworking and everything that we did probably pushed us over the top. Or we could do Belial. Let's do Belial. He just kind of stands there and lets us wail on him. I bet you we can get tons of bleed damage on him. Did they get rid of phases? No, they didn't. I literally was just having a whole conversation about that, Cyber. The bleed mechanic is essentially bypassing the phases because it's building the bleed up and then applying all the damage instantaneously. So it's like somehow forcing its way. It's like brute forcing its way past the mechanics, the phases. See how big of a bleed I can build up on him. Oh no, I didn't see which eyeball. I haven't actually fought his mechanics yet. Like, I think last season I don't think I actually ever fought him like one time where I wasn't like either one-shotting him or somebody else was one-shotting him. It was pretty much just boring fights. So I never actually did this guy's mechanics. It looks like it's pretty much the same fight as Diablo 3 anyway, so probably just boring. There's little puddles he puts out. I don't, can I stand in this little puddle? Like, is that dangerous? Is that a dangerous puddle? Oh, it popped on me like a wart. did a wart pop. I'm not sure if Shattered Vow is good for bosses. I feel like the other, like just the generic legendary is better for bossing or something.
Go back to it.
I'm playing around with both of them. I mean, it definitely seems. Oh, I guess I was a little bit off.
Is your bleed just falling off by itself even without rupture?
I mean, it does have a duration, but.
What the duration is right now?
It's 18.1 seconds. I'm gonna switch back to the other weapon and see how I like it on the bosses. I think the other like one is better for bossing. Like the non-Shattered Vow version is better for bossing, and Shattered Vow is definitely better for like trash mobs because of the auto execute. Yeah, he actually has mechanics you have to do. It's kind of neat. That was a 17 billion there. Oh no. He knocked me into the puddle. I did not appreciate that at all. Dude, the eyeball phase, the first time I think the eyeball phase happened, I died, but like, ever since I saw how the mechanic works, it's basically just free damage. Like, he literally just lets you stand there, because all you have to do is find the right eyeball, and then it's just free damage from that point. Oh, I see he has a, like a Lilith chase little thing that chases you around, and you gotta run away from it. Alright, come on, do your eyeballs again. Oh, over here? That's the safe place for the eyeballs? Thank you. Oh no, it was a lie. There was a second eyeball phase. No, he does extra eyeballs. I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied with my testing on this guy. I think you can push him a lot further than I'm pushing him. And Ancestral Shard of Verithiel would go miles with this build, but I don't have it. Obviously scaling the resource higher also is a huge deal. In fact, I didn't even use my resource potion while I was in there, which would have made a huge difference, because that gives me a whole bunch of extra resource to scale damage with. Let's go test it one more time with the resource potion, because that makes a huge difference in my damage.
I'm just surprised you're not over 1 billion on the ticks themselves.
I was sitting at 2 billion on the training dummies. I'm not sure what happened. Or I changed something, or like, I don't know what I did. Maybe I messed something up at some point. I think I was using Inner Calm, which does have that nice triple bonus. Maybe the Inner Calm gives me a lot more multiplier than some of the others. I mean, which makes sense. Like, Inner Calm is a very powerful one, especially since it triples. The barrier's not up on 100% uptime either, so... And that was all the way on the other side. It's kind of fun playing with mechanics. Alright, let's go try out a different character. I didn't mean to leave game. Let's go play with the Necromancer real quick and that new unique item. No, I don't want a aging bald black man. Just give me the generic Necromancer, please. Shadow and Flame. I don't know. Just making up names at this point. Oh, contains invalid characters.
Can't have an sign, I guess.
Can't have the and sign. That's for jerk faces. Nobody does normal bosses anymore. Just win. Pretty sure you still have to do all the normal bosses to get your Belials.
Until you engage in trading, and then you never have to go back. Why are these items bugged?
What kind of items?
The Shard of Erethiel, like, I have a version that's 150%. Oh, the tooltips aren't on, right? That's what it is? Oh.
You have to go back in there and fix the tooltips.
Yeah. So I finally got an Essential Shard of Erethiel, but it's 85%.
Wow, that's awful.
It took forever to get one of these. It's got greater affix maximum resource, too.
So I took off Shard of Erethiel and I tested without it. And basically what I came to the conclusion of is, like, the basic damage multipliers must be insane. Because, like, if you have enough basic damage, it's multiplying it by so much that, like, it's the main thing that you should ever focus on. Like, you pretty much want all basic multipliers that you can get. Or basic damage that you can get. So full topazes in your weapons seems to be a must. It multiplies the damage so much.
I'm going to come back to this probably later. I think I'm going to test out the Druid next.
I was also interested in another change they made. It was to Howl from Below. Apparently, Howl from Below was supposed to, but never was, actually tagging Corpse Explosion as a summon skill. Which sounds insane, because once Corpse Explosion gets tagged as a summon skill, like, that's nutty. Like, you know how much damage you can get, like, by tagging Corpse Explosion as a summon skill and then building all the summon buffs along with all the other stuff and then just, like, stacking them both at the same time? That sounds absolutely insane. Like, just insanity. It's definitely something I was looking at, like, especially with, like, Mortarcrux, which causes that when you consume a corpse, you get, like, a simulacrum. I thought that could be interesting too, like in combination with it, and then it also gives you like the Corpse Explosion double damage bonus. I don't know. Where's the unique? Is it not in here? Pain Gorgers. Must not have picked it up yet.
Sounds good.
A triple greater affix helmet. What is that? It's a triple greater affix Shaco. I like it. I put it on my head. It's pretty. The Sanguine Blade of Zir. That's one of the new ones. Summons damage, afflict enemies with a vampiric curse. Corpse Explosion also contributes. It's basically the vampiric power from, like, what, season 2, essentially, that's been around for a while.
Alright, we got Fatso.
We'll pull up the notes real quick and read the thing about the Howl from Below. I always wanted to do a Mortarcrux build. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I've always wanted to do a Mortarcrux build. I thought it would be interesting. So, like, Howl from Below actually working to tag with summons is interesting. Howl from, there it is. Necromancer fixed an issue where Howl from Below did not grant summon tag to Corpse Explosion. Very interesting. So Howl from Below should grant the summon tag to Corpse Explosion now, which means that you should be able to technically build a summon Corpse Explosion Necromancer and like transfer over the damage essentially, which is interesting. What do we got on Maker? In dearest memory, did I not get the new gloves, like, or did I already destroy them by accident? I thought it was gloves. Are these actually working to give Corpse Explosion the tag, though? That sounds really cool. Wow, it really does. It really is giving it the summon tag now. That's really cool. So Corpse Explosion would then benefit from all summon bonuses, which that just sounds like an insane build. Especially since Mortarcrux has the alternative of making it so that you get all those, like, every time you consume a corpse, you get a Sun Slamacrum, which runs around and explodes for shadow damage. Make a very interesting build, too. I must have accidentally destroyed the item. That's the only thing I can think of, because it's not in here. Either that or it's still on the floor, or maybe it disappeared because I opened up too many boxes at one time, which is also a possibility. Let's just go ahead and open up the rest of these boxes. I know I need the jewels, the seasonal currency. Should be the manuals in here too. That's what I'm really looking for. Can't do anything without the temper manuals. Oh man, I forgot about the runes. Oh no, so many runes. Why do I always forget, like, the button combo to, like, force this, like, alt-click, alt-right-click, control-click, control-right-click, shift-click, shift-control, shift-right-click, like, I got too many little, like shortcut buttons. Always end up hitting the wrong one and dropping stuff on the ground. And it's got to be different from, like, every other game. Like, they can't ever have the same, like, buttons. It's always like, okay, in one game to put it in the stash, it's control click, and then another game to put it in the stash, it's not control click, it's alt click, and then another game to put it in the stash, it's shift click, and, like, it's just like they can never like unify. It's like, it reminds me of back in the day. Do you remember when you used to play, like, first-person shooters, and first-person shooters would have like non-standardized controls? It was like every single one of them felt like was always doing something different. Like, one of them would have, like, control as the duck button and C as the, or, you know, like, or E as the use button, and another one would have C as the duck button and, like, F as the use button, and another one would have, like, the like, it just, there was no, like, rhyme or reason to it. They were always, like, all over the place. It was like, what do you want, like, everything? And it's like, yes. Alright, let's put these in here. We don't know what we need just yet for the build, so let's just shove this all in here. Shove. Just shove, shove, shove. Just keep shove. Reminds me of that Seinfeld episode where Jerry was doing the mail, and he goes up to Newman, and he's like, I have some of these packages that say, do not bend or do not fold. And he goes, I don't know how they won't fit inside the mailboxes. And he's like, Newman's like, crush, crinkle, bend, fold, you'll do fine. Alright, let's try that again. So we're looking for the gloves, the new gloves. And they are gloves, right? Like, am I just, like, losing my mind? The Hand of Naz. The Hand of Naz, that's what they're called. I got Cura's Embrace. I got Howl from Below. I got a double star Howl from Below. Okay, let's get rid of that one. Greaves of the Empty Tomb, and there's blah, 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 blah. I don't see it on the list. I see the Sanguine Blade of like poopity doodah, but I do not see the Hands of Naz. Oh, they're not here. Did they forget to put those in the box? Like every time I interact with something in this I'm not surprised anymore. Like it's just the way things are. It's just the weighties. Let's try one more time. Equipment, grant all uniques. Not the mythic and not the generic. It's the class-based uniques. Pick up all class-based uniques. Maybe it was disappearing or something because I had too many items on the ground. No. Yeah, so it's just not in there. It's just not in there. What's with the 1980s Atari music? You don't like 1980s Atari music? I love 1980s Atari music. It's great. It's my favorite stuff. I'm gonna go back to we're gonna listen to some Pitfall. I probably would pull up some Pitfall if I could, but you know I can't really pull up Pitfall because I'd probably get like copyright striked. But you're lucky, I can't. Okay, so I can't get the gloves from the box. I've tried several times. I mean, I'll try one more time just to be sure, but it doesn't seem to be dropping from the box no matter how hard I try. Unless for some reason it's in the generic unique box or something. Like maybe it's in the genericos.
I'm gonna gamble them. Gamble.
What if they're not even in the game?
What
if they're not even in the game? They couldn't. Oh my god, the chair boss next to the blacksmith. Will you please stop? Dang chair bosses, don't let the chair boss come on down, baby. You got a chair boss, gonna hit him right in the hoss, cause they got a chair boss, gonna boss with the chair boss, and a hoss, come on down with the sauce.
Give me the worst version of this Druid Maze so many times. Just give me a good version.
I'm about to like drop these boxes off in hell over here, cause they just don't. Get over here and just leave me alone. I doubt it's in the generic box, like I really do, but I mean I could always open up the generic boxes just to see. I mean, if maybe for some reason got like mistaken and put in the wrong box, I doubt it. I see Durant Faith, that's a generic. Frost Burns is a generic. Festive Fate is a generic. Pain Gorger's Gauntlet is a generic, so I mean I don't see it in here. They keep dropping me poopy Shard of Erethiels that aren't ancestral. Just gonna get rid of the boxes real quick. I'm tired of seeing them. Okay, so let me go get my Obel packages, and I guess let me try and gamble a pair of gloves, because it's not in the box. So yet again, another problem. The new gloves that to test out the Necromancer are not in the box. So, try to gamble them, I guess. I tried to gamble a Shard of Erethiel. I was very unsuccessful. Maybe I'll get better luck with the gloves. Alright, so one of two things. If I can't get these gloves, well then I obviously can't make the build for that. So maybe I'll try and do the Mortar Crux build with the way that they change the Corpse Explosion. That could be very interesting. Pushing into summoning and utilizing the The Howl from Below combined with the Mortar Crux. That could be a very interesting build. It's not the build that you guys wanted to see, but if I can't find the item to actually give me access to the other build, then I don't know what I can do. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Can't do nothing. I'm not a magician. I can't just make magic things happen. I'm not a magician. Another Frostburns. What if it's just not in the game? Like, what if they just forgot? They're just like, oh yeah, there were supposed to be some gloves in there. Oh yeah, we forgot about those. What gloves? Those are, yeah, we know. What are my gloves? Those are gloves? What are you talking about? Oh, those gloves. The ones we showed in the Campfire chat. Yeah, those don't come till next season. Still nothing. I got a couple Ancestrals. Like, the gambling definitely seems really bad this season. Or rather, in the PTR right now, it seems really bad. You know, it's kind of the silly thing. Like, why wouldn't they just, like, beef up the gambling just for the PTR? Like, to account for problems like this. You know, like when things go wrong and you can't find the item that you're looking for and you can't test out the builds that you want to test out. Like, why wouldn't they just, you know, like, set up the gambling to be like super lucrative, where it gives you a bunch of like ancestrals and like other things just for the PTR, and then put it back to normal when you get to the regular game. Like, just to account for any problems. Like, oh, there was an item missing from the box. Oh, we'll just go gamble it. You should get it in like one gamble, like, and every single item you gamble is like a freaking, like a legendary or unique or whatever, right? Ancestral, and you're like, oh, okay, this was easy. Like 2 seconds. It took me like 2 seconds. I got everything I needed. Cure's Embrace. Man. I finally got at least a unique. Not the unique I wanted, but a unique that was an actual Necromancer unique. I got a couple Frosties and like some Fists of Fate, but I haven't seen that particular unique item yet. Alright, well, I'm completely out of obols, and time to get more obols. I mean, I don't need like an ancestral one. All I really need to test out the build is just like even a normal version of it. I still can't even get a normal version to freaking gamble. I'm starting to think it might not be in the game.
Guess we can check the forum. See if anyone's complaining.
Worst PTR ever. I think we might be in the worst PTR ever. Like, everything's broken, nothing works. Masterworking's borked. Tempering is borked. Freaking, like once you get to a certain point in tempering, like half the time it won't even let you masterwork the item anymore. That's how bad the tempering system is. So like if you bring a ancestral item to the brink of like running out of tempers, it gets to the point where it's about to run out of tempers and then it stops. And I just got the item. I managed to get it. Okay, it took me like forever, but I managed to get one. Alright. So now we have a Hand of Naz. So sacrificing both skeletal warriors and golems grants a blah blah blah. I gotta take Cody out to pee, I forgot. Is it in the known issues list?
Known issue that there's several minion bugged interactions with the unique item Hand of Naz. I don't know what that means.
Bugged interactions?
So here we go.
Probably getting extra skeletal mages for like sacrificing things that aren't actually skeletal mages. I'm gonna take Cody out to pee real quick. He's been had to go for like an hour. Alright, it's raining out there. I like it when it rains when I gotta take Cody out to go to the bathroom. You know why? Because he doesn't like rain either, so he does his business and he actually comes back inside instead of like malingering. That's usually what he does when he goes outside. He malingers. About as much and as possible as a dog can malinger, he malingers. He's really good at it too. Alright, so testing out the new tank. First we gotta actually put this thing on. Alright, so we grab some we have to sacrifice the warriors, right? So it forces us to sacrifice them to gain the extra mages is basically how I understand it. Let's just play around with the various like ways that it works. Oh yeah, let me get an amulet with Occult Dominion up. Do they have like a whole known issues list yet, or?
Yep, they do.
Oh, okay, we should probably read that too. Let me put Occult Dominion on the amulet real quick. Let me take a look at this list. Anybody reply? That's not the forums. Where's my forum post? That's not it. That's the patch notes. That's not it. That's my screenshots. Don't need that open either anymore. I guess I closed it. Known issues thread. Okay. Dungeons and Roderick Strongrooms. Equipment delve not dropping reward cache. Some dungeon interactables, including Roderick Crest and artifacts, have incorrect tooltips. Players locked out of choosing the next pillar. I'm not really too interested. Astaroth. After defeating Astaroth, the player may be limited to exiting by using Town Portal. Using skills with some combinations of Catalyst and Arcana can cause the players to go beyond the game's boundaries. That sounds like fun. The tooltips for how to gain various Catalysts, Arcana, and infusions are still in development and may not appear correctly. Mystical Flame Shield is providing unintended additional buffs to the sorcerers. Rotting Lightbringer Druid unique item displays visual bugs with internal cooldown timer. Several minion bugged interactions with the unique item Hands of Naz. Several placeholders may appear in the wardrobe. Boost NPC. Using the character boost initially showcases your potion capacity beyond the normal amount. The Seal of Control Heraldic Jewel does not increase the Arcana Sapping Crux's vulnerable duration. Enchanting Gear with 2 tempered affixes at the occultist will only reroll affix ranges. It is possible. Oh, so you can enchant a piece of equipment that hasn't been tempered? Is that basically what it's saying? Let me check. So if I take a piece of equipment that has not been tempered yet, and I enchant it, what happens? So just take like a regular orb and put it in there. Ah, okay, so you can enchant the items, you just can't enchant them if they've been tempered. So if you temper them at all, it basically disables enchantment. So the problem is with the tempering system specifically. Here, let's just grab Decompose to start out with so we can grab some extra corpses. And let's go play around with these mage things and see how the mages work and how many we get and all the other beautiful nonsense that we need to know so that we can actually like build the character correctly. And why do I have a Cluthu staff? What the hell? Why does my club have like a Cluthu tentacle like just like taped onto it with like some duct tape? Dude, am I like imagining that? Like, how have I never seen that before? It straight up just looks like somebody took like a piece of a tentacle and like duct taped it onto a stick. Apparently that's my ultimate weapon, guys, is a duct tape tentacle onto a stick. Alright. So let's go ahead and generate some corpses. Pretty easy stuff. Let's summon all of our minions. Alright, so generate some more corpses. Alright, I gotta choose mages, so let's go with shadow mages and the shadow increase. And then let's just go with like a bone golem, it doesn't matter, like nothing too important there. And then let's put the golem down here too. What the hell's going on with the mages? Like, I don't understand what's going on. They won't stay alive. Is it because of the freaking gloves? Are the gloves literally killing them? That's weird. So when I put on the gloves, the mages all just die. Okay, so as of right now, like this is the current full army. So I'm currently sitting at 7 skeletal warriors, 6 skeletal mages, and 1 ghoul. Alright, so if I put the gloves on, my mages just all fall dead instantaneously. What the hell is that? They just all die. They just instantly die. I don't even understand. Is it because I haven't sacrificed the other ones yet? Was that what's going on? Like there's some sort of problem where if you put them on where you haven't sacrificed the other guys yet? Okay, so let's sacrifice the warriors. So let's get shadow damage, and then let's sacrifice the golem and get let's just get attack speed, whatever. Alright, so we've sacrificed everything. So does that allow us to get our maximum number of mages now? Or prevent them from dying when we summon them? Like, why are they instantly dying? That's weird. Okay, so we're at 7. That's what we were at before. It still says we can summon more. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, alright. Looks like we got 14 total mages, so that's good. Alright, so that's the first question answered. So we do have 14 mages. And then, that's a lot of mages. It's a lot of small hits. Like, constantly hitting a target. Like, the mages can't even all line up at the target. Like, that's crazy. Let me back out a little bit so they all come with me, and let's go back in again and see how it looks. That's kind of crazy watching 14 like skeletal mages all attack a target at the same time. That's pretty OP. I ain't gonna lie. Like the damage is pathetic. I mean, it's horrible, but then again, I don't have any of the aspects or anything that I would want to actually use with the mages. So, like, there's that. But that is impressive. That's very impressive. That's really interesting. And you're getting a pretty high multiplier for having these mages active too. So it's not like... I wonder like what the best way to set these mages up would be. Like there are options, like there's the bone mages, which is every 6th attack allows them to fire like a bone spear or whatever, which is rather interesting. The only problem with that is that they kill themselves relatively quickly, which makes it very difficult to keep them alive. But you could potentially have them firing some like much stronger attacks than just your basic, you know, like your basic attacks. Shadow mages do of course get like the 3 times increased damage for each active shadow mage, which is pretty impressive. So at that point we're sitting at like a maximum number of 14 mages times 3, which is what, 30, 33, 36. It's like 30, 42, I think it's like 42%, if I remember. I'm doing my quick math in my head. My quick math is terrible, so let's not do the quick math. So yeah, 42%. Okay, I actually got it right. So 42% damage increase just for having these guys active, which isn't like awful. at that point, I mean, I don't have anything set up. So, like, obviously you're going to want multiple points into the mages themselves. So, Skeletal Mage Mastery maxed out. I mean, we could put Hued Flesh, and then, I mean, it doesn't really matter what we put here. There's a couple of good options. Phone just fell out of my pocket. These pants have, like, absolutely no ability to hold things in the pocket. Let's do Necrotic Fortitude, and then let's do that too. And then we grab a 3 in the Skeleton Mage Mastery. We obviously could also do Amplify Damage and throw on something like Horrid Decrepify or Abhorrent Decrepify, which is pretty powerful. We could do Necrotic Carapace. I mean, this is just like lowbrow stuff. I'm not really hitting like all of the high marks. Boom, 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 boom. And then probably things like Inspiring Leader, Hellbent Commander, which is pretty powerful. And then just go with like Colin's Edict for the time being. And let's see how that changes things. Probably have to resummon them to get like everything snapshotted correctly. I don't really know if that's even a thing, but I did just up their damage tremendously, and it looks like they're not even increased at all. So, actually, I don't even know how you frickin' would resummon them. I don't even think that's possible. What's up, Tomag? Just leave and come back. I mean, it is interesting to see all the mages, like, firing off their individual abilities, but, like, it also kind of feels a lot like Hydra in a way, where, like, every single one of the mages is, like, one Hydra, essentially, and they're all shooting a single target. And it looks like when I left and came back, I lost the additional mages that I had access to. Interesting. So they just died because I changed zones. I went back down to the original 6. Huh. I wonder if like a two-hander is just like objectively better for something like this. I mean, this one has +4 to Skeleton Mage Mastery. Let's just throw this on real quick just to see what happens. Obviously, the damage numbers here are very low because I don't have access to all the things that I need to have access to, but... I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I'm like... You know what would probably work really well with this build? Like, having all these little minions and everything, and they're all hitting the target, and they're doing their own little thing, like, probably would work really good with just like a grandfather setup. Like just max crit, critical strike damage, have all these things just like mollywopping the monster around. And then like, you could build into something else too. The only main problem is like maintaining all these mages. Like it's going to be an absolute pain in the butt. It really is. It's gonna be a pain in the butt maintaining the mages. 14 mages is a lot of mages, and the mages aren't like particularly strong monsters that like survive very easily. I mean, I guess technically they do have a lot of skeletal mage mastery with the gloves, so you could have bare minimum you could have what +4 there. There's also like a skeleton mage mastery there. I mean, I suppose you could also be using, isn't there a ring or something that gives, like, Skeletal Mage Mastery, or am I misremembering? That changed it, maybe. I mean, you could also use Shroud of False Death, which is even more bonus to your mages, so that's another +1 to the mages, as well as +1 to all the passives, like Hellbent Commander, Inspiring Leader, etc. So that's another huge benefit that you could potentially add on to them. I wonder how quick the Bone Mages, like, just murder themselves. Let's play around with the Bone Mages real quick. They probably murder themselves so fast. I probably won't even be able to, like, see them attack because they'll be dead so quickly. Obviously, attack speed is a big thing. If there's any way that I can, like, just, like, spam heals on them. I mean, it seems like if I spam the heal on them, that they're, like, mostly okay. I feel like they're just gonna be dead all the time. They're just gonna be always dead. I mean, that heal ain't bad. The priest heal, that's actually pretty good. It seems to be keeping them alive quite well. I don't know if the priest heal actually needs to be spammed, but... Did I even switch it? Like... They're obviously hurting themselves. I just don't see the bone spears coming out. Like, where are the bone spears? And where's the hued flesh coming? Like, I don't see the hued flesh that should be happening. Hey, are they even dying? Like, they seem to get really low on HP and then they just don't die. Wait, okay, there we go. Alright, yeah, now they're all dead. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind, they proved me wrong. They said, look, we're gonna die. I said that we're dying. We're dying. We did the dying part. I mean, obviously there's a lot you can do with this build. You could set up cold and have, like, infinite resource. I mean, that's a really interesting, like, potential way that you could do it, to have infinite resource. Like, oh my god, that would be crazy amounts of resource coming in. Are you kidding me? I didn't even think about that right off the bat. Dude, I gotta test that out. So basically, like, you could have 14 mages running, all attacking a target at the same time, and every single mage would be feeding you resource. Like, so you would be able to just, like, constantly restore all of your resource all of the time. Like, as a for instance, say I was using Bone Spirit. I could probably just hold down Bone Spirit. Dude, look how fast my resource came back. That was sick. Here, watch it again. You guys ready? Dude, that is an insane amount of resource coming back. And of course, you could augment that with other potential ways to, like, recover resource. Like, that doesn't have to be your only way to recover resource. That's nutty. Boom. Completely back again. Okay, so 14 skeletal mages means you can get resource back instantaneously. What about, like, the shadow mages with, like, every bolt fires an extra attack? Let's see how that looks. There seems to be something going on with the mages about, like, them teleporting toward me weirdly. Like, half the time they're all not over here. Like, there's some of them just, like, hanging in the back. Like, they never intentioned for there to be 14 mages. I mean, 14 shadow mages, all firing with an extra projectile, is a total number of attacks of, God, what is that? Shadow mages fire an additional shadow bolt every 3 attacks. Okay. So, if you have 14 shadow mages times 3 attacks per, then you get 42 attacks with an additional 1 bolt every 3 attacks. So that means that an additional 14. That means they're firing 56 attacks in 4 cycles, essentially, or 3 cycles. So every 3 cycles, they get off 56 attacks. Each one of those is a shadow damage attack. So if you were to go over into, say, Shadow Blight key passive, where every 8th time an enemy receives shadow damage from you while they are affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional 4,662 damage. So if you pull Shadow Blight out and you pull that into the mix, then you're going to get a Shadow Blight key passive hit essentially all the freaking time. Every single moment that you're freaking, like, just here. Like, there's just going to be a constant number of Shadow Blight key passive procs. Because, I mean, just looking at the calculator, if we have 56 attacks every 3 cycles, that's 56 divided by 8, which is 7 Shadow Blight key passives going off every 3 attacks, essentially. I don't even know how many seconds that is per 3 attacks. I'm assuming, of course, you can increase the attack speed much faster, which also affects them, and then they're attacking much faster, which means you can get, like, hundreds of Shadow Blight key passives off, like, in a row, back to back to back to back to back. Seems ridiculous. Seems absolutely ridiculous. Or you could just go with the damage, so you don't necessarily have to do that. You could just go with the damage multiplier, which is 3 times damage multiplier for each active Shadow Mage. When one of your minions die, your other minions enrage, dealing 20% times increased damage for 3 whole seconds. Woo! 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 I have no Paragon right now, so it's not like they have any damage bonuses. I was gonna see if I could grab the cult leader bonus. Just to see if I can get them a whole bunch of extra damage that way. Oh, wrong side. The mages are over there. Just gonna, like, temporarily flesh out some of this stuff just for fun. I could have sworn there was one in here for mages, isn't there? Skeletal warriors. Fortify, close targets, skeletal mages. There it is. So, skeletal mages deal increased damage for every point of intelligence within range. There we go. Massive amounts of skeletal mage bonus damage. I mean, as of right now, the damage row numbers aren't really all that impressive, but I mean, again, I'm not really set up for like optimal setup or anything. I should probably at least put some aspects on there, like play around with some of the skeletal mage stuff. Let's like see how far we can push it. I don't really know like which way you go with it. Do you lean into the mages? Do you lean into the like fact that you can get 14 of them, which is a whole nother way that you could do it? So you don't necessarily have to lean into the damage of the mages. Like you could potentially just lean into the fact that you have 14 mages and utilize them for other purposes. You know, something completely different than like what you would normally think. Let's go ahead and put like 2 of these on. I can't remember right off the top of my head. I could have sworn there was like something really good for the mages in here. It's called Aspect of Service and Sacrifice. Yeah, that's it. 100% times increased damage for mages. And we could also use Aspect of the Frenzied Dead as well. Alright, so let's pull that in, and then let's pull Aspect of the Frenzied Dead in. And then let's see what else we got. While you have active minions, your summons do 45% times increased damage, but each minion drains 1 essence from you per second. While you have no active minions, you deal 45 times increased damage, but 7. I mean, Great Feast could be interesting, especially since they can generate essence. There's also other options, like you could run a basic build with it, like you don't necessarily have to go that direction. Consecutive hits with a Shadow Blight key passive deal 25% times increased damage for each hit, resetting after 6 seconds of the first. Well, that seems insane. So, kind of like going along with my theme earlier, thinking about trying to activate the Shadow Blight key passive as many times as you possibly can, right? As quickly as you possibly can. Well, if you think about it from this perspective, that you're getting a 25% times multiplier for every time the Shadow Blight key passive activates. You have 14 Shadow Mages all dishing out shadow damage. You increase their attack speed as high as you possibly can. They get like 56 attacks per 3 rotations, and your 3 rotations can happen in like 1 or 2 seconds, depending on how fast you make them attack. Meaning that you could potentially get like, I don't know, let's use some like Diablo 2 style calculations, right? So we don't really need like too much. Let's say that the mages were capable of attacking 4 times per second, okay? So if we have 4 times per second under 6 seconds, so that's 6 times 4 times 14. And then we get 336 attacks in that time frame. Now, if you utilize the additional attack per 3 attacks, that means that we have, what is that? 4 times 6 is 24, divided by 3 is 8. So 24 plus 8 times, what was it again? 24 times 8 times 14. So 448 attacks. It's 8 Shadow Blight key, or out of Shadow damage attacks to equal 1 Shadow Blight key passive. So we divide that by 8, and we get a total of 56 Shadow Blight key passives in 6 seconds. It increases in damage by 25% times per Shadow Blight key passive that we initiate in that 6 seconds from the first, which means that we would potentially have times 25, which is a total of a 1,400% multiplier on that last explosion before it resets. So it would continually rise in damage with each individual Shadow Blight key passive explosion in that 6-second time frame. So the first one would be 25, the second one would be 50, the third one would be 75, and so forth and so on, as scaling damage essentially infinitely into the moon until it eventually reaches its maximum potential. That's rather interesting. There doesn't seem to be a cap on it, and I doubt there is, because the cap was supposed to be the duration, but they didn't expect you to have a full army of these little bastards. So the Shadow Blight key passive explosions are just going to keep gaining in momentum until eventually they reach a crescendo, at which point they reset back to the beginning and then multiply again. Let's play with it. All these little tiny damage numbers. 339k. 359k. I'm assuming that's the Shadow Blight key passive explosions. Let's try multiple training dummies just to kind of like get a better idea. That way we can look over here at the explosions. It's too bad the Shadow Blight key passive explosions are kind of like muted. I suppose we could help this along a little bit by increasing our shadow damage. So we can use things like Gloom, which is an 8 times multiplier. This one is a bonus. The damage has certainly gone up, and I haven't really even gone through the process of trying to max everything out. Okay, so now we get into the nitty gritty and we start trying to work out exactly what we need to do. So the Shadow Blight key passive is getting more damage. Okay, we could potentially utilize the tempers, so specifically for the mages instead of going with a different setup. So let's say we do the mage tempers. I think the mage tempers is double unless they changed it, right? It used to be double. No, I can't remember. Yeah, so chance for skeleton mages to attack twice. That's what we want. So we want both the skeleton mages to attack twice modifiers on both items, which gives us roughly a 50% chance for the mages to attack twice. Okay, so don't get me the thing. There we go. Okay, so we've got what, a 19 plus a 17, so 30 some odd percent, 35% chance, just lowballing it, for the mages to just simply attack twice, right? So that increases the damage tremendously because that increases the number of Shadow Blight key passives that we could potentially get. In fact, we could masterwork those, potentially try and get other things. And to put another temper on there to masterwork it though. So summon mage damage specifically. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Let's just put 2 tempers on there and move on. And then masterwork it to get the extra percentage so the mages attack faster. Because any additional multiplier for how fast they attack is a good thing, right? We want them to attack 100% of the extra time. So every single time they have an opportunity to attack twice, we want them to attack twice. So 36.1 and 37.6. So that's what, 60, 70. It's 72 odd % chance of attacking twice every single time they fire. And then we want to change them to the extra bolt every single attack as well. So this should be somewhere in the neighborhood of almost 1,000 attacks per 6-second cycle. If I'm calculating it out properly. 386,000. I'm seeing some pretty good numbers for being like completely unset up. Just the sheer number of attacks is ridiculous. Let me pull them back a little bit so I can actually see this properly. Holy crap, that's insane. I'm assuming that that's the Shadow Blight key passive right there. You see how it's like exploding? So each one of those is basically a Shadow Blight key passive that's exploding. I did put that aspect on the item, right? The one that gives me the consecutive hits with Shadow Blight key passive deal 25% times increased damage. I mean, it's starting to look pretty impressive. Attack speed is the next part of the equation. So we need more attack speed. As much as we can get, really. There's some attack speed on the Hand of Naz, so that's good. We could potentially reroll attack speed on like both the rings just to check it out. Let's go do that real quick. So we're just gonna roll attack speed on like everything. Super long load time. Am I finally getting one of the fated crashes? The crashes of fate. 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 Definitely seems to be taking forever. Okay, it worked finally. Alright, let's go re-roll for attack speed. Let's just put it on both the rings, it doesn't matter. So let's just do attack speed. There you go, there's a 9.8. Pretty close. I ain't gonna complain about it. Let's move on. $9.5. There you go. That's pretty good. Let's reroll the amulets. $9.3. There we go. We gained like 30% attack speed, like right there. What else can we throw on? I kind of wanted to try out the Coldbringer aspect because we got 14 mages. 14 mages. Every 4 seconds, your skeletal mages cast a blizzard that deals cold damage and continuously chills enemies, right? Like, 14 mages all casting blizzards. That's got to be insane, right? So that'd be fun to try out just for lulz.
You know what'd be cool is if you could use the ice spikes from the Sorc with the blizzard. That'd be so cool.
Dude, that'd be great. Craven aspects. I was actually thinking of like trying to find a way that I could potentially like cause that to like help out, like get more through that. I mean, there are some things that like build into the cold side in the Necromancer. Like there's the weapon that gives you like chill whenever you deal shadow damage or whatever, which would probably be kind of insane with 14 mages all hitting the target. I mean, let's be honest. You could even put Coldbringer aspect on like your amulet or something, just to like really, really puff it up.
Trying to see what else is like a good option here.
Creeping cadaver. Creep, creepy, creeping, creeper, creeps. Gonna creeping, gotta creeping, gonna creeping. What do I got on here? Anytime your minions attack speed, yep, and skeletal mages, yep. Minion summons. Okay. Alright, now that we've added a bunch of attack speed, let's see how that goes. More attack speed. Make them attack faster. Let me know if you have time for a D2R question. Yeah, sure, shoot your DR question. Shoot your Diablo 2 question. Shoot it. I gotta try this on like a boss dummy just to see like like how the how much stagger like all those frickin' blizzards build up. That sounds absolutely insane. Dude, there's so many blizzards. I'm pretty sure there's just 14 blizzards like going on like basically at all times. That's kind of insanity. I'm seeing some really impressive numbers for a badly set up character. And I feel like I need to like take the time and actually set the character up properly. Let's grab the rest of the boards. Put in some more aspects. Forgot how bad all the boards are on the Necromancer. Oh my god, why are the boards always so bad on the Necromancer? Every time I go on here, I'm like, which board should I want? Like, and I'm like, oh, let me see. And then I look at the boards and I'm like, oh yeah, I want none of them. Because they're all trash. Okay, I'm sorry. Usually there's like one board that's worthwhile and the rest of them are all trash. My bad. That's what I really meant to say. What I meant to say is most of them are trash. Not all of them are trash, but most of them are trash. I always forget. It's weird too because it's got like I got like a selective memory, and I'll always forget how bad the frickin' boards are on the Necromancer. And then you go and you grab your first board, you know, like the no-brainer board, which is the one that lines up with your build. And then you look at the rest of the boards and you're like, okay, what other board do I want? You're like, all right, let me see, what's the other boards I want? And you look at all the other boards and you're like, nope. 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 Anything else? Nope. Nope. That's a mega nope. And a nope. Like hulking monstrosity. Nope. Bloodbath. It's overpowers. I mean, if I'm doing like shadow, then nope. Blood beget blood. Blood orbs grant stuff. I'm not even generating blood orbs. So nope. Bone graft. It's literally just bone skills. So nope. Scent of Death. I mean, I guess it's okay if you have nothing else.
Flesh Eater. Consuming corpses grants 40% increased damage, I guess. I don't really want to be like a whore to the corpse grind mechanism, but I guess we really don't have a lot of other choice other than to be a whore to the corpse grind mechanism, so... You better grind them corpses, do-si-do. You better come on down and let's go, okay? Grind them corpses, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go. Okay, so we have boards. Let's put glyphs in the boards and activate the glyphs. Okay, so what do we got? I suppose the rare node increaser, like Abyssal, goes over here. Makes perfect sense because that increases the 2 rare node bonuses, which we definitely want to increase. We need all the dexterity. Okay, and then this one. Enemies affected by curse skills take multiplied damage. Sure, why not? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, and then next. That one's Paragon nodes within range bonus to their minion damage and damage reduction modifiers. So I guess that needs to be over here. And that one needs to be over there. We don't need every single intelligence node on this one anymore. Just the basic number shall do. And then grab all the intelligence nodes over here instead. Alright. Got all the glyphs. Alright. So what are we doing now? $1.1 millions. 2.2 millions. Let's focus it all on one monster. Can't even see what's going on. There's too many numbers. I'm attacking so quickly. Like it's just a sea of numbers.
Those mages are fast.
I saw 5.3 million in there. Popped up. It was an overpower. 2.6 million. I mean, the sheer number of attacks that the guy is receiving, anywhere between, it seems like 200k at the minimum to somewhere around like 5 million at the maximum. And they're hitting like really freaking fast. Like, I don't know how many attacks they have per second, but it's a lot. I mean, like, let's do some like Diablo 2 math, and let's assume that they have an average damage of 200,000 to 2,500 divided by 2, which gives us an average damage of 1.3 million per strike. Times 14 skeletons, which is 18,900 damage, or 18,900,000 damage per second. Times like a damage of, let's say, 4 attacks per second. Which gives us 75,600,000 damage per second. That's... I don't know. I mean, it seems like not enough. Like, for like Torment 4 at the very least. Seems like it would take forever to kill anything, but I mean, who knows? I mean, I can also curse the target, obviously, and bringing them more damage that way. There's other ways, like consuming corpses, which gives them more damage. Gives me like a 40 times multiplier there. Which seems to be bringing up their damage quite considerably. Like, they just went up to like 2.3 mil on like the bottom end. 6 mil on the top end.
You have to summon, I don't know if it's a jewel or power.
Oh, I haven't put any of the seasonal stuff in. Nothing. This is pure non-seasonal at this point.
They're also at normal difficulty, and I don't know if that matters at all.
Alright, so I'll change it. And I'll also start putting in some jewels. We'll put in some of the new seasonal powers and stuff, and we'll start, like, decking it out.
Probably one of these new dungeons. Seems pretty fun.
Oh, the new Herodric Do Jinky Jinx.
Yeah, I'm in a strong room right now.
Okay, so powers, jewels. I know there's one jewel in here. I think that was like summon related. I can't remember which one it was.
Seems like Lunging Strike is going to be a good build. I don't know how good. I have to try some bosses. Bosses is the only thing I haven't tried.
After you injure or kill an enemy, your summons are empowered, growing larger and dealing. So you have to kill an enemy. That doesn't work inside the training room. This other one is kind of interesting. It says lucky hit, dealing damage on your infusions. Of your infusion's element has up to a 33% chance to trigger its secondary effect. But the thing is like, what's the secondary effect on the shadow damage? To deactivate monster summoner effects for 5 seconds? Is that the secondary effect? Because that doesn't seem very useful. Put that in there. Let's do the stars, because the stars are, like, without a doubt the easiest thing to because if you're doing this whole like shadow blight thing, you want the stars to just like smack into all the targets. Many stars, or maybe the little explodey guys too. I mean, that could be a good option. Have them like blowing up on the target. What we got in here? Have I ever played chess? Yeah, I did some tournaments back when I was in school. I don't really like chess anymore, though. Too many people just cheat at it. Wasn't there literally a streamer the other day that legitimately got caught cheating? Exactly as I'm literally talking about it today, but like he got caught cheating the exact way that I've always like been annoyed with playing chess. Playing online chess is hilarious. It's like you're basically just asking for trouble. I don't know what to do here. It's too vulnerable. Get like free vulnerable in there. I don't like this catalyst system. I think it kind of sucks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like I just don't know. I'm looking at it, and I don't like any of them. They're all kind of poopy, to be honest. Like they're not really that amazing. Did I choose all my gems yet? I think I was still missing one gem. Let's use the damage over time gem since we're doing shadow. I don't know how much of the shadow damage we're doing is corrupting damage, but we try it, see what happens. How fast I'm summoning corpses. It's hilarious. What's even going on right now? I'm just like spam summoning corpses at like an insanely fast rate. I'm just like, dude, look at my character. Look how fast I'm freaking just like, I'm just like juking that freaking corpse button. Come on back, baby, come on back, baby, come on back. Gonna hit you with the come on back now. Gonna hit you, gonna get you, gonna get you. I don't know, I don't like that, I don't like any of these powers. Like, what the hell is it with these powers? They're all poopy. Like, who thought these powers up? Like, they're going to be so inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. They're going to do basically nothing. Like, you're going to be a high-level character running whatever, and, like, your power is going to be basically meaningless. People are going to choose the power that activates the best. That's what we're going to use. They're going to do. The one that actually hits the target and activates the best. That's what they're going to do.
Hit him in a cube.
I still have 29 skill points left too. Like I haven't really invested in anything. I just don't know. Maybe just go like corpse explosion with like blighted corpse explosion just for the lulz. Let's try
29 skill points.
Yeah, 29 skill points.
There's no passives that apply to your build. I guess just max out all your skills.
Well, the thing is that like you don't need most of the passives because you don't need Skeletal Warrior passive because you're not doing Skeletal Warriors. You don't need the passive for the golems because you're not doing the golems. You don't need a lot of the passives because you're kind of like avoiding that by sacrificing like half the minions, and so like you don't really have a lot left. I mean, yeah, I can put points in other stuff, but I'm not really trying to test out all the other abilities. I'm trying to test out the mages themselves. Like, see how they specifically function here. I mean, I have no clue what's going on the screen. Like, I'm watching the numbers and I have no clue. And of course, this monster doesn't really tell me jack diddly because he's not really something that actually like functions properly. I doubt I have the resistances to actually attack any of these monsters. Looks like I have shadow resistance. That's the only resistance that I actually have right now. So let's go fight for no reason, and let's go die. Let's go fight Varshan. And let me see how like the damage output is on an actual boss. I seriously doubt the damage output is enough for Torment 4 at this particular point in time. It's just, I don't think it is. And I guess we're gonna find out though, the hard way, one way or another.
My initial impressions from what I made so far of Lunging Straight is it's good, not overpowered. Once you get all the gear, like the bosses are doable. You probably can make them even faster, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your Lunging Strike build's probably going to be insane. You're just going to be bunny or hopping all over the damn place, cleaving everything. Right. It's going to be nuts. You don't got to tell us how good your Lunging Strike build is, okay? I already knew. I already knew it was going to be amazing, okay? already knew. We knew. Okay, so damage output on an actual boss. Like, basically nothing. Like, I mean, he's taking damage. And I don't really have to, like, engage with him at all. I guess I could just run around and laugh while he dies to mages. But, like, is he actually taking any damage worthwhile? No, not really. Like, he's basically taking, like, no damage. All I have to do is just do mechanics until he's dead. But, I mean, it's not high enough to be good enough for this yet. Also, one of the things that's pissing me off is that, like, yes, I have 14 mages, but only 6 of them half the time are even there, because there's some sort of bug where it's only getting, like, the first couple mages or whatever. So, like, every time you go in there to actually do anything, like, to any bosses or whatever, it only has 6 mages, not 14. And then, like, when you die and you come back to life, then it might fix itself, but... wasn't even in that one that time. I mean, judging by the amount of time it's taking to kill him, like, just going in there and fighting him and watching the little minions do their thing, I mean, he'll eventually die. Like, it's not impossible for a Necromancer to kill this guy. Like, I feel like if you just ran around in circles like this and didn't even pay attention to what was going on, you'd probably eventually kill him anyway. Like, it would just be a matter of time. Maybe pop a couple of corpses to heal your mages and just keep running around in a circle. It would take some time, and it definitely wouldn't be quick, but he'll die eventually. Okay, he'll die of boredom from the mages, like, poking him in the butt with all those attacks. He will die eventually, sir. Okay? Eventually. Which is the best kind of eventually, is eventually.
People must be lagging the servers, because it looks like they put a script in the game that deletes a item on the floor within, like, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. It's fast. My items are just disappearing constantly that I keep over.
La 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 la. Tormented Echo of Varshan is just laughing at me at this point. He's almost staggered. Get him! Get him, yeah! Stagger him, buddy! I have successfully done about 10% of his HP in like 5 minutes. It'll take me another 50 minutes. Judging by my current rate of killing in Torment 4. I mean, am I in danger of dying? Not really, as long as I have eyeballs and pay attention to what's going on the screen. I will be alive just fine. If I don't pay attention to what's going on the screen, I will die, but he will die eventually too, so... I don't call this one a win. I think this one's a failure. This one's a failure, not very good. No, I'm just kidding. I think it could be a lot stronger than I'm making it. I just don't know. There's definitely avenues that you could explore in both directions, either beefing up the mages themselves or beefing up the shadow, like blight key passive more instead of focusing on the mages. That's another potential way that you could go with it, because the shadow blight key passive doesn't necessarily care what the shadow damage is coming from. It just says, like, shadow damage infects enemies with shadow blight for 2 seconds. Every 8th time an enemy receives Shadow Blight damage, while you are affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional, like, shadow damage bonus, right? And then, like, it basically just makes it so that you can get a ton of extra damage. I mean, I suppose I could switch off of Shadow Blight key passive and just try and buff them directly with Colin's Edict, which could be interesting. Let's try that. Let's switch over to Colin's Edict instead of going with the Shadow Blight key passive thing. Let's swap out the aspect for the Shadow Blade key pass bonus, since we're not using that anymore. And then, your bone skills now do shadow damage, and enemies take 25 times increased shadow damage after being hit with a bone skill. The hell? So just a free 25 times multiplier for firing off a bone skill? That seems kind of neat. I mean, you could just like put any bone skill in there. Like, it doesn't even have to be like an important bone skill. You just like throw like bone splinters on there for like a free 25 times multiplier. Let's try it one more time with the Collins Edict instead of the other. Just to see if it upgrades their damage at all or if things change in our favor. I mean, damage seems a little bit better with Kalen's Edict versus the Shadow Blade. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it's better. It definitely is better because it's going a hell of a lot faster. Why are my minions just like no longer attacking? What the hell's going on? And the boss is just repeating his attack over and over again. Am I in the disco room? I'm in the disco room, boy! I think I'm, I think either the server crashed or I crashed, one or the other. What is even going on right now? I can't even do anything. Look at that sick attack speed, though. Look at me, just gonna be tagging. Can't be top and beat, I'm tagging. That is really weird. The mages just stopped attacking. Am I even still online? Like, am I alive? Do I have access to the internet? Okay, I am still online, I guess. I don't know. I guess the server is exploded. Are you having any trouble, Leon? Or?
At the moment, I'm okay.
You see what's going on my screen?
Yeah, nothing. Gershon's just sitting and moving, and
You
Pizza
just-
Cutter Infinite.
Infinite pizza color. My mages won't attack anymore either. I think I broke the game. Can't leave game. Okay. Alrighty then. Can we boot back up? Your account has not finished being saved by the current game, or your account is otherwise busy. Please wait a few minutes so we can safely log out your account. Well, this is what it looks like. I'm trying to think of a Mortar Crux summon build with that howl from below, using the corpse explosion and scaling the summon modifiers. I'm curious how that would work. Build like pure summon. Use Mortar Crux and howl from below together. I don't know. I mean, it'd basically be a corpse explosion build with summons, scaling both the corpse explosion and the summons. It's too bad you can't utilize the new mage gloves with the howl from below. Both take up the same slot. It is cool seeing 14 mages though. So not only do they do single target damage, they also have a occasionally shatter, whatever that means, dealing damage to multiple targets. I don't even know how that works. Let's go to the multiplier. Let's try that out. I'm gonna go somewhere normal. Let's just try out an area. I want to see how they do in just like basic Torment 4. We can go over here, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter where we go. We just need to go somewhere. Get the mages up. Need all 14 of them. Alright, so all 14 mages are active. Now we actually have our Torment 4 like test in place here. I mean, they certainly make quick work of like any of the monsters they come to. That's crazy. Dude, damn. Those monsters don't even stand a chance. Like, they walk up to these Torment 4 monsters and they just, like, lay them low.
So you're basically in Torment 4, but not in the boss part. Which is, that happens a lot. Because the bosses feel like they're in Torment 5 or 6.
Yeah, the bosses seem like they're in a whole new Torment. Which is really stupid, in my opinion, too. Because, like, why balance an entire zone, like, around Torment 4 and then balance the bosses around Torment 5? Then if you build your character strong enough to do the bosses, now you're just dominating the entire zone, and like the entire zone just feels like trash. It seems like a guaranteed way to make everyone not want to play in like the normal content, because you've now made it so that you have to be many factors stronger than the normal content to, like, you know, compete, essentially, right? So, like, as soon as you are strong enough to kill the boss, now the content is weak. It's like, oh, these monsters, they don't even, like, yawn. These are regular monsters. I just rolled over them like a steamroller. It seems like a kind of a misguided mechanism, in my opinion. Like, the monsters in the regular world of Torment 4 shouldn't be, like, or rather, the boss of Torment 4 shouldn't be, like, 100 times more difficult than the regular monsters in Torment 4. To the point where literally, like, one is just laughable and the other one is actually difficult. It's weird. It's a weird, like, they had to have sat down at some point and been like, all right, what do we want to do? And then, like, came up with the conclusion of, like, just to do all that craziness for no reason. Just like, let's just make the bosses ridiculously hard so that, you know, like, nobody in Torment 4 can actually do these bosses. And that you have to, like, have monsters, you know, like, many factors times stronger than you were in Torment 4 to do the bosses. They're like, sounds good. And somebody just, like, threw a thumbs up and was like, all right. So making the bosses really hard in Torment 4, but the monster's not hard in Torment 4. Got it. All right. What's next? All right, so I got intelligence. I can get a bunch of that.
Do you have intelligence?
Are you a smart man or are you dumb? Your butthole looks like an ugly thumb. I don't know. It rhymed.
Does, but I don't know how you do that.
It rhymed. It rhymed. It rhymed a really good rhyme. Oh, there's rhyme. Come on back to rhyme. You got rhymes. Come on back to slime. Alright, I put jewels in my equipment. Changed that a little bit. Let's go back to Varshan. Let's try one more. One more go at it. Let's see how they do with a little bit more beefing. Beef up just a little bit more. A little bit more beefy beefs. I mean, their damage wasn't, like, awful on the boss. And you know how, like, if you go into a boss room and you start fighting the boss and you're like, oh yeah, that's never gonna happen, right? As you watch the monster, like, the boss's HP bar, like, not even move. Like, it wasn't like that. Like, the boss's HP bar was moving. It was just moving at a much slower rate than I would have liked. That's all. Oh, I don't have any poison resistance, and that guy hit me with poison, and that was, like, really, really mean. That was some very nasty poison. Holy poison balls, Batman. Can you not be so rude to me? I don't want your poison in my face. This isn't the poison balls. This is the not poison balls.
$39 billion.
10 million.
All right, Flay's looking nuts.
Oh, dang it. I didn't see him using the ability. The what?
Flay, I kind of switched my lunging strike to Flay, like with a couple like weapon swap and little.
Well, you're
things
doing
just to
like
test
full
it out.
crit, right? So
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like a Grandpa Pop full crit build would probably be pretty good too. Because that's what Gushing Wounds builds off of, right?
Yeah, I had a random 39 billion proc from that. Was it siphoning power?
That seems about within line what I was running. I had like a 1 billion at one point when I was doing my testing, so.
Probably rupture.
I think that was the highest I saw, was like a 51 billion, or I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was a lot of numbers flying on the screen at like all times. The bosses definitely take a lot less damage though. So like if you go fight the bosses, you'll notice that the bosses just seem to have a lot higher resistances in general to the.
Well, that was since Lord Zero. I did that.
Oh, that was Lord Zero? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just when I killed him. Need more healing on this setup.
There is a power in there that heals you. It's actually not terrible. Oh, I just like dodged right into that too. I mean, my damage went up a little bit. I'm definitely noticing a difference. And if my survivability wasn't garbage and I didn't die on like every single thing that touched me with, oh, with a whole 4,974 HP. Wow, that is low. Yuck. Yuck, that is low. Oh my god, that is like, what is that? That's like pre-level 60 HP. What? Did I not pick like every freaking mod on the skill panel, like specifically for HP bonuses on the Paragon board? Like, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I was like, oh look, HP, give me some of that. Oh look, there's some more HP, give me some of that. And I took like every HP node that I could grab, except for these down here. I didn't grab these, but let's grab these too. Where's some more HP? We need more HP apparently. Our hit points be like 2. We got like 2 whole hit points. Be like, oh, you like hit points? Well, we don't have any hit points for you. Those cost extra. If you want hit points, we're gonna have to charge you. But you even with all these, I'm probably still gonna be like baby mode HP. They love doing this to the the characters that are not like the ones that they favor with the HP pools. Barbarian's over there with like 70,000 HP, and the Necromancer's down there with like 4K. Keyword search. I don't see hit points on the list. Healthy, injured, no. Life, there we go. Life. Yo, mama, yo, daddy, yo, greaser, greaser, granny. That doesn't give life, though. Why is that highlighted? That gives life. Oh, I don't have a glyph here? I thought I did have a glyph there. What the hell? So I'm just missing a glyph? That's a whole extra bit of damage I could be dishing out. Oh, I'm pretty sure I did have it here. Like, why is it missing, though? It should have been Eliminator. That's what I usually put there anyway. Maybe I took it out by accident or something stupid. I am stupid, I mean. But you guys know that, so. Okay, so that brings me up to a whole 7,000. I basically doubled my HP, guys. Let's go back down there now that I got the extra glyph in there. Try one more time. I guess I could also grab, let's just grab Army of the Dead. I don't particularly like Army of the Dead, but it's okay. That way we can spam something while we're down there. Hey, I actually survived one of his swipes. What do you know? What do you know, Joe? Almost like having resistances and stuff is a good thing, and like HP and like all those things actually matter. Because they give you doohickeys.
What do you temper? Rupture explosion size?
For utility, that's pretty much the only thing you have access to. I mean, you could do hamstring, but hamstring's basically been useless ever since they changed it. It doesn't really have much purpose anymore. They made it so conditional that it's like, okay, it's barely active, like even at the best of times. And you can avoid it now too, so like you don't even have to take hamstring, because if you take rupture, you can go straight to cut to the bone, and you can just avoid it. I mean, there's other potential options, like, totally messed up on that. Damage is way better, though. I almost got him down to 25%, like, relatively quickly. I mean, I'm starting to see, like, the light at the end of the tunnel. Is this build viable? Yeah, it definitely is. Like, it's 100% viable. You can 100% make this work. It would take a little bit of effort. You'd probably want to set up mainly for summons. You could go the other way, I think, and you could do a full shadow build with all the minion mages too, and just not build into the mages. Instead of building into the mages specifically, you could build into the shadow stuff. Use them to like proc all the Shadow Blight key passives, which gives you like an insanely large number of Shadow Blight key set passive procs. I don't even know if they put like a timer on that or anything. Like, God, it rebound my T key. Like, I always unbind my T key and put it to the skill panel, and it rebound my T key back to the teleport. So I just accidentally teleported back to town. It's so beautiful. Don't you just love not having your keybinds set up how you like them? If they really wanted to troll the community, that's all they got to do. Just like reset the keybinds all the time. Reset, reset, reset. What? You don't like it when we reset your keybinds? What? I think, honestly, them putting teleport on T was the biggest troll in the world to any Diablo 2 player. Because every single Diablo 2 player knows that T is the skill panel. And we press T to bring up the skill panel on a regular basis. And they basically just made the teleport button the skill panel button. And you just troll yourself on a regular basis, pressing the T button, teleporting yourself back to town and wondering what happened. It's like every single day you just troll yourself until you finally decide to rebind the button. You're like, enough is enough. Not doing this anymore, Grandpa. Well, too damn bad. I mean, I think I've tested it enough. I like it. I think it's good. I think there's going to be some people that are going to enjoy that build come next season. Hopefully they buff it up a little bit, just a tiny bit. I think there's a couple things that they could potentially do to it. I don't know. Like, first off is the fact that, like, there's a problem with the mages. Like, it doesn't summon the right number of mages half the time. Like, half the time it summons the wrong number of mages, and I don't know why. But there's, like, a whole thing there where it just keeps summoning, like, random numbers of mages. Like, it'll summon 6 sometimes, or it'll summon 7. Like, you leave an area and come back, and, like, all the mages disappear, and then you have to resummon them all, which is a little wonky. I don't know. I'm sure that they'll figure it out eventually, one day. This is also interesting to me, which is the whole thing with Corpse Explosion being like marked as a summon skill. That sounds kind of cool. I wonder if you could like set this up. So like you would probably still want like your minions and stuff like you would normally. I don't know. Well, let's just do like Reapers for right now, and then let's grab like let's just do like an Iron Golem for the moment.
Not while I'm in town.
We're kind of already set up for summons anyway, so that's not a horrible option. We already have 75% chance for Corpse Explosion to deal double damage, so we don't necessarily need like anything else there. And if we give it like a little bit of an upgrade here, we got like 110% chance for Corpse Explosion to like double damage, so that's pretty impressive. We're still building in the summons because now our Corpse Explosion is a summon skill. So it's now a Corpse, Profane, Darkness, and Summon skill. And we probably want to move away from Darkness and go to the regular version because it scales better. And then, of course, we can do like Fueled by Death. And it doesn't really matter. We could do like Grim Harvest too, just for like the ability to have infinite resource. And at that point, you're pretty much just like max summoning plus max Corpse Explosion, and all your Corpse Explosion buffs then apply to your Corpse Explosions as well, which is rather interesting. Dude, the corpses are being created at a rate faster than I can use them. That's insane. I literally cannot use the corpses fast enough. I mean, the damage on it seems kind of pathetic at the moment, but there definitely is a, like, whole thing here with the corpse explosions. Just like, dude, that is a lot of corpses. I've had problems before in the past where, like, a player couldn't make corpses faster than I could use them, and then, like, my corpses would be disappearing all the time, and that caused a problem with the corpse explosions just, you know, constantly not being able to be used because I didn't have any corpses. I ain't ever seen, like, a situation where I was creating corpses faster than I could use them. Like, I'm sitting here trying to use, like, an old pile, and the corpses are deleting themselves from existence. Alright, I don't really know what to make of this. Like, this is weird. I can't even use those corpses over there. Those corpses are basically just, like, not even usable. That's funny. Like, once they become unusable, they just don't even let me use them at all anymore. I mean, another option is instead of Mortar Crux, I could potentially use the other thing, which is... I could use the, what is it, the sword, the one, the corpse explosion sword. Mortar Crux seemed rather interesting, though. Does Howl from Death and Mortar Crux, like, not work together or something? Like, it's weird, but, like, I should be getting a bunch of simulacrums, which are, like, the monsters that sacrifice themselves or whatever. Like, additional minions, but they're not popping up. Mortar Crux gives, when consuming a corpse, has a 39% chance to create a decaying skeletal simulacrum, which seeks enemies, but it cannot attack. It dies when it explodes, dealing shadow damage. I guess shadow damage is the way to go with something like this, then, isn't it? Is that special effect caused by the Mortar Crux? It looks cool. I'm kind of curious, but I don't have another sword to put on. Am I liking the private test realm? It's really buggy, Miles. It's really, really buggy. I mean, obviously, without actually setting this build up, it's not going to be like the most amazing thing in the world, but I'm kind of curious how it performs outside of this boss fight. Let's die real quick. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me harder. Kill me harder than that. Extra hard kill. Why am I HP regenerating so fast? Holy Jesus. Boom, 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 boom. Man, that damage on them corpse explosions is pathetic. Huh. The number of corpses it generates is amazing. It does double damage on, like, every corpse explosion, which is also amazing, but, like, it doesn't, like, actually do anything. It's doing, like, no damage. hell you can even set this up properly. I don't even know. Can't even kill the random monsters in like Torment 4 with the corpse explosion. It does like no damage. I mean, who cares? It has a summon modifier. It ain't doing nothing. I mean, I can always throw the shadow damage over time back on and see if maybe that like taps into another multiplicative source. Then it's summon, corpse, macabre, and shadow all at the same time. Maybe that makes a difference. I don't know. It's just multiple tags dipping into multiple like multiplicative buckets, hoping eventually that you'll find the bucket that makes sense. How many buckets are there? I don't know. There's a lot of buckets, Grandpa. Could also take this and put it on the corpse explosion button so it's going off more often. Just like hold down the button. Still trash? What's still trash?
Yo, mama, Uber. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow, 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 wow. Bada bum 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 bum.
Saw 12 mil in there somewhere. I don't know where that came from.
No, they still haven't added any cows. They've advanced the secret cow level plot, but like there's no actual secret cow level in the game yet. Not really sure what they're waiting for. Jesus to come back? Seems like they're waiting for something. I don't know what, but they're waiting for something. Apparently eternity.
I wonder if just going with the mages and just building like a pure crit build would be like the best thing.
Just don't even worry about anything else. Just stack crit on everything. Don't worry about multipliers or any other fancy jazz. Just throw the grandfather on, stack as much crit as you possibly can, and just move on. Put crit on every item that you possibly can. Like double crit, triple crit. Get it all. Get all the crit. Run max crits. All the crit all the time. I don't know, I think I'm done on Necromancer. Let's go play around with the Sorceress real quick. I want to see the ridiculousness of the Hydras. Do I still have a Sorceress active, or have I deleted them all from existence? I deleted my Sorceress, didn't I? I know. I can always test out the pants, too. Let's test out those pants real quick before we do anything else. I have a Thorns character already set up and ready to go. Like, she's already been min-maxed to, like, crap and back. And I don't think there's anything that needs to change on her. And we can just, like, stop, put the pants on and test out the bonus, I guess. Let's go to the vendor and grab the new pantaloons. What's up, cheat vendor? I need some uniques, thank you. Got all these items in here, like, what the hell is this? Let's get rid of all this crap, I don't need none of this. I got some rusted Bardaches from the cow quest thingy. And one of the unusual keys. Protection of the Prime. Alright, so we got the pants. There you go. There's our Balazans Maxolotls. Plooply plooply ploopy pants. Alright, so this character is already set up for Thorns. I don't know exactly how good this character is, really, at this point. It's been a little while since I played this character, and I know we need to, like, put 5 points into that. I totally, like, that's something that we need to do. We don't need the HP for the moment. Let's just pull this, stack that, stack that, stack that. There we go. Okay, and that pretty much just handles things for the time being to help us get what we're trying to get. So this build was designed around Thorns. It was a long time ago. I don't know how good it is now. So let's do a quick check and see what kind of damage we're dishing out at this point, and then like go from there. I know they changed some things and like messed around with this build, and so it's not quite what it used to be anymore. $93 millions, 100 millions. I'm seeing some pretty healthy numbers. No billions or anything, but there's definitely numbers there. 6.5 million poison bleed. Okay. Is anything like messed up? Is the Paragon board still intact? And yeah, it is. I got some extra Paragon points, but okay. So this character hasn't been played in like ages. So let's get a baseline of like how this character is actually performing before we put the pants on, and then we'll test it after we put the pants on. So let's just go kill random stuff outside. Let's just see how she does in like Torment 4 first off, and then we'll test on a boss, and then we'll put the pants on, and then we'll test in Torment 4, and then we'll test on a boss. Should be pretty quick. We just need to get a baseline of like how she's performing at the moment before we add the pants into the equation. Honestly, don't think we need to change anything. So, she should be pretty much the same as she always was, like, in terms of what she could do. It's just going to add even more damage onto it, add more poison damage. It's going to cause the Thorns to proc an additional time, which should potentially help out, I guess. Oh, I'm only in Torment 3, that's not gonna help. I was wondering why everything was dying so fast. Maybe this character never made it to Torment 4? Maybe that's why she's sitting in Torment 3. Maybe she never made it to 4. I don't remember. I didn't think this character had any trouble with Torment 4. I don't know why she'd be in Torment 3. But that was like season 6. This was a season 6 character, so like she was dominating in season 6, which is a long time ago. Alright, let's try that again. Let's go back into here, it doesn't matter. Try out the into Doojank land. If we can't even handle, like, there's no reason to test on the bosses if we can't even handle, like, regular trash mobs in Torment 4. Then we're definitely not going to be able to handle the boss. I mean, not the fastest Torment 4 monster kills, but definitely easy. I definitely don't see anything wrong with that kill speed. That's pretty fast. I'd say she's doing really good. We test the pants and see how the pants work as well. What is on my pants? My pants have the Crushing Claw attacks extend the duration of incarnate skills. I remember that being mildly important. What about the, I'm using the Spiritborn Stomp. Okay. I'm not using unyielding hits on this build, am I? Is it because I found out that it doesn't affect thorns? That's probably what it was. Because it didn't seem to affect thorns at all. I think we still need the concussive stomp to happen every now and then, though. So Bach, Tizik. Let's just put something else in there. It doesn't really matter. I'll take the Bach, Tizik out. And we need to put another rune in there, right? Alright. Stock at you. Bach. And Tizik. Alright, let's go to one of the bosses then, since we seem to be handling the dungeon just fine. So I actually have capped resistances. I do lightning, fire. Okay, let's test on Grigore then, since we have cap lightning. Actually, no, Grigore is a death sentence for us because we bounce around the map like a crazy person. How's our shadow res? 43.8, not the greatest. Fire res 75. Let's just change out for a shadow gem. That'll be fine. I'll just grab an amethyst, throw that in there. That should change it out to 75 to shadow. Okay, so now we can go test on Varshan. I think Varshan's a death sentence too with the way that our character's set up, but it's less of a death sentence than Grigore. We'll just bounce through the frickin' lightning and instantly die. So the pants basically just add more damage. Like, they just give me the ability to do an additional 300% thorns, and they also give me some poisoning. And then also increase my poisoning, like, based on the thorns. So it essentially adds in more poison damage and also adds in more thorns damage. So I'm basically just going to hit with thorns more often. And if I didn't already have like 1,000 ways to hit with thorns, like I don't even understand at this point. Like I have about 1 trillion ways to hit with thorns at this point. Like I'm not hurting for thorns options. Alright, full damage output. Let's go. I mean, as a Thorns build, it's actually doing pretty good. It's doing well, better than the frickin' Mage build that I was looking at earlier. I don't even have any of the seasonal powers or anything. I'm just using just like regular whatever. With the seasonal powers, it would be a lot stronger. There's even one in there that applies thorns an additional time. And also, I could get some more survivability that way too. I still only have 4,000. Why do I always have only like baby levels of health? Like, did I just, like, avoid choosing every HP node? No. Okay, I got most of the HP nodes there, like... I'm so sick and tired of having, like, baby health. I look at my character, like, oh, why am I dead? I was like, oh, I only have 4,000 HP. Okay, that's fine. Alright. I mean, that 4,000's low already, like, I've had characters with 10k HP, and I consider that low, so... Like, when a character only has, like, 4k, I consider that basically in the dirt, essentially. Like, they've got no HP whatsoever if they're running, like, 4K. Like, you can't take nothing. Like, you won't even be able to take one hit. I don't even see any more HP nodes I can take. I think I got every single HP node on the Paragon board. That's crazy. I'm only at 4,000 HP. That's rough. This is the motion sickness build, the one that gives you a motion sickness. Seems like I'm going slow for some reason. Like my attack speed's really low. I don't know what they changed. Of course, they probably changed a bunch of stuff since the last time I played it, like freaking 2 seasons ago. Or rather, this is 3 seasons, right? Because this is technically season 9 PTR, so this is 3 seasons ago. I don't think I visited this character in a while. I'm kind of surprised at how well it's doing at all, to be honest, for a character that probably needs to be completely redesigned. I mean, did they add damage? Yeah. Did they add poison damage? Yeah. I mean, they're also adding thorns. They seem to be almost designed for this build. Like, it definitely doesn't seem like a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. If you're running a thorns character, and you're doing any kind of thorns damage, it basically just gives you another way to, like, reapply your thorns. It looks like I lagged out again in the server. I mean, it looks like it just gives you another way. It's each attack damages close enemies for 270% of your thorns and also deals 100% of this damage as poisoning over 3 seconds. So basically you get a free poison that does essentially the same amount of damage as your thorns over 3 seconds, which is actually kind of crazy. So you're getting thorns and poison at the same time. And then each time you've retaliated with thorns for 5 seconds, the poisoning damage is increased by 100% up to 300%. Which is also crazy. So you just get more poison damage, which stacks with Toxic Skin, which I was already using. Toxic Skin does lots of damage. You could lean into the Toxic Skin side of things, and you could do more damage that way as well. Which the pants seem to be designed around both thorns and poison, so converting this build slightly into a more of a Toxic Skin build, does sound interesting. It sounds like a good way to potentially push the builds like in that direction. So you don't just do thorns, you do thorns, Toxic Skin, and you combine them together. So you're getting like a good compromise essentially of like both effects at the same time. And I think that build would probably be pretty good. I was looking at the damage right there, and that's without touching it from a Season 6 character essentially. And just putting the item on, and I was able to dish out enough damage to probably kill a Torment 4 boss, which was pretty impressive. That's an impressive level of damage for a character that's not set up properly. Well, not set up properly for Season 9. Set up properly for Season 6, though. Thorns is one of those tricky things, though, if you're looking to do Thorns. I do have a whole Thorns testing video if you want to check it out. I go over all the stuff and, like, how the Thorns actually works, and, like, it's a lot different than you would think. The easiest way to envision Thorns is that, like, if a monster hits you, it's going to deal Thorns damage to the target that hits you, right? Well, if you hit a monster and it says, we apply Thorns, it's going to act exactly as if the monster hit you. It's no different than if the monster hit you than if you hit them and it applies Thorns to them. It's going to be the exact same application method. So everything that you would use to beef up Thorns in a like monster hit you scenario is exactly the same as what you would use in a you hit the monster scenario. And a lot of people fall into the trap, and I did too, was that they come into the play where they're thinking like, oh, well, if I'm hitting the monster, then it's counting my damage and it's adding it together with my damage, and my damage is being like multiplied, and then I can like multiply my damage based by like Thorns multipliers and stuff like that, but that's not how it works. When you hit a monster and you apply Thorns, it does your hit, and then it also applies the Thorns as a separate hit. So it's a completely separate hit. It's not the same hit. It's just the Thorns hit. And so like when you're buffing up thorns and you're trying to get as much damage as you can from thorns, you need like generic multipliers and generic things that increase damage, because things that apply to like specific abilities or like specific damage types and all sorts of other things don't generally apply to thorns. My character's still logged in. I lagged out again on Varshan. It just like stopped again. Did the same thing. Infinite pizza cutter mode.
I'm logged out right now, but I refuse to close the game to rebind everything again.
I'm not gonna deal with it. Like I can't even get back in. It doesn't log me out. Like it doesn't. I tried sitting there on the pizza cutter thing last time, and it just sat there doing the pizza cutter for like eternity. It's just like, oh, well, yeah, eternity pizza cutter. You didn't want an eternity pizza cutter? How is the Hydra, by the way? Have you already tried it?
Yeah, it deletes everything without even the boss powers. Like I did my character copy on my Sorc, and all I did was swap my weapon with the Hydra thing, and that was it. And
Just demolished everything.
Yeah, it deletes everything. Probably super strong once you have it fully set up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I imagine so. Like 15 heads, 1500% multiplier. Like that sounds insane. One
like
giant...
it instant kills T4 bosses. Like that's a strong build.
Insta kill T4 bosses. That sounds insane.
I think both Flay and Legend Strike have a lot of potential for Torment 4 and bossing, but I don't know how far they would go beyond that.
Yeah, I kind of want to check out my triple basic. Just so quick, just to see how he's doing. Like, they modified all his basic skills, and he was designed around those basic skills. I'm kind of curious, like, what they did to him. Like, without touching him or anything, just comparing him to last season and see if he kind of, like, got buffed or nerfed, or, like, whether it was a overall good thing or bad thing.
Cody, like, come on, buddy. Like, every single time you lean on stuff and then you just knock stuff over. You're just like, oh, let me lean on this thing that's rickety and obviously not going to hold me up, and then it falls down, and then you're like surprised. You're like, oh my god, I can't believe that didn't hold me up. That thing could easily have held 10 ounces of weight, and I only put 9 ounces of weight on it. Like, what is this? This thing should have stayed up. It wasn't my fault. That's rickety. That's bad. That's just bad, you know, constructionmanship. Bad constructionmanship, my friend. Bad constructionmanship. I mean, damage seems about the same. Like, I don't see anything like too ridiculous there. I mean, they did nerf the Cataclysm Ring, which I am using the Cataclysm Ring. I forgot about that. Wait, I thought they nerfed the Cataclysm Ring. Why is it still 100%? Is it because I have one from...
No, probably.
Huh?
Yeah, probably because you have an old one.
Well, I mean, well, that's the same then. Yeah, it looks like all the old equipment still has the same... Like, I got a Shard of Erethiel that's 170% when 150 is the new cap, and like I got a bunch of stuff that kind of like just breaks the rules.
Broke all the rules, boy.
43.5 million, 32 million, 53 million. I'm not seeing any billions or anything, but it is kind of a crazy build.
No billions. No Bobby billions.
I can't believe I made a video where Rune was crowned king and Bobby Billions didn't show up to say Rune best rune. It's like his favorite line in the entire universe. He didn't even come say it. He didn't even comment it.
He's hiding. We will find you, Bobby.
Rune, the best rune, Bobby.
He doesn't care. See, he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Funny. Why's Barb gotta be so squishy though? Like, why did it have to nerf Barb's?
Everybody's
survivability?
squishy now.
Like, everybody is. There are so many squishy characters at this point. Like, I don't even... Basically just mega squish at this point.
Squish it real good.
Did it delete all my characters or something? Like, I'm sitting here looking at my list, and I just realized that, like, it doesn't look like... Where's the new characters that I just made? Where's the Necromancer? It's missing. Where is the... they're all missing. So it just deleted all my characters? Like, the new ones that I made, they're all gone. The Barbarian's gone that I created, and so is the Necromancer. They're both gone.
Like, you put back characters that you had to delete?
Yeah, I deleted all those characters and I put them back.
Dude, best PTR ever.
Ba 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 baran ba 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 baran. That's a ba ba ba. That's a ba 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 baran. So Hydra gonna get nerfed. We know that much.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's literally just deleting. I don't know what they thought when they made it. I looked at it, took one look at it, and I was like, "This is broken. What the hell's wrong with you guys? Do you have a death wish? Are you insane?" And the messed up thing is people will play it on the PTR. They'll say to themselves, like, "Wait a minute.
It's all an illusion in the end.
Oh, I know what happened, and I just accidentally deleted my Naked Mancer. That's great. I thought I was on the PTR, because it switched me for some reason, yet again. Why did it do that? Well, goodbye, my first character that I ever made in Diablo 4. I was keeping you for sentimental reasons, because I wanted to keep the character that I made in Diablo 4, but, you know, my first character ever. But goodbye, he's just gone. I was wondering why all my characters came back. It's because it loaded me into the not PTR. And I wasn't paying attention enough to, like, see the difference. Uh-oh. Turd Niner's crying. Okay, so yeah, it is. I was on the wrong thing. Sweet! Deleted one of my characters that I didn't want to delete. All right, love it. Let's go to the sorceress. Can I just have generic sorceress like number 7? Like, I don't need... Hydra. Campfire. Bow, 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 bow. So how many extra heads can you get on your equipment? You can get like what?
12 with the master working. I think it goes up to 12, and then on a two-hander, and then the amulet's another 2 or 3 or something.
12 on a two-hander. It's got to be a two-hander, or you can do a one-hander and a focus and get like the same amount.
The same amount, but you have to master work twice. So have fun with that. Like, I refuse to do one hand and focus on Sorc because of masterworking. Like, you want to hit that 3 times on 2 items or 1 item? You tell me.
All items. Oh
You
look,
tell
I got
me,
some
Ronnie.
random. Why does the sorceress always look like she's like some random like concubine from like the Chinese Ming Dynasty or something? Like, am I wrong? Like, does she not look like some random concubine from like the Ming Dynasty?
I'll take that over the male version.
I mean, I don't even play the male version. It's not even worth my time.
Some started to wonder after any male sources. I think I do the Gimli.
I mean, they missed an opportunity to just make a whole new class. Instead of having the sorceress and the sorcerer be the same class, they could have just as easily made it so that like one was a sorcerer and like a completely different class than the other one, and just had like a whole nother class based on the same thing. Like, so if you pick male and female, you get different classes, which could have been interesting. Is this like beguiled Christmas music that's playing right now? Like, I have no... Like, I legitimately, I think I just am confused. It kind of sounds like somebody took Christmas music and Dragon Warrior music and like mixed it together in like a synthesizer or something, and like this is what came out the other side. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, it's not like bad, I guess. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. I don't hate it. So basically, one temper, put the amulet on, and you're pretty much set for like 1500 multiplier.
Yep, and then don't forget about the the one. You only need one aspect to do even more damage too. It's just the Hydra aspect.
Well, didn't they also change that one aspect that only worked for like Meteor and like something else, and now it works for all the classes? That one like ridiculously broken aspect. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like the one that was like Fireball and Meteor or something, get like some crazy ridiculous crit bonus and like some other thing. I can't remember the exact details. I'd have to pull it up in the panel. But like they changed it from like Meteor and Fireball specific to like all pyromancy skills, which means it should now technically apply to the Hydra. So
Oh yeah, there's a lot of multipliers. If you're talking about passives and stuff, there's a lot of multipliers.
no, it's a enchantment for the codex. So like they changed it from like Meteor Fireball specific to now it just says pyromancy. Which one is it? Yeah, flash fire aspect. Increases the critical strike damage of pyromancy skills by 45%. Double this bonus against healthy targets. It used to only say like Meteor Fireball or something like that, and it was like no brainer for Meteor and Fireball, but it doesn't have that restriction anymore. Now it's all pyromancy skills, and Hydra is a pyromancy skill. So
I mean, that would be good. It's hard to choose because you mainly use uniques. Because you use like Starless Skies, you use Tal Rashas, you use the amulet. The gloves was the only choice at that point, or you'd have to do a one-hander and a focus. But the gloves, they're so good. There's good gloves. There's like the Primordial gloves. There's the Fist of Fate. So, I mean, it's good.
well, it's 45 times crit multiplier, or what is that? 90% crit multiplier versus a healthy target.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no to that. It's just where you fit it in would be the question.
Oh, we gonna fit it in. Oh, baby, we fitting it in. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, we're fitting it in. So use an actual conduit for the primary resource increase?
You can use actual, you can use Tibolts. Actual gives more resource. Tibolts gives a way to generate resource. Actual is probably higher damage, but you have to solve the resource generation. Because if you use the aspect, you want to cast Hydras at maximum resource.
I mean, wouldn't you be able to just use what's the skill that basically makes all pyromancy skills free?
The ultimate, it doesn't cover that. Like if you use the aspect, it consumes all your resource. It overrides that ultimate.
Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Hydra. Primordial binding. Every time you use a cooldown, I'm gonna hit you right in your frown. Every time you use a cooldown, hit you right in your ugly frown. I'm just gonna do like the most generic setup. Just freaking put the points in there. Shut up. Put the points in there. Let's put them in. Shove it in the hole. It puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Flay doing a pit 90 on the PTR already? It's impressive.
Yeah. If I could actually have set it up properly. Now that I know that I can set it up properly, maybe I should go back and revisit it and, like, you know, actually set it up properly. I have a feeling the grandfather method might be the best way. I don't know. Maybe just do like grandfather, set up the grandfather, like put max crit, do gushing wounds. Don't even bother using like Romuladni's. Just move away from that, and then just all three of the items have Flay duration, with Romuladni's doing the grandfather multiplying the crit, and then roll crit on all the items. Use 2 swords for even more crit, and then just like stack crit on everything and just get like freaking 10,000% crit, and just have gushing wounds just like multiply the flayed bleed damage by like insane proportions or something, and then stack plus the skills for basic skills. It might be a better way than doing it the other way that I'm playing with. I don't know.
I mean, I was having no issues killing the bosses on Torment 4, besides survivability, which can be solved.
I killed the bosses too. Like, I didn't have any issue. So I think that with some effort, better gear, like proper, like, you know, micromanagement of the things, I think I would be fine. More HP, like that was another problem, is I didn't have a lot of HP because all my gear was like randomized, and I was trying to get like the best randomized piece of equipment I could, because I couldn't customize anything. But I mean, I guess now I can.
That's like a 10 to 15 second kill, which is pretty fast.
For what?
The Torment 4 boss.
10 to 15 second kill on what? Your lunging strike?
On both of them. They're both pretty similar because I have them set up the same. I only swap like a couple things. Trying to get a better shard of Verithil because I'm missing. It's like 84%, not 150. That's like a large difference.
Where are the Hydra heads at? Like, what am I missing the Hydra heads? Are they not here? Pyromancy augments, Meteor, Firewall, Incinerate. Conjure. Oh, it's a conjuration. Okay. Hydras have 4 heads. Yay, we did it.
Then you just use the Broken Master working, and you get it capped, and it's good.
I mean, who doesn't like Broken Master work? Let's go.
It's actually good for testing, because you can easily hit the, the cap to test things.
Yep, I'm already at 8 heads. I'm at 12 heads. I got 12 heads.
I think 12 is where it actually is, on a live server, I think 12 is what you want.
12 is the number. I don't even have all the aspects or anything. I just kind of want to see what it looks like.
Well, it gives you all the aspects.
Well,
You should have every aspect.
Yeah, I could go do it, I guess. I'm being lazy, okay?
You're being so lazy.
I'm being...
Oh, let's just try to variable, but it's crap.
Which one do I put on the freaking? Is there a Hydra aspect?
Yeah. So when that
Serpentine consumes all your mana, 2.5% per mana consumed. So if you put it on your staff, it's 5% per mana consumed. That's crazy.
it's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. So Flay is dead. Who said Flay is dead?
Oh.
We literally just like 2 seconds ago said Flay's clear in pit 90s.
Flay is not dead at all. Flay is super strong. So is Lunging Strike. I think dot builds have better potential just because of that one jewel.
I'm having trouble actually getting everything set up because like it's not as easy as it would seem, like to actually get all this crap set up. And they make you like, I don't know why they have a copy feature if they're just gonna make you freaking sit there and like it's so stupid. I'm just punch people.
Yeah, the worst thing is like trying to get the shard of marathon for the basic.
I mean, the build that I had set up was already killing pretty much everything in Torment 4 and was killing Torment 4 bosses. Not particularly fast, but like I didn't have a ancestral shard of Verithel, which is huge. That's a huge amount of damage that you're missing. And I was still like already hitting for like 2 billion bleeds and was doing like freaking up to what was it? Like 50 to 70 billion like rupture hits. But that's nothing when you have a 750 weapon still on your bar. That's so stupid. I gotta go to work tonight, so I'm being lazy and I'm trying to like get this stuff set up so I can test it right now. I want to see what it's like. Actually, I'm not being lazy, I'm just rushing. Kind of a same thing, but a difference in 2 different doohickeys. Just go with you for the time being, and then like... Okay. So we at least got like something set up so I can like see how this works. I just want to play around with it. 12 heads is a lot of heads. That's a lot of head. Meow's been wanting to do a Hydra build for forever. I need to like ping Meow and tell him it's the season of the Hydra coming up.
The funny thing is, it's already the season of Sorc. Like, if you log in today, you can play any build. Hydra works, it deletes everything. They all work. Sorc is just OP this season, in general. All that's happening next season is they're fixing the OP-ness, but then they're introducing an item that gives the damage. So right now, every Sorc build has the damage. Next season, only Hydra has the damage, if that makes any sense. So it's just an illusion. You can go play Hydra right now. I don't know why everyone thinks that, like, if you like Hydra, just play it right now. It's awesome.
Dude, even like no Paragon, I'm already doing like 500,000 damage. Like, what the hell were they thinking with this? This is ridiculous. Like, my Hydras were doing 500k plus. Like, no Paragon board. It's insane. It's insanity. Like, if I actually put in a Paragon board here and like put in some points and like start beefing up the character a little bit, like the damage is just gonna balloon. I mean, let's just go ahead and grab Searing Heat. And then we can grab... I don't know if Burning Instinct is really important for this build. Enchantment Master. We want the one that gives us bonus damage for the Dujinx, for the Conjurations. Let's do like Conjuration crit chance, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna like roll with it. I just want to get like a slap it together, kind of like see how much damage this is doing, kind of a situation. Especially since I already know how much it is once you get everything set up. Which is insane, exactly as I knew it was going to be. It doesn't take a genius to look at that amulet and immediately think like, oh look, this is OP. Alright.
Whirlwind. I don't even think they changed anything for Whirlwind in the patch. I have to go back and look, but I don't think there was a single thing changed. About Whirlwind.
Seasonal stuff is exhausting. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Seasons change every single certain number of months. And that's just how it works.
The Poison Druid Pulverize seems like it's going to be good. I didn't try to perfect it or anything, but I was killing Torment 4 monsters pretty reasonable. I forgot to get mercenaries.
I'm not even bothering with them right now. I mean, the character's got to stand on its own. The mercenaries just support. A little bit of extra damage. I mean, it's nothing like too crazy, but it's something. Sometimes I think that like the developers just don't realize that when they make things complicated, the more complicated they are, the more difficult it is to test this stuff. Like it just becomes, more and more to the point where it's like, okay, let's let's set up a character, and you just spend like freaking 20-30 minutes just setting up the character just so you can start your run. It reminds me of what was it? Some guy was setting up like a D&D table or something for his friends, and like took him so long to like set up the D&D table that were like they were going to bed. Kind of made me laugh.
Yeah, it's kind of like with camping, and they want to send out the tents last, and it's like, no, because by the time they're set up, I'll be asleep. So we need to set them up first.
I mean, basically. Where's the one that gives me the like little baby jinx? Eliminator, there you are. Alright, still have 98 points left though.
Server crashing again. No.
Server definitely seems to be dying a lot with this patch. But then again, the entire PTR seems like ridiculously unstable. I don't even know what to make of it. I really don't. I don't even know what to make of it. It's just like one of the most ridiculously unstable sort of like PTRs I've seen. It's like everything's broken in some way or another. Yay! Okay, I took a little bit of time and I put in some points. You know, nothing like too fancy, just put in some doohickeys here and there. And I'm hitting for like 13 million, 14 million per head strike already. That's kind of crazy. Especially when I don't have any of the seasonal powers. I don't have everything set up properly either. Like, I'm not using half the uniques that you were using at all. Like, I don't have any mythics on either. Like, I guess that's something that I could definitely do, is I got the mythic cache right here. I mean, it seems to me like Harlequin Crest would be really good, especially with the max resource, so there's that. Could easily put on like Shroud of False Death to get like +1 to all the passives.
Starless guys.
Does Starless give to it? Is a core? It is core.
Yeah,
okay,
it is
so
core.
so yeah, so then we drop that in there with Starless guys. Need some way to spend resource so that the Starless guys actually activates.
You do spend every time you cast Hydra.
Yeah, but one time.
Huh? Well, they should keep the stacks. You also could just put a random skill in there if you really wanted to.
Well, that's just it. Like, casting the Hydras at the maximum amount is the most important thing. So, like, you can't just spam the Hydra, because then you just lose.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you need to be able to get max resource back really quickly. So until you can do that, I think Tibolts are better, because you just use Unstoppable to get it back, kind of thing. I mean, there's all different ways to handle it. I mean, that resource regen, it's max resource and generation. I guess you just need way more generation. Or you need mana per, like 6 mana and stuff on here, like mana regen or something.
Why am I having trouble? Just like, I don't understand. Like, it's not letting me. Can I put my enchantments in the enchantment slots? Like, why is it not letting me do it?
Server dying on you?
Well, oh yeah, the Hydra's not attacking, so I'm gonna assume that the server died. Yeah, I can't leave game or anything, so. This guy's complaining about loot. He just said a 3GA staff just dropped for function. Rah, 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 I can't pick it up. Dude, it's a public test realm.
It's crazy how people like get excited and link the items. It's like you realize they just gave that to you for free and you're not keeping it. So why are you celebrating?
You mean like when Xylor spent like an hour and a half trying to get all like 4 greater ethics, mythics for like, and he like started linking them all in chat, and I'm like you realize you're not keeping any of those, right? Like you don't get to keep them. Not how that works. Yes, Boogus, what's the matter? Do you want a punch in the butt? Do you want a punch in the butt? Would you like a snack 'em? He said, yeah, I like the oats. Those are good. What kind of snack 'ems do you want? Would you like a turd flavored snack 'em? No? Would you like a rock flavored snack 'em? We got rocks. Salty rocks. Would you like a Tums? Would you like one of those? Nice chalky Tums. Got a good crunch. No? Okay. Some people have no clue who I'm talking to right now. Let me introduce you to Mr. Boogus the Monster Dog. I will introduce you to the Boogatron. He only does paid appearances though. Like he doesn't come up here unless he's being paid. So. Alright, Cody, come on.
He said, I was getting paid. He said, what's I was getting paid then? He said, what's that? That's got good flavors. Is that good? Does that taste good? Does it smell good? Got some good smells.
You want to see what it looks like to be stared at by a dog?
He said, give it to me.
Cody.
Snickers. Snickers.
Look at that drool.
God dang. That's a lot of droolums. And you didn't even taste it. You just swallowed it.
He said, yeah, so.
He said, that's what we do. We swallow. We don't have teeth. We're teethless.
What do you got all these teethums in your mouth for if you're not going to ever chew on nothing, huh? What do you got all them fangs and stuff for if you're not going to use them to chew on things?
He said, don't talk to me that way. That's a mean tone. I don't like the way you're talking to me.
If I bite you.
Let's say you burn on.
These content creators better skip over Lunging Strike. They better focus on Flay. Get Flay nerfed.
No.
And then I log into Lunging Strike and like, haha, you missed one.
Why you gotta get my Flay nerf? Why?
Wow, I don't want it nerfed, but I'm willing to bet it's gonna get nerfed.
Pit 90 doesn't really sound all that crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I agree, but who the heck knows? I don't. None of their changes make any sense. They're all over the place.
Oh, you're doing way too much damage. But I'm not really even doing that much damage. Like freaking Hydra Sorc over there's one shot and torment 4 bosses. What are you talking about?
Oh no! Someone found the bug already. Infinite damage numbers -9. Blah, 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 million, bajillion, quadrillion, whatever it is.
What character is it on?
On a bleed. Flay Barb.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Max damage integer acquired.
It's probably why the server's lagging up.
The bleeds are ticking for like 600 trillion. Whoa! Oh no, they're going high. They're going high. Okay.
Is it on the training dummy in the thing, though, or is it...
Yeah.
Because, I mean, as far as I'm aware, the multiplier is infinite, so I don't think that really is indicative of anything.
Yeah, if you hit it long enough.
Yeah, if you hit it long enough, I mean, the multiplier just keeps scaling from what I understand, so... Like, I don't think that really necessarily means anything. the hell enchantments do you even use with this? The Hydra enchantment for like the free
You
five-headed
can.
Hydra?
You can. You can use the Hydra. You can use the Familiars for more damage as well. You can use the enchant or the teleport for like just teleporting around, but not needed really. By using Enchantment Master,
Hmm?
the Paragon board.
For what? Oh yeah, the enchantment master. Yeah.
And you probably want the Familiars on there.
I'm just looking. I mean, I know I'm not like properly set up. I don't have like all the best equipment in the world. I'm just kind of like seeing what it's like.
The explosion looks nice because now they have AoE where they didn't before. So
Oh yeah, that little explosion is massive. It's like a little fireball explosion. It's pretty good. I mean, they're obviously dishing out like massive amounts of damage now.
that's like the only change from live, essentially, is you got the explosion.
Oh, I thought you were only allowed to have one Hydra at this point. You can still
No.
have 3 Hydras active with the effect.
So you can have 2 Hydras active. The aspect used to give you a third. The enchantment doesn't count towards the number. The enchantment's separate. So the little one you have there is separate. But you can cast 2 main Hydras.
Yeah. And then the little one is a sub Hydra that comes from the enchantment, so you end up with 3 Hydras
Sub-
total. And they're all multiplied by like 1500%. Oh, it rolled me character back. Oh, interesting. Okay. Before I opened the chest, which gave me the items. So like I didn't have the Ring of the Starless on anymore, the Harlequin crest was gone. The Shroud of False Death was gone. I was wondering why my character was like doing oddly. Things were not quite as interesting as they were previously. And now we're already at like 50 million. I saw some 50 millions there. That's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of ways to bring your mana back. Like, there's a lot of regeneration methods and other things that can bring your mana back really quickly. I mean, I don't really see it as like a huge problem.
Just another thing to solve. And that's just to get max damage, which you will not wind up needing that unless you're pushing pet. Like, you're not going to need that damage. The damage is so high that
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
they're already impressive, and I've barely even put any effort into them. Like, it's obvious these things are going to be ridiculous. So what's this like Flay multiplier infinite thing?
I don't know what the aspects are. I don't know what's going on yet.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet is involved with Berserk ripping, which seems to be one of the big problems.
Those usually
Berserk
they always
ripping's-
keep their head every other season or something.
Berserk ripping seems to be like some sort of like serious issue where it constantly feeds back into itself. Like if you bleed the targets for say like let's say you bleed them for 2 billion, right? And then you rupture. That's direct damage, right? And then the Berserk ripping has a chance to apply that bleed as or direct damage as a bleed. And then like it's a circular thing. Then you can re-rupture it and then it ends up getting multiplied again, and like over time eventually you can make it go through the moon. I didn't include Berserk ripping in my little like fun little thing here, but we could always just like, you know, let's just slap it in real quick and let's just see what happens. Let's put it on a 2-hander just for the fun of it, and let's see like what happens if I throw Berserk ripping into the mix and see if they added back in yet again another like feedback loop multiplier going on. Let's go back to the training room and let's have a little fun with it. If I could get a freaking ancestral chart of Erethiel, I could push this a lot further, but
Question is, what's better, 150 non-ancestral or an 84 ancestral? Because I haven't tested the 150 non.
Well, it's base damage, right? So, like, but I think what's happening is I think you're getting a large amount of multiplication to the base, the actual basic skill damage, like additive bonus. Same way as like Grandfather is multiplying your, like your crit. I think that's what's going on. So you're just getting a huge amount of basic damage, and then the basic damage is being multiplied by everything. So like I'm only at 1,004 basic damage, but I'm assuming that like once I get started and everything starts like multiplying and it gets kind of crazy, it's probably a lot more than that. Let's put this to multiple bosses. Alright, so now we have Berserk Ripping. And let's just sit here and have fun with it. So we're just gonna like rupture over and over again every time it's up. I'm gonna see if I can like feedback loop this into itself like crazy. Wow, 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 wow. I wonder if it's also the direct damage multiplier. Let's try adding in the sword expertise as well to just really stack on the total number of bleeds, so we're getting more bleeds that are popping off from direct damage. I wonder if it's also that one that's the boss power, because the boss power is pulling it and then reapplying it, which could interact very oddly with the way that the ability is working. So let's put that in there as well. Let's put all of them in there. Let's let it run together. 51.8 trillion. Where the hell did that just come from?
You already broke something?
I already broke something. 51.8 trillion just popped up out of nowhere. I don't even know where it came from. Let's take the ability and let's put it on Flay. Bless it. I hate this stupid thing. Just fix it. I hit the T button and I teleported back to town.
That's so good. That is so good.
Start punching holes in drywall. Okay.
Coming for your T button.
Dude, they're coming by. I'll take the T button off my keyboard. 15.8 billion. The bleeds are already going up crazy. Yeah, there's a bug. There's definitely a bug. I already saw 100 billion bleeds and a 51.
Yeah, I see it.
And then that was a 1.9 trillion.
How many things did you add in now? Now you have to backtrack and see which one is the bug. Or is it all of them? You'd have to kind of like...
My assumption is it's probably all of them. So Berserk Ripping gives you 47.4 trillion. So Berserk Ripping gives you a direct damage as bleed. So when you deal direct damage, you get a bleed, right? Then there's that other one that gives it so that you're dealing your bleed damage as direct damage. What's probably happening is that the bleed damage as direct damage is feeding into the Berserk Ripping, which is then applying a bleed, which is then being pulled and then applied as direct damage, which is then being pulled and applied as a bleed, which is then being pulled and applied as direct damage. And it's probably just going back and forth in like a circle.
Are you using Siphoning Gizmo as well right now?
I just put in Siphoning Gizmo. That's what I think is one of the main causes. So
every time they add in something new, it seems to be the case every time. I don't know if it's anemia, Berserk Ripping, but every time they add in something new, it's like broken. It's always stacking or something.
Dude, there's like 34 billion tick over here on this one monster. I just ruptured it and did like 8.1 billion or something, or a trillion. I don't even know what the hell that was. It was a lot.
Well, that didn't take long to find that. There you go. There's probably more that you can do.
Womp 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 womp. 9.9. What was that? I didn't get a chance to read it. I wonder what else I can add in. I already have two-handed sword expertise, and I hit the T button and I teleport back to town again. Oh,
You
my
want to see
dear
something
Lord
funny
Jesus.
though? Before you change anything, just go to one of the bosses you were struggling with, like go to Lord Zare
Let's
or
go
Belial.
wreck 'em. Yeah.
You're gonna one shot him. You're gonna be like, what the heck? You're like, what a difference.
Let's go to the Gaping Crevasse.
Oh no, you love getting that one.
Let's go to the Gaping Crevasse.
Your resistances are probably 0.
No.
Besides fire.
No. So I picked him specifically because for some reason I have 302% poison resistance. I don't know why, but I tried to roll everything and everything went straight to poison res. So like, I have 302% poison. I even have over 75% cap. I'm sitting at like 81% poison res. That's specifically why I chose him in the first place.
Well, I can give you my old ancestral, my 84. You can enjoy that.
Boom ba boom ba dum ba boom ba bee ba boo ba. I mean, I gotta go to work in like an hour and a half, so I don't even know.
Tomorrow.
I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Gotta get ready. Gotta actually do stuff. Gotta be a citizen of the society of life.
I mean, you don't have to
21.5 billion immediately, like right off the bat. Took like a huge chunk of his HP away.
It's probably force immune or something.
He knocked me down. That was rude. He just like booted me into the floor. He's like, here, have a floor. Have a floor that we like to give you. He ran away. I don't like how Duriel chases you around in the second phase. Like, I really dislike that for some reason. I don't know why I dislike it, but it just, for a melee character, I think it's like trauma from like being a melee character from like some other game or something where they did that and they didn't let you actually like attack any of the monsters, so they just kept chasing you around the entire time. And you're like, let me get off a DPS rotation, oh my god. And they wouldn't let you get off like a DPS rotation, like you had to constantly keep moving so you could never stop and actually attack anything. What's a nice surprise that we found a glitch that's going to get the Flay Barbarian nerfed into the dirt. Like, don't celebrate. Don't raise your hands in the air like you just don't care. Like, this is the kind of stuff that like triggers the banhammer and the Eye of Sauron to initiate.
Yeah.
Like, this is the Eye of Sauron moment that the Flay Barbarian is gonna get like donked into the dirt like freaking a 5-year-old trying to like block against a 20-year-old in basketball. Like, who you blocking, son? Who you blocking, son? He just ate me and he murdered me. My equipment is fully broken. I mean, I'm having trouble replicating the bug. It seems like it's much easier to replicate on the training dummy than it is to replicate on the boss, and it probably has something to do with the fact that, like, you know, he's essentially a single target. Maybe that's the key. Maybe there's a component there where he's like, you're getting a multiplicative damage from like the multiple explosions going on or something. I don't know. It could be another one of these like powers involved too. Like, who knows what else is in the list.
Well, I don't think I have that bug, but I'm not using like anemia or the berserk ripping. I guess the two-hand sword is a mini version of berserk ripping.
Yeah, that's what I put that one in. I have that one in. I put it in when I realized what was going on, and there was a backfeed bug, and I was like, it's probably either berserk ripping or the two-handed sword, so I put in both. I really don't like my characters built around like bugs like this, though. It makes you feel poopy.
It won't be there for long, so there's that.
Yeah, and then the character goes back to like inequity. regular Joe Smo character again. I can't even like stop and attack the monster long enough to like dish out enough damage to kill these babies, because the Duriel just shows up on a regular basis to mock me. we go. Finally stacking a little bit of damage on the target, and then Duriel shows up and pushes me out of the way again. Hang
Why is
on.
it lagging?
I don't
It's better
understand.
not to do this.
For what?
My character, I finally gambled a decent shot.
Yeah, I'm so sick of this phase. Like, I'm going to another boss. I'm going to a boss that actually stands there and lets me hit it. Let's see what resistances I actually have for that. I've got lightning res. Let's go to Grigore again. I've got some lightning res. I don't have any shadow. We can't go to Varshan. I don't know what they were thinking with that mechanic, though. Like, I mean, obviously, if you one-shot Duriel, it doesn't matter, and, like, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. But, like, if you're actually struggling in that fight and you're trying to kill those monsters, and Duriel is just, like, trying to go underneath your feet the entire time while you're killing the monsters, like, that is horrible for melees. Like, melees have no opportunity to attack and do damage to those targets. Like, you basically have zero opportunity to kill them, so you just run around in a circle forever, like, trying your best, but never succeeding. A range character is not going to have a problem, so, like, there's no big deal. Like, you can attack those things from anywhere you're standing on the map. It doesn't matter where Duriel chases you to. And freaking Grigore just got one-shotted by, I don't even know how much damage. I missed it. He was just dead. Like, I loaded in and he was dead.
What the heck? Why'd you kill him so fast, man?
I don't know. Maybe he's a jerk face. Did you ever think about that? Did you ever think that maybe he's a jerk?
I don't even know why they died. Like, was it the explodey boys?
I think it might be my little explodey, like, minions. Maybe they're, like, gathering up and they're just, like, hitting him and murdering him in one shot. Could they possibly be multiplying based off everything that's going on? Multiplying on, like, all of my effects?
See me
That's
multiplying.
rather interesting. Let's see, I've got 5 of them, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got them set up for poison damage right now. So we'll go in, I'm going to hit my multipliers, and then I'm just going to attack one time, and we'll see if he just implodes in on himself. Yep. He just imploded in on himself. So, I think what's happening is these little minions. I think it's these minions. So these guys, these cosmic anomalies, do double damage when at 5. And they also manifest and emit particles which deal damage over time, over 4 seconds. And then on top of that, they detonate, dealing a large amount of physical or whatever damage. Like, I'm assuming if you put your catalyst in there, they explode and deal poisoning damage. So they're dealing like a huge amount of poisoning damage. Then the corrosive vapor is basically making it so that while equipped, your poison damage bonus is equal to that of your highest damage type bonus. So I'm assuming that means when I look in there and I see my poison damage, is my poison damage in here? Like, damage with poisoning. Damage with not poisoning, we want damage with poison. Not poisoning. Where's damage with poison? Doesn't say. I got 2,058 basic damage at the moment. I don't want any of this crap. I just want to play around with the boss. So is it not my damage at all, and it's just the damage of the freaking boss power? Is that what it is? Apparently that boss power is just absolutely broken. Grigore literally just took a freaking shot of dead dot damage, which was so prolific that he literally almost just, like, collapsed in on himself. I wonder if I can pull that poison damage for myself. I want to test this. I don't want to, like, have more loot on the ground. Let me just kill myself and I'll come back in. I was always curious about that. Like, if you have dot damage on a target and then you have, like, poison damage on the target. Does like the rupture allow you to pull that? And this is like the ultimate like answer to that question. I should be able to answer the question now. So all I gotta do is survive for a little bit until all my little minions come back. Actually, probably don't want all of them to come back because he'll die. We just get like 3 of them. There you go. And then just have them hit him. No, they didn't do anything that time. Oh, well there you go. Everything. He just got one shot again. Does Fire's Magic Arrow convert your damage to magic? Yes, that's how that ability works. If you read it, it specifically states that it converts your physical damage into magical damage. And it tells you the exact percentage at which it does the conversion. I don't want to go to that city. I don't want to go down to that city. Oh, hound, don't want to go down. Don't want to go. I don't want to go down.
Using which power are you using?
The bombard, the bombard one with the little minions, the minions that blow up.
5 anonymize.
Yeah, they basically like instantly one-shot the boss. Like all I have to do is just let all 5 build up, and then I just attack with whatever ability it's assigned to. And when they hit the target, they do so much damage. It's not even funny. They must be counting as direct damage for the direct damage multiplier, and I think Berserk Ripping is probably applying the bleed through the direct damage. It's probably what's going on. That's what I think anyway. So like if I sit right here and I do like 1 Flay attack, they all hit the target and they just do like massive amounts of damage, and then they come back and you have more of them. But you basically set up your buffs, you start like building up all your attacks, get everything set up, and then they start coming back, and as they come back, like you just basically blow them up. Like you can blow them up either instantaneously, or you can set it up on a longer cooldown ability. 803 billion. Okay. That's definitely a big number. I kind of want to take them out of the equation for a second, since it's obvious that they're doing a lot of damage. And I teleport back to town again. Bruh. Start punching my own self in the throat every time I do it. Maybe then I'll figure it out. What's wrong with you, huh? Why you keep pressing the T key, huh? Yes, they are 100% dealing damage over time. It is without a doubt they're dealing damage over time. I wonder if I can pull their damage over time as a thought. I don't know. It says manifests up to 5 anomalies that emit particles that deal 145,000 and 38 damage over 4 seconds. And then it says activate command your anomalies to all converge and implode, dealing 580,000 to 154,000, or 580,154 per detonation. While 5 anomalies are active at the same time, you're unstoppable, and the next series of implosions you will deal double damage. So like, it does seem like they're pretty OP actually. I mean, I would assume that if I change this to like Celestial Surge or something, that I won't have anywhere near the same damage output. Let's do a quick check though. So let's pull those out of the equation. 398 billion, 55 billion, 368 billion. 55 billion was a bleed tick. 1 trillion. No, that was 1,000 trillion. Never mind. What the hell is 1,000 trillion? A quadrillion?
Yeah, whatever's after 3, which is 4. Yep.
That was definitely 1 quadrillion. It's like do they just like really not understand how to do bleeds at all? I feel like every time they mess with bleeds, they either break them horribly to the point where they just don't work anymore, or they break them horribly to the point where they work way too well. And you're just like, huh.
13.2 billion bleed currently on the target. Like, I don't even understand, like, where that's coming from.
Like, looking at my ability, I just attack the target with everything I've got here. It says 21 million at best.
And you took off that power you thought it was, right?
I just did some ridiculous number that honestly, like, makes no sense whatsoever. That bleed tick was going into the, yeah. I just did 163 something something 004 trillion. So well past quadrillion at that point. Like, I don't even know what the hell's going on anymore. That was a lot of damage. I kind of want to go back on the screen and screenshot that number because it was ridiculous. Yeah, Flay's borked. I think we're getting nerfed, boys. We're getting the nerf bat, boys.
Well, I want to see if I can recreate it without Flay. I just don't know what to try. Like, as far as, like, what aspect is doing it. Because I don't have any of those bugs right now. With Lunging Trike, at least.
Let me pull up the stream so I can screenshot these numbers. I think one was a base number, and one was a bleed number, and they were both ridiculous.
At Ridge.
Okay, so just go back a little bit here on the stream. Alright, so here's about where I started. Just playing around with different abilities. Talking out my wing wang, which I do a lot. Don't ever assume I don't know that I talk out my wing wang, okay? I know. I deliberately do that. That's like ventriloquist stuff. Yeah, things are getting kind of ridiculous at a point, and then all of a sudden it just starts going crazy. Like, it's like billions of damage, and it's like compounding in on itself. And like, there was a 2,612B, 175 trillion bleed tick, 1,076 trillion hit. And then all of a sudden, like, I start seeing some other crazy stuff, like, there was one in here that was insanity. I don't even know what the hell that was. It's weird too though, because like it's all percent chances, and like it doesn't, you don't know whether or not the percent chances are gonna hit. And it seems like they're just lining up, like, ever so precisely. That was a 410 billion. It's nothing compared to those trillions that was hitting just a second ago. I keep hitting the wrong damn button, like, over and over again. Look at me. Like I'm 5, and I don't know how to play the game, and I'm just, like, smacking the keyboard with my fist. $1,000B. Where's the really big numbers at? Come on. Oh, there you go. There you go. 5. Oh, there you go. 3,412,415 T. That's one of the big ones right there. I don't even know how much that is. That sounds insane already. There's a 3,400,000. Like that's already insanity. There was a couple bleed ticks that were like absolutely nutty too. Hold on, let me go back just a hair. Because there was some like crazy bleed ticks in there. It's no wonder I ruptured for that much damage, because like the bleed tick hit like 500,000 or something. Yeah, it was for a fraction of a second there before I ruptured. The bleed tick had hit 509,000. No, 513,509. Like just that one bleed tick. And that's like not even... Oh, there's another big one right there. Or is that the same one? That's the same one, okay. There was another like ridiculous one that hit afterward too. Why isn't this the same exact glitch that's been in the game since like the first time the Druid did it back on the original Shred builds?
Drew did it, and Barb did it back then too.
There's another absolutely ridiculous bleed number. 526,560 T. I always imagined infinity different than other people. Some people imagined infinity as a really big number or something. Like, I never imagined infinity as a really big number. I imagined infinity as, like, counting forever. Like, imagine a guy counting forever. He's like the fastest counter that you've ever, encountered in the entire existence of space and time. And he's just counting numbers, and he never stops. And no matter how long, like, life and existence exists, he's still counting. That's how I imagine infinity. Infinity is literally a number that continues to grow and never stops growing as long as the, like, universe exists. And, like, so when somebody told me that they were going to do, like, infinity times infinity, I'm like, well, dang, that's a lot. Because that's, like, one guy calculating numbers and another guy calculating numbers, and then they multiply their numbers against each other, and then they're just infinitely counting in multiplications. Like that's how I always envisioned infinity. Infinity being, like, an infinite counting of numbers to an infinite degree with no end. I mean, now that I got my little screenshots. Oh, I died. They killed me. That's hilarious. They spawned while I wasn't looking, and they killed me.
Yeah, you can die in hardcore just AFK with those things.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'm sure people will love that. Let's do the boss training dummy. Alright, let's run, like, the whole cleave setup. So let's get the whole cleave setup going and see how much cleave we can get. Let's just run it. I'm curious if Rupture is involved or if it's, like, not involving Rupture. Rupture doesn't hit, like, but the same target, like the single target. So the stuff around me shouldn't get the crazy numbers. Only the stuff that I'm directly attacking would get the crazy numbers. But no, it looks like I'm seeing some crazy butt numbers over there on that training dummy I haven't even attacked. That was 133 trillion, 341 trillion on that training dummy. Oh, I think I hit the max overflow number. Yep, that's the max overflow number right there. That is the max negative integer overflow number. Look at that bad boy. Max overflow integer number, baby. Max overflow integer number, baby. Come on down to town and you can have some max overflow. Look at that, -9, 232, 372, 036, 854, 775, 808. So for those of you who don't know what that number is the maximum value that a 64-bit operating system can make. But not just a maximum value that a 64-bit operating system can make, but the maximum value that a 64-bit operating system can make negative, which is 2 times the normal value that a maximum 64-bit integer can normally create. So We got to get a screenshot of that because I think that's hilarious. That I was literally doing bleed max integers and also hit max integers at the same time. So that was hilarious. But before we do that, here, I'll pull it up for you. So just type in max negative integer for a 64-bit program. I don't know why caps lock key is on. So the maximum integer for a 64-bit program is -9223372036854778808, which basically means that that is the maximum number that can ever be calculated in that particular like application. Now the max integer for like 120-bit applications and stuff like that is much higher. Leon hit this, I think, was it the season 6, I think, when they had the bug? You hit the max integer on season 6, if I remember correctly. This is the second time. This is the second time we've got max integer numbers popping up.
Okay, so I made something happen. Not as crazy as you, but I made something happen. The only thing that's in my setup is Berserk Ripping now. So maybe it is Berserk Ripping.
It should, well, Berserk Ripping combined with something else, maybe, or
Usually, yeah.
where's all my max integer overflow numbers? Come on, I need sexy screenshots of all my max integer overflow numbers. Boom, 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 boom. They just start scaling infinitely. Look at that. And then I just start hitting everything for the same number. Like, they just start, like, absolutely stacking on top of each other to infinity. See if I can get, like... There we go. That's not broken at all. There you go, Leon. I got a nice screenshot. 9223... 323. And not only that, but it's also bleeding for that same amount. And there's also a 9.293 trillion below that. I should like post this on freaking like PTR is going fine. It's no big deal, guys.
It's nothing at the office.
It's another day at the office, guys. I'm gonna save this. We're gonna make the image named PTR is going fine. ... Let's post this on all the media outlets. Why not? It's for fun. I like to post things. How is D4? Do you think it can dethrone D2? At this rate, it's about to dethrone the internet. It's about to crash the internet and take it with it. Boom, boom, boom. Posting this jank everywhere because I like to ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's just like 9, like, I don't even know what that even is. Let's ask, we should ask Grok and like ask him like how to actually say that number. Like what's the correct? Alright, let's ask Grok. We're gonna ask Grok how to actually say the number, okay? Because we don't know how to say the number. Like we don't know numbers that high. How do I say? Okay. Grok has told us that it is -9 quintillion, 223 quadrillion, 372 trillion, 36,854,775,808 negative.
Okay. So
So it's quintillion. So it's 9 quintillion, 223 quadrillion. So it's in the quintillions. So we're in the quintillions at this point. Like that's basically where we are.
I've made the damage happen on Lunging Strike, and I think it's just Rupture combined with Berserk Ripping. Those two.
You think
together.
it's Rupture? Well, let's try. Let me see if I can do it without Rupture then. So I'll just pull Rupture from the bar, and we'll. Just
I don't
assume...
think it's Rupture alone. I think it just speeds up the process, if that makes sense. I think Berserk Ripping gets a high damage dot going, and then Rupture just helps it continue.
Oh, yeah. I got you. I just want to pull it and see. Let's just pull it and let's see, and we'll just try and figure out like what's actually going on, because you know that like the devs are going to nerf this, and they're going to nerf it the wrong way. They're not even going to know what the hell they're nerfing.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
Like I don't even think they would understand what's going on at this point. Okay, so I'm just attacking, and I'm just like. Just trying to like hold down the button and see if it's working without Rupture. Maybe Rupture is multiplying. Bom, 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 bom. 287 trillion. Oh wait, here we go. Nope, there we go. So maybe you're right. Maybe it makes it go faster, or maybe it doesn't. But like, it's not required. Not for whatever the bug's going on.
It's not the actual bug. Yeah,
oh god, I got like multiple explosions there.
It's a catalyst, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's not required. Interesting.
I wonder if it's specifically and only the siphoning. Do you think it's only the siphoning? Like, it might just be only siphoning. Like, if you pull siphoning from the mix, it might just completely fix it.
I mean, you have it way more than I do, so...
I'm starting to bleed targets for the Max Overflow integer, and then on top of that, hit them for the Max Overflow integer. It's pretty bad.
So I think you'd be the one to test. Like, you have to start slowly subtracting. So you've already subtracted Rupture. We know it's not Rupture. I think Rupture.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try subtracting just the siphoning gizmo. So let's try the siphoning gizmo alone, and let's see what happens. Okay, so without siphoning gizmo, just to see what happens. So we just took siphoning gizmo out, but we still have everything else in. It takes a little while for it to ramp up, like it doesn't happen quickly. So even if it does happen, like, that's one of the things that's weird, is like you can just sit here for a little while and just like roll at it for a little while, and then it's just like, is it actually going to occur? I don't know. I'm not sure where the backfeeding process is occurring. I think without siphoning, I don't think it's happening. Like, I'm watching it, I'm just like, I'm paying attention to the multipliers, just trying to like make sure I got my rotation running. No. So it must be siphoning specifically. But it's not just siphoning by itself, because I didn't have it happening early either. So it must be siphoning like in combination with the other effects. So it's in combination with the Berserk Ripping, in combination with probably the sword effect as well. And it's like it's all like combining together in one ridiculous package. I wonder if it works with single targets or if it only works with like multiple targets. That could also be an interesting thing, because I did notice it seemed to be a lot harder to make it happen on it seemed to be a lot harder to make it happen on like a single target. So let me try like
which power is the best one too? Which one is the one that's triggering that the most?
Alright, so single target. It might be something to do with the fact that, like, it's, like, spreading between the targets almost like a plague or something. Like, one explosion is, like, feeding into the other explosion, which is, like, back-feeding back into the monster somehow. And, like, it's causing the explosions to just eat each other. But it definitely seems to be a lot harder to make happen when you're attacking a single target, which might explain why I was having trouble one-shotting, like Duriel, for instance. Because it seems like when you have multiple targets, it multiplies much quicker and starts to, like, stack up faster. Right now I was at, like, 300 some odd trillion there for a second. But I'm still not seeing those, like, max overflow integer numbers that I was seeing before.
Oh boy. That's the good one. I found the good power. I found the power that ramps it up the fastest. Oh boy.
Which one is it?
It's the first one. It's the disintegrate because it's consistent.
Oh,
that
yeah.
thing is not.
Oh, yeah. Because you can just stand on the other side of the monster.
Yep. I made it happen with Legend Strike. I'm ticking for that infinite number. My poisons are ticking for that -9. Like, yeah. Instantly got it up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
It's about finding the one that triggered it the most, and I was like, this has got to be the one. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is broken. Oh, found it.
I mean, this one's a little bit obnoxious, though, because you gotta, like, place yourself on the other side of the monster, but I think it would be cooler if the thing actually spawned behind the monster, so you didn't have to, like, directly position yourself behind the monster every single time, but instead it spawns on you, which is, like, the worst possible place for the least damage, and you can't even see it when it spawns half the time, because, like, you're not... I don't know. I think it is, like, the AoE definitely helps, so, like, having multiple monsters definitely seems to cause this bug to, like, happen faster. So, like, when you have multiple training dummies, it definitely seems like the bug occurs, like, really quickly. So, like, you get the multiple training dummies, you start stacking on the damage between the multiple training dummies really fast. And then before you know it, like, it's massive amounts of freaking max overflow integers, like, before you can even say mollywop.
So the boss powers are bonk, because you basically tested it with no boss powers, no issues, right? or no siphoning?
I tried pulling out the siphoning. It did seem to completely stop it. Once you pull out the siphoning, the bug seems to cease. I think siphoning might be... Actually, I don't know if siphoning is the source, or rather siphoning is just simply, like, feeding into the other things that are occurring. I'm definitely seeing, like, I'm not seeing max overflow energies right now, but with this other power, but I'm definitely seeing at least, like, you know, 300 trillion, like 300,000 trillion. Like, it's still really impressive. I think Celestial Surge is the one that does the best for, like, multi-target, just simply because it hits so many times. It's like 20 direct hits in, like, a really fast pattern, and so it tends to cause the bleeds to, like, stack up really quickly. Because the more times you use it, the more, like, falling stars you get, and each star that falls seems to contribute to the problem until eventually you're sitting at max integer, like, within a very short period of time. It doesn't take long. Like, the stars literally build up to max integer within, like, 10 seconds. Like, here I am right now. I'm already at max integer on, like, 3 monsters.
This bug would apply to any build too. Essentially.
Let's change it back to a single target again. I'm still curious whether I can cause this to happen on a single target, or if it's specifically some multi-target bug.
Curious if you can make it happen on another class, like your Necro that was doing shadow damage over time. There should be any damage over time that it's looping, right? That would be the theory.
Well, not even that. Like, what power are you using on your like, what element did you choose for your main
Fire.
focus? So I'm using poison. So, like, you can use damage over time to make the effect do damage over time. I mean, God forbid if there was a physical one in here, it would freaking multiply like crazy. So whatever the loop is, it is very difficult to maintain on a single target. It's not impossible, and it does get really high. Like, there are times when the loop, like, catches, and it goes up like 300,000 trillion. But it's not hitting, like, the max integer overflow numbers like it does when there's multiple targets. There's definitely something about the fact that there's multiple targets that's causing it to hit those ridiculous outcomes. And then, like, here we go. I just got, like, one of the jewel oppressors, like, to show up, and the jewel oppressor immediately caused the damage to, like, balloon outward. It's not just the fact that it's dishing out damage. It seems to be multiplying in a way that's going back and forth between the other targets. So there seems to be something going on where, like, it's hitting one target, and then maybe it's exploding, and then it's hitting a second target, and then that's exploding, and then it's going back and forth between the two targets. So it seems like for the bug to work at its best, it needs 2 targets to get the optimal, like, chain going. And then once the chain starts, and it, like, you know, once you get the motor started, essentially, it's like it doesn't matter anymore. Like, the whole chain just explodes, and then everybody nearby starts taking, like, massive amounts of damage as it chains in between all the targets. Because, like, if I go back to the multiple targets here, I mean, you'll see I'll be, like, 102 trillion... And then, like, before too long, it'll be, like, 300 trillion, like, 3,000 trillion. And then, like, it doesn't even take that long. It ramps up so fast. That was, like, 8 million trillion right there. It's already, I mean, I already hit it. Like, there's the max overflow integer on, like, one target. Done. I bet you if I just took the max overflow integer from, like, one target and just ruptured it, it would spread the max overflow integer to all the other targets. And then you're just bleeding everything for the same amount of ridiculous damage. Cleave seems to be a culprit as well. Like, I think it's something to do with the fact that you're able to cleave everything also. Because, like, being able to cleave the entire screen is, like, allowing you to apply the same bleed to all of the targets. And then that bleed that's being applied to all the targets is just dishing out massive amounts of damage, which is then stacking in on itself somehow. I mean, that's just stupid. It's just, I'm literally ticking for max overflow negative integer numbers. Like, who needs to hit for it when I can literally just apply a bleed to you that does it for Like, literally once every 2 seconds for, like, 5 seconds or 6 seconds. Or, no, what am I at for Flay? I'm at 18.1 seconds. I wonder if this works with Shattered Vow. Let's swap over to Shattered Vow real quick and see if Shattered Vow also functions the same way. My guess is that Shattered Vow probably works even better, since Shattered Vow increases the damage over time of all damage over times. And that would include the one that's in the boss powers. So, like, my assumption there is that the boss power that's causing the problem is getting another buff. Let's see if I can still hit max overflow integer with the Shattered Vow active.
Actually, here's a question. Can you do it without the gem as well? The jewel.
Oh, the Tyrant?
The damage. Yeah, can you do it without Tyrant?
Okay, so let's go back to my original setup. And let's pull out the Tyrant. Let's just put something else in there. It doesn't matter. This damage reduction one that has, like, the other stuff on it. So we pull out Tyrant. And now we don't have Tyrant Bane in there anymore. Let's see if it still works. I already saw 1,400,000,000,000,000. Yeah, I just hit it. I just hit the max overflow without Tyrant. So the Tyrant isn't even responsible for what's happening. So
yeah.
Tyrant isn't doing it. It's got to be the siphoning power. That's the only thing I can think of. It's the siphoning gizmo. Its lucky hit damage from your catalyst has up to an 80% chance to consume damage over time effects and deal 100% of their damage instantly. My guess there is what's happening is it's consuming the effect and then reapplying it as a direct damage. Berserk Ripping and some of the other things are then reapplying the direct damage as a dot, which is then being remultiplied by your modifiers. So what's probably happening is something like this, and I can like demonstrate it on the on a notepad. Imagine you do like 100 damage, right? And that 100 damage in bleed is then multiplied. So you multiply this bleed damage by like your 10 times multiplier, right? Which means that your 100 damage becomes what is that? 1,000 damage, right? Well, then this ability, I believe what it's doing is it's taking it and then applying it to the monster as a direct hit, right? So, but the problem is that you have other multipliers. So the 1,000 damage is then being taken and then hit the target for whatever that is. And the frickin' jewel bosses just came to kill me while I'm sitting here talking. Dude, I guarantee you there's a hardcore character probably going to die to those things. They're going to be in the training room AFK, and then they're going to spawn and kill them, and they're going to come back to a dead corpse. That's right, all corpses are dead, I know. So anyway, you get 1,000 damage, and then the ability takes that and applies it to the target. The problem is that you also have multipliers that are increasing your direct damage of like 10 times. So then that becomes 100,000, right? And then what happens is that 100,000 can reapply a bleed, because Berserk Ripping and some of the other things allow you to apply a bleed when you deal direct damage, which means that now you're going to apply a bleed, which also gets a 10 times multiplier. And so now your 100,000 becomes 100 million damage, or like, what was it? 10,000 becomes 100,000, right? And it basically is just backfeeding back and forth like this, going through your multipliers over and over and over again. So every single time you apply the bleed, it's getting multiplied. Then the bleed is being pulled, the multiplied, and then reapplied. Berserk Ripping is then applying a new bleed, which is then being pulled and then multiplied and then reapplied. And so it's just running in a circle until eventually there's nowhere left for it to go. It's like when like when you're on your calculator, you're like, hey, let me see if I can break my calculator. And you're like, okay, what is 999999999999999 times 999999999999999999999999999 times 999 times 999 times 9999, and eventually your calculator just says E for error. because there's like it doesn't even go that high. You're like, okay, well, I can't really even go that high. Like that's not how life works. Right now, my calculator is proving me wrong though because it's giving me what is it? The little like little error. Actually, it does actually say error right now. The old school calculators would error out really fast though. They were pretty quick to error out. Well, fine then. Just prove me wrong. Copy times equals 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 times equals. This is cheater. My calculator's cheating. It doesn't give the error messages like the old calculators do, where you thought you were funny as a kid typing in like infinite calculations. My calculator just keeps giving me answers. What is this? What is this? What about the one on like Windows? Does it do it? Like, what if I just type in like times like no? See, look, it's rude. I'm gonna keep going until you give me an error message. How about that? Times times it's just gonna keep going forever, isn't it? It doesn't have an end. There's no end. Aha! Overflow! We did it! We did it! We got an overflow! See, there you go. It's like that. It was very brief. You had to go back and frame by frame it, but we got it. So you're able to do it on lunging strike, which means it's not even a bleed mechanic, really. It's more of like a...
Well, no, I have the bleed portion of lunging strike. I didn't try it without.
Are you doing the bleeding? Are you doing the bleeding lunging strike?
Yeah, yeah.
You should try it with whirlwind too.
Yeah, it probably doesn't matter.
What's up, Chippy Curse? How's it going? I've been unable to get it to work on a single target. Have you been able to get it to work on a single target?
Yeah, it's just not as fast.
It seems slow, and like I do see some high numbers, but I'm not getting like max overflow with it. Like it's definitely working, but it's not like maxed out.
Well, this is, I guess, day one PTR.
I'm curious, like, how well it would work on, like, I wonder if the bug would work on, like, the druid. Like, if you did, like, a full poisoning druid and just set up with, like, Andariels and a bunch of other stuff and just kind of, like, backfed it that way. It might work just as well. Because I don't think it seems to matter. Like, I don't think Berserk... Oh, there we go. I finally got the max overflow to happen on a single target. There you go. I did it. This is fine.
That's right. Every time they add in some kind of damage over time, this happens.
Well, it's a good thing it's on the test server where none of this matters and the points are made up and the points are made up, my friends. They're just made up.
But is it a different guy coding it in every time? Because like this is the same bug that has appeared. I don't know. It's got to be almost double digits by now.
This is the, what, third time that the max integer overflow problem has occurred as well?
Well, yeah, that's yeah.
Like, why are we even at this point where the game is able to reach, like, max integer overflow? It's hilarious. Like, what is up with that? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand anymore. What you doing out of the door? You know what the funny thing is? We fought for so long for them to make these public test realms, right? For so long. And if they had their way, there would have never been a public test realm. Because they didn't want public test realms. They wanted everything to be a surprise. Remember, that's what they said. They wanted everything to be a surprise. Well, can you count how many times that their surprises would have ended up literally just like crippling the entire server for days? Can you imagine like a launch, like a ladder launch, where this is possible and people are hitting like max overflow numbers? I remember like when it first happened and the max overflow numbers were literally crashing the server and they had to like emergency disable whatever it was that was causing the problem because the servers were having a heart attack, which makes sense because servers aren't really designed to handle like max overflow integers across like hundreds of thousands of players. Like that's not how it works.
There's a guy in the forums. I guess this is in the actual season 8. He's complaining that he got a 4GA mythic, but he can't use it because it's not his best in stuff. And they're like, well, let me guess, you got a melted heart. And he's like, no, it's a grandfather. He's complaining he got a 4GA grandfather.
Dude, everybody will complain about anything. Like, people complain about the melted heart, and I get it because they nerfed it. But, like, they complain about freaking everything. Like, somebody will have one of the most overpowered items in the world with 4 GAs, and they're just like, sucks.
PTR feedback forums the top post. Game feels like it's back in alpha. PTR unplayable.
I posted my damage numbers in there too. Like PTR is going fine. Like it's just negative 9223372036854775008 damage bleeds. No big deal. Just 9 quintillion. Just 9 quintillion damage. Just a quintillion. How much a quintillion? 9 quintillion. I mean, what's the point of testing at this point? Like, we did it. We broke the game, which is what PTR is intended for. Right? So it's the whole entire intention of PTR is to break things, and we did it. We broke stuff. So, like, what now? We broke it. We broke. We broke that. We broke it, and we broke it again, and then we broke it a third time. And we're, like, testing how we're breaking it at this point. Like, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm going to pull off Berserk Ripping. I just want to see if, like, Berserk Ripping is a direct... Oh, yeah, that's right. I did pull off Berserk Ripping when I put on the Shattered Vow. Okay, so let's do that. We'll put on the Shattered Vow. Let's see how bad it is without Berserk Ripping. So is it Berserk Ripping that's interacting with the siphoning effect? Is that basically what's going on? Because I'm not seeing the bug happening once I took the Berserk Ripping out.
I assume you just need a way for siphoning to reapply a dot. And Berserk Ripping is an obvious way, right? I assume the two-hand sword expertise would work as well.
I've got that on. I do have that on. But then again, your lunging strike does a lot more physical damage than my attack, so maybe that's also a thing, like kind of like building into it. Because Flay is mainly bleed, and lunging has lots of physical damage for the two-handed sword to like capitalize on. Yeah, so without Berserk Ripping, it doesn't seem to work. But then again, I did change out a whole weapon, so I don't know.
Well, if it's Berserk Ripping again, it wouldn't surprise me. That aspect.
I'm gonna pull the two-handed sword expertise. I'm gonna pull that, and let's see if I'll put Berserk Ripping back in and just pull the two-handed sword expertise. And let's see if Berserk Ripping is the culprit. Berserk Ripping has already been nerfed so many times because of this stuff. Like this is not the first time that Berserk Ripping. Okay, we already hit Max Integer without the two-handed sword expertise, so it's not the two-handed sword expertise then. Berserk Ripping is the only other culprit, so I need to like pull Berserk Ripping. Let's respec it. Yeah, well, they don't know how to do anything in Diablo 4 without adding multipliers. Like, they just... They don't know how to balance a game properly. I spent years playing a game, Final Fantasy XI, where, like, the maximum damage you could do was, like, in the thousands. Like, that was it. That was, like, if you hit for thousands, like, that was one of the biggest hits that you could ever possibly get. And then, like, I come to this game and, like, every single patch, it feels like they're adding more and more multipliers, which increase the damage, like, more and more and more and more and more every single time. And it just... I don't know what they're trying to do other than, like, I guess deliberately just make things wonky. I don't know. Let's just put Edge Masters or something in real quick. This is just a test anyway. So removing Berserk Ripping, leaving the sword in, putting Edge Masters in instead of Berserk Ripping, and then, like, we'll see. Like, because I did swap for Shattered Vow, and Shattered Vow might be messing things up. I don't know how it would mess things up, but it might be messing things up. So that way we got that out of the equation. Now we don't, only one little thing changes, and we see if we can still get the effect to happen. It takes a little while for it to ramp up sometimes. Like, it's not immediate. You really just gotta, like, hold down the button and let it do its thing, and, like... Seems to me like Berserk Ripping is definitely the culprit, because I'm not getting anywhere near the numbers I was with it than I am without it. I got it on the I had it on the two-hander, like, so it was really pumping out some numbers. Yeah, so Berserk Ripping and Siphoning is probably the combination that's currently causing it. So it's most likely a combination of Berserk Ripping and Siphoning together, multiplying back and forth on each other, which makes sense because Berserk Ripping has been fixed multiple times, and it doesn't interact that way with any of the other abilities anymore. But since Siphoning is a new ability, like, it's probably hasn't been insulated versus freaking Berserk Ripping's like main issue, essentially, which has been in the game for forever.
Wonder if they have to, every time this happens, they have to actually go hard code it to not, like, do it with that particular aspect. You know, like, there's a line of code in there that they have to add in if Berserk Ripping don't do. You know, very specific.
I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. I mean, it is.
Some developer's walking down the hallway right now. He's like, oh, I know what this is. I fixed this before.
Another Berserk Ripping glitch. Oh.
Go in and copy my code.
I mean, see, what I'm afraid of is that they're gonna nerf freaking, like, Flay and some of the other builds when this doesn't have anything to do with Flay or any of the builds. This is literally a Berserk Ripping problem. It's a Berserk Ripping problem, and but Berserk Ripping doesn't need to be nerfed. It's a problem with the siphoning skill, from what I can tell. I don't think I was able to get it to happen once I pulled the siphoning skill. So, like, once you pull Siphoning Gizmo, I think that's it, and it no longer occurs. So, like, if I go from this point and I pull Siphoning Gizmo, I think that pretty much ends the entire, like, thing. And didn't I also pull Tyrant, too? And I never put it back? Yeah, I didn't even put Tyrant Maid back in. Like, that 0.33 multiplier from Tyrant is, like, doing basically nothing in the grand scheme of things of this. I mean, I'll put it back in because, you know, it's good to have, like, additional multipliers, but I don't think it's really helping. Silliness. So without the siphon ability in, I'm not seeing anywhere near as much crazy numbers. I am getting up to 400 and some odd million bleeds, which is pretty in line with what I was getting before. I was able to get up to 2 billion bleeds at one point, like, depending on how my build was set up. So, like, I don't think Berserk Ripping is actually good for this build, because it's actually bringing my damage down. But obviously with the interaction with the glitch, the two together are just, like,
making crazy babies together.
Crazy Max Integer babies.
You probably could put siphoning back in, but take Berserk Grip and offer just another multiplier and be fine. And not actually be using a bug at that point. And just have a strong setup. Stronger.
Just put them in together and just instant
Oh,
problem.
no.
Like, just, as soon as I put them back in together, they just instantly, like, went back to max integers. It was, like, instantaneous.
The best part's the pairing of, like, the white and the yellow at the same time.
Well, apparently my crit is exactly the same. I want my money back. My crit didn't add any actual damage. Well, I mean, the good news is I don't really see, as long as they're smart enough to understand what's going on, I don't foresee this being an issue with, like, them nerfing any specific build. It's most likely just going to be them nerfing, well, not nerfing even. They actually, if they nerf anything, they're stupid, in my opinion, because they don't need to nerf anything. All they need to do is fix the interaction between siphoning and berserk ripping, and like other effects that may cause the bleed to like stack in certain ways. It's actually the siphoning skill specifically that seems to be the cause of the problem. Is the siphoning gizmo is somehow like backfeeding everything. So they just need to fix, like, put a cap on siphoning gizmo or something. Like, you know, like if I pull a bleed and reapply the bleed, I can't pull the bleed and reapply the bleed again or something. Or I don't know exactly what they need to do, but it's definitely the siphoning gizmo that's causing the problem. Because now they just have like a ridiculous, like, if you're doing this much damage, like the damage that I'm doing right now, if you're doing this much damage, nothing in the game is going to even be a problem for you. Like, everything is trivial at that point. Like, nothing in this game has max overflow integer, like, HP. It's not even, like, in the realm of reality. I think Rupture might actually interfere with the overall process.
Yeah,
Like, it pulls the bleed and it causes the problem. Like, because Rupture isn't backfeeding into Berserk Ripping. I think that's the problem. So, like, at the end of the day, if you're not backfeeding into Berserk Ripping, then you're not helping the backfeed problem, and so it doesn't actually occur. Where do I get bleeding dummies? These are bleeding dummies. They're bleeding right now. Let's see. It's a good bleed amount. It's no big deal.
You gotta go work.
Yeah, I gotta get to work. And I'm freaking starving. I ain't had nothing to eat all day. I'm so freaking hungry.
You gotta pick up something on the way because they don't have any food there. You gotta stop at Taco Hell.
I don't know, something. Get some, like, some ramen or something. Alright, guys and gals. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get to work. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you max overflow integer the stream. And as always, keep watching.